Chapter 746. Beat him, it's about to start. Many people who came to watch the fun were anxious after the murderous intent swept through the area like a frigid gale. There were some who even wanted Pei Yu to kill Li Chia. Li Chia lazily opened his eyes to look at Pei Yu and said, "It seems that I am the only person named Li Chia here. You are just an ant who won't be prancing around for much longer." Young noble Pei Yu sneered and also didn't care for Li Chia. He told Yuan Saiha, "Sister Yuan, in less than 2 days, this place will be stained with corpses and blood. You are better off following me into the city, it will be safe there. Staying with this person will only invite disaster or even death." Yuan Saiha had yet to speak before Li Chia waved his hand dismissively and said, "Saiha does not want to go with you, so leave. Don't disturb me cultivating here." Pei Yu's expression sank. He wanted to make a move but managed to hold back while coldly saying, "Li Chia, whether it is for personal reasons or because I am a disciple of the crystallized sea sect, this young noble has good reason to take your dog head. However, the head on your neck has already been claimed by someone else, so I will let you live 1 or 2 days longer." There was no doubt that Pei Yu knew some inside information, so he came to take Yuan Saiha away. Pei Yu not taking action surprised the spectators. An arrogant person like Pei Yu would definitely take revenge and kill Li Chia because of the feud between them. However, Pei Yu actually managed to hold back today. What character actually managed to make the young noble so careful? "You are talking as if you have the ability to take off my head." Li Chia couldn't help but laugh at the young noble's arrogance and said, "Even if you try, you alone are not enough to take me down." Pei Yu glanced at Yuan Saiha once before glaring at Li Chia and aggressively declared, "Although your life was claimed by someone else, it is fine for me to teach you a lesson and break your legs. Make your move, I will show you with my bare hands." "Really?" Li Chia smiled and looked at the young noble to say, "You really don't need a weapon? Do it." The young noble smiled proudly. He had great confidence in his strength, so he said, "My hands are more than enough to teach you a lesson, pop." However, before the young noble could finish speaking, he was struck by a fist and blown into the sky. Blood spurted everywhere as the crisp sound of bones breaking appeared. His jaw was shattered by this fist, causing his face to be pitifully mangled. Impossible, this sudden development left everyone watching in the distance astonished. Young noble Pei Yu was a life king, yet his jaw was broken after the first exchange. This was simply impossible unless a virtuous paragon was his opponent. Too weak. At this time, Li Chia remained standing at the same spot and wiped off his hand with a smirk on his face. It seemed as if he didn't make a move at all. "You actually dare to say that you will teach me a lesson at this level? Is the descendant of immortal Emperor Jingyu this weak? Go back and train for another 10,000 years. Pei Yu finally stood up straight at this time with his mangled jaw. A single fist from Li Chia breaking his jaw was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced. Zzz, in the blink of an eye, his jaw was reformed, perfectly intact. He was ultimately a life king, so he could easily recover an injury of this degree. Little bastard, die. How could the young noble maintain a graceful demeanor at this time? He crazily screamed and created an endless sea of meteors that descended towards Li Chia. These innumerable star-like universal laws were not only able to grind Li Chia to dust, they could also seal the entire area. Such a powerful attack was absolutely capable of shattering this land. Cosmic grasping palm. Many cultivators were horrified by this attack. It was a famous emperor law from the crystallized sea sect. Boom. However, before people could make sense of things, the young noble was blown away again and disappeared among the layers of clouds. Despite his endless universal laws and the vast sea of meteors, he still couldn't stop Li Chia's advance. Li Chia trod freely even under Pei Yu's imperial attack as if nothing could stop him. Moreover, Li Chia's speed was too swift. It didn't matter if it was the cultivators from the far distance or the madam right at the scene, no one was able to see Li Chia since his speed had reached the zenith. The soaring immortal physique, the void imperfection physique, and the hell-suppressing godly physique, Li Qia's 3 physiques had all appeared, so even a life king like Pei Yu was not worth mentioning. By utilizing the speed of the soaring physique, the void physique that was capable of repelling all laws, and the suppressive properties of the godly physique, what could Pei Yu do? What is going on? The spectators were horrified. Even heavenly kings were not able to understand the events that just transpired. The madam was shaken as well. Although along the way, she had seen Li Qia take action several times, he had never personally made a move and only used the death chapter to control the dead. Now, Li Qia truly attacked and easily defeated Pei Yu in the blink of an eye. Despite her great cultivation, she still couldn't make out what was going on. Many people glanced at each other in confusion. The young noble was utterly defeated in such a puzzling way. In their opinion, someone like Pei Yu should be able to defeat a nobody like Li Qia without any problems. However, contrary to their expectations, the young noble had brutally lost, resulting in their astonishment. If, say, Li Qia used a supreme emperor law to defeat Pei Yu, then everyone could accept it. However, Li Qia attacked without laws or techniques. Not even the fluctuations of blood energy could be felt. It was an inexplicable bout. Very few people could see through the mystical properties of the 3 physiques. In fact, even those who could see through Li Qia's speed and situation wouldn't be able to guess correctly. Who on earth would think that someone would be able to cultivate 3 physiques at the same time? It was essentially impossible. The cowardly Tai Yi hiding in the background grew pale after seeing this and stared at Li Qia as if he was a ghost. Although he didn't completely grasp what just transpired, he understood a thing or two. He couldn't help but shiver as his body became cold. He recalled a particular legend, a legend regarding the Black Dragon King. This legend was still only speculation since future descendants couldn't verify it. Moreover, those who knew this legend were fewer than few, but he was among those rare individuals. He took a deep, calming breath and praised his own fortune for not opposing Li Qia. Boom! A moment later, young noble Pei Yu fell down from the sky. He was covered in blood and his entire chest was caved in. Li Qia's fist had crushed his chest. Crank-clack. The sound of bones snapping appeared. The young noble used an unbelievable method to restore his shattered chest cavity. Almost immediately, his chest was whole again. Indeed worthy of being a life king who had surpassed their life reduction. Such plentiful blood energy and strong vitality. This truly makes other people envious. Young age is indeed one's greatest asset. An older expert noticed that the young noble didn't even waste any energy to reform his chest and commented with envy. There were many people stronger than Pei Yu, especially virtuous paragons of the previous generation. However, to be able to easily recreate one's body like him without wasting any blood energy was simply wondrous. Little bastard, you have enraged me. The young noble couldn't help but growl. The first time when Li Qia broke his jaw could be attributed to his lack of caution. However, he used an emperor law earlier, yet Li Qia still struck him flying into the sky and shattered his chest. How could he withstand such humiliation? What was even more shameful was that he didn't understand what actually happened from start to finish. If Li Qia had supreme speed, then he could understand that. However, the perplexing part was that not only did Li Qia have superior speed, he could even move freely under the influence of his emperor law. His law simply couldn't impact Li Qia's movement. To the young noble, this was the same as meeting a ghost. Ever since he became accomplished in the Tao, this was the most bizarre thing he had encountered. Enraged you? Li Qia gently rubbed his fist and said, "You should thank the heavens that you are still alive because I chose to spare your life. You better use all of your abilities or I will end you with the next move. This is your last chance." Boom! The furious young noble's body erupted with a loud bang. At this second, it was as if he shouldered the heavens while as the stars became bright. From the firmament descended a boundless radiance that was completely focused on his body as if he was the destined prince of the heavens. Universal laws appeared one after another and imprinted themselves on his body, causing his body to seem like a piece of crystal or a crystallized being, very beautiful. Heavens will crystal physique. Someone exclaimed out loud after seeing the young noble's crystal-clear body. Eyes were opened wide as people scrutinized the young noble for a better look. Chapter 747, Heavens will crystal physique. Many cultivators in the distance were both nervous and scared after young noble Biyao activated his crystal physique. Heavens will crystal physique, the most powerful defense in this world, it's completely impenetrable. An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur with great envy. Any sect or cultivator would covet this art. An untouchable secret law, could anything in this world be better than this? It allowed for its user to stand undefeated so that they wouldn't be afraid of any enemy no matter how mighty they might be. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to witness the crystal physique with my own eyes. This trip was definitely not a waste. The younger generation also became excited and was overwhelmed with greed after seeing the young noble's crystal physique. After activating his art, the young noble looked at Wuxia in disdain. He was extremely confident that the moment he used this art, he would be unstoppable, and if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Wuxia, your turn. With great hubris, the young noble looked down at Wuxia from above and sneered, even if you cultivate the best law in this world, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Boom! After the young noble finished his remark, Wuxia unleashed another powerful fist on the young noble with extreme speed. However, the young noble stood there motionlessly without any harm. Even Wuxia's triple physiques couldn't break the young noble's defense. Without any virtuous paragons present, even a demon king couldn't see Wuxia's attack clearly. However, everyone could feel the power contained in his punch. It violently shook the earth, making it clear that very few could bear such a blow. Nevertheless, the young noble was unaffected as if he was an immovable god monarch. Nothing could deter him. You only have this meager power? The young noble finally regained some face after being beaten so badly by Wuxia earlier. Now, he finally won an exchange, thus he belittled Wuxia with an impetuous look. Since it took so much effort, he had to do a good job at humiliating Wuxia to wash away the shame from before. The young noble proudly laughed and told Wuxia, even if an ant like you musters all of your strength, you still wouldn't be able to harm even a single strand of my hair. It was no wonder why the young noble was so arrogant. He had complete confidence in his secret law. He had used it to fight Yi Qingqing before. Although he was not Yi Qingqing's match, Yi Qingqing couldn't break through his physique and injure him. Young noble Biyao even used the physique to fight against a virtuous paragon. The suppression of this mighty existence still couldn't hurt him. In his eyes, there was no one in this world that could break the heavens will crystal physique. In fact, he was not the only one with this belief. Even the crystallized sea sect and all the cultivators in the stone medicine world held this notion. Boom! Another heavy attack from Wuxia struck his head after he finished uttering those words. This attack was enough to destroy a star, but Biyao remained unharmed and unmoved. In this world, only the grand completion indestructible diamond physique can compare to the heavens will crystal physique. A great character commented after seeing Wuxia's powerful attack that failed to move the young noble. This left people wishing that they could also cultivate this secret law to become undefeatable. Is this the best you can do? The young noble sneered, take out your weapons, if you have any that is. Even an immortal emperor life treasure or true treasure is fine. Go ahead, use them on me. Otherwise, with your power, even if you hit me 1 or 10,000 times, it still wouldn't harm a hair of mine. If you use eggs to hit a rock, even 10,000 eggs wouldn't be able to hurt the rock. The young noble ignored all scruples because of his status and aggressively belittled Wuxia. This was his goal, after all. Only someone who trains the crystal physique would be able to challenge imperial weapons like this. Someone murmured. Everyone knew that imperial weapons were too much for the physical body to handle. However, Biyao had no fear today and challenged such weaponry. This was enough to show just how confident he was in his physique. It really is the heavens will crystal physique, the real deal. Li Qie was not angry at all from Pei Yu's provocation and lazily said, "So your true form is a focused steel gem, no wonder why you can cultivate the crystal physique to this level. Very few can compete when you have such a natural advantage." "Humph, so what?" Pei Yu scowled and proudly exclaimed, "Kneel and beg right now, or else I will tear you to pieces." It turned out that Pei Yu's original form was a focused steel gem. His original form was very close to immortal Emperor Jing Yu's, since the Emperor was an extremely rare crystallized jade that became enlightened in the Tao. The original forms of these two minerals were very similar. The gem was a very rare mineral. Moreover, a gem demon was even rarer. Because of this, the young noble was able to last 6 days and 6 nights with the crystal physique. Li Qie smiled and asked, "You really think I will kneel and beg? It's just a heaven's will crystal physique, do you really think you are unbeatable with it? Give it a try and find out if it is true or not." The young noble smirked and unleashed a finger strike that was akin to a meteor crossing the sky. It was extremely dazzling and overbearing. The crystal physique was unbeatable. The moment he used the power of the physique to attack, even a life king at the same level wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Li Qie didn't bother dodging. He powerfully swung his fist with an astonishing speed to meet the young noble's overbearing finger. Bang! The void shattered and created a hole after experiencing their heaven-defying exchange. It was very easy to understand the power of the two sides. Despite the powerful finger strike from the young noble, it couldn't move Li Qie. However, Li Qie couldn't deter the young noble either. Just what is the background of this Li Qie? Why is he also so powerful? A big character from the previous generation was dumbfounded at this display. From beginning to end, no one knew Li Qie's status and background since his attacks did not carry laws or any semblance of techniques. You are only relying on the virtue of your crystal physique. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly said, "It's unfortunate that you have met me. The crystal physique is nothing to me." Such big words. The young noble scowled, "Although my crystal physique might be nothing, it is enough to hold the world in disdain. It is unbreakable across the eons." The young noble's pride was overflowing after saying this. His words were indeed true, no one could break this physique across the ages. This was his power that allowed him to be fearless no matter who his opponent was. Even when many geniuses bowed their heads before Yi Qingsheng, the young noble remained fearless. Even if he couldn't compete for the heaven's will against Yi Qingsheng, he was still confident that Yi Qingsheng wouldn't be able to defeat his crystal physique. Unbreakable across the eons? Li Qie couldn't help but burst out in laughter after hearing this and proclaimed, "Very well, since you are so confident, I will break your confidence today. Let me break this legend as I shatter your heaven's will crystal physique." "With just you?" The young noble pointed at Li Qie and also laughed uncontrollably, almost to the point of tears. "Breaking the heavens will crystal physique? Ha ha ha." The young noble did not hold back and laughed unabashedly as if this was the best joke he had ever heard. Meanwhile, Li Qie did not become angry and remained leisurely standing there, waiting for the young noble to finish laughing. "I don't find it funny at all. It seems that my standards for comedy are too high." After the young noble finished laughing, Li Qie leisurely commented. In fact, upon hearing this, not only did the young noble laugh, many cultivators in the distance joined in as well. An older cultivator shook his head and smilingly said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Maybe Li Qie still doesn't know the true meaning of the crystal physique. Some among the laughing crowd were shaking their heads because this was the funniest joke they had heard. In their opinion, Li Qie didn't know his own limits. For millions of years, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. A junior like Li Qie declaring this was just wishful daydreaming. The young noble put away his smile and pointed at Li Qie with disdain before shouting, "You overestimate yourself, ignorant brat." The young noble smirked and leisurely continued, "Li Qie, do you not know how many people wanted to break the crystal physiques for generations? Do you know what kind of characters they were? I'm listening. Which immortal emperors wanted to break the heavens will crystal physique?" The young noble proudly replied, for tens of millions of years, no less than 10 immortal emperors wanted to break my crystallized sea's heavens will crystal physique. I won't bring up older emperors, but in recent times, immortal emperor Ta Kong and immortal emperor Yin Tian didn't manage to break it. Chapter 748, Battle. It was no wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Qie so badly. Even the spectators afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Qie was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior. This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all tried and failed to crack the crystal physique. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, so you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack? If you are so confident, then how about we make a bet? If I break your physique, then you will have to hand this secret law over to me. You won't even have a chance. No one in this world can break the crystallized sex physique. The young noble emphasized his point with a sneer. You never know, anything is possible. The always calm Li Qie leisurely said, so you don't dare to make the bet? Of course, if you are afraid, then forget it. It seems that you aren't confident in your crystal physique at all. Bullshit. The young noble couldn't help but curse after hearing such provocation. He sneered and said, just you alone want to break my crystal physique. In your dreams. Okay then, forget the bet since you are afraid. It's just a heavens will crystal physique, no big deal. Li Qie smiled and shook his head dismissively. Ignorant fool. The young noble sneered and said, a bet it is then. What do you bet? If I can't break your crystal physique, then you can kill me however you like. Li Qie said with a smile. The moment these words came out, the madam was aghast. This was because generation after generation, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. If the young master participated in this bet, then his loss was assured. She wanted to step out and stop her master, but she stopped herself and remained calm. She had this feeling, a baseless faith in her young master that he would be able to create a miracle. Your dog life is not enough to bet against the crystal physique of my sect. The young noble laughed and looked at Li Qie in disdain. Li Qie shook his head gently and said, a man cannot be so short-sighted. Perhaps my life is not worth anything, but I have many valuable items, such as king medicines, imperial medicines, and a supreme Tao of alchemy. This is quite a lot of treasures. After hearing this, the young noble had to take a second glance at Li Qie. He knew that Li Qie's life was reserved by someone else, but after hearing this, he was tempted all the same. Although the crystallized sea sect was an imperial lineage, it didn't have many achievements in the Tao of alchemy. It was not comparable to the Balian clan, let alone a behemoth like the alchemy kingdom. He had also heard of Li Qie's superb pill refinement skill. If he were able to obtain Li Qie's method, then it would be an unfathomable contribution and grand event for the crystallized sea sect. His name would be written down in its historical annals. Okay, a bet it is. The young noble sneered, eventually agreeing. He stated, get ready to throw in the towel. Today, I will completely defeat you. Even as the descendant of the sea sect, he was not qualified to bet his supreme crystal physique art to an outsider. However, due to his confidence, he felt that no one could break this physique, let alone Li Qie. This bet left many spectators puzzled, they all felt that it was too irrational. A heavenly king murmured, isn't this brat crazy? He actually dared to make a bet that is doomed from the start. There was also a genius demon monarch who sneered, having too much confidence is just ignorance and courting death. Even immortal emperors can't break it, let alone this Li Qie. Although many people in this world coveted the art, they all knew that breaking the physique was more difficult than becoming an immortal emperor. It was essentially impossible. Countless people who were more powerful had tried and failed, let alone them. An immortal emperor might be able to suppress the crystal physique, but they wouldn't be able to crack it using their own merit laws. Because of this, the crystal physique was also known as the world's impregnable defense. At this point, both the madam and Yuan Saihe looked at Li Qie with worry. They knew just how impossible this feat might be, but they couldn't change Li Qie's decision. Good, I like people who dare to gamble. Li Qie smiled and said, let me remind you to prepare carefully as I'm about to break your crystal physique. The young noble laughed mockingly and looked down at Li Qie to confidently say, bring it. I will stand still right here. You can attack as you please for 6 days and see if you can break it or not. Since the young noble's crystal physique could last for 6 days and 6 nights, he believed that he could receive any attack from Li Qie, including those from imperial true treasures. No need for 6 days, half a day is enough. Having said that, Li Qie rushed forward instantly. Meanwhile, the young noble only sneered. He didn't move at all, he only stood still. He planned to let Li Qie do as he pleased. No matter what Li Qie tried, the young noble would still be able to accept it. He could handle a paragon using an imperial weapon, so it was needless to mention Li Qie. Whoosh! However, Li Qie didn't attack just yet. He circled around the young noble at a rapidly increasing pace. At this time, he had activated the soaring immortal physique. In the beginning, the young noble and others could see Li Qie's figure, but the moment the true soaring physique activated, even the top heavenly kings at the scene were unable to keep up. Li Qie's shadow was as fast as light, almost beyond description. His soaring physique had reached minor completion, so with the current power of his physique at its limit, even a top heavenly king was far from being comparable to him regarding speed. What kind of speed is this? Many people were astonished after seeing such a display of speed. A demon king saw this scene and speculated, could this be an immortal physique? Perhaps this is the soaring immortal physique, only this physique could reach such an ultimate speed. This doesn't look like the characteristics of the soaring immortal physique though. A few knowledgeable big shots were attracted by Li Qie's speed as well and began to guess its origin. At this moment, very few people could see the special characteristic that belonged to Li Qie's soaring physique, especially when Li Qie mixed 3 physiques together. This created a new combination, causing the special characteristics of the 3 to change quite a bit. Perhaps it is the Ascension physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. Someone else speculated. The Ascension physique was the saint physique right below the soaring immortal physique. At grand completion, it also had amazing speed that few things in this world could compare to. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like the soaring immortal physique or the Ascension physique. A great demon monarch from the previous generation muttered, perhaps the junior is carrying a treasure that can instantly boost his speed. While the crowd was guessing the source of his speed, Li Qie became faster and faster. Eventually, his shadow could no longer be seen, there was only a halo that stretched around the young noble's body. Moreover, this halo became increasingly large and eventually encompassed the young noble completely. You must be dreaming to think that such a method can break my crystal physique. The young noble couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qie turn into a pulsing halo around him. To him, such a method had no offensive value, so there was no way it could break his physique. However, the moment these words came out, a very faint buzzing resounded. In an instant, Li Qie's speed had reached its utmost limit, surpassing even time itself. The halo that encircled the young noble suddenly lit up and covered the young noble's body in a very clear light. At this split second, it seemed that the young noble had jumped out of this space-time continuum. This entire process was extremely short, like a flash. No one could see this development clearly, not even the young noble. He felt as if he had escaped the regular space-time. Time had reversed by a second. With the reversal of this second, his crystal physique suddenly degraded. No wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Qie so badly. Even the spectators from afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Qie was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior. This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all failed trying to crack the crystal physique. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, "So you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack?" Chapter 749, Breaking the Crystal Physique, Pop. In this instant, no one could sense the 1-second reversal. The sound of ceramic shattering could be heard as time seemed to stop for 1 second. Although this was not what truly happened, everyone had this illusion. Once this illusion ended, the many people present returned from their absent-minded state and saw the young noble being blown away. By the time they could see Li Qie again, he was already clutching the young noble by the neck and had sealed him. Suddenly, the world turned silent as everyone's wide-open eyes ogled them. Their mouths were gaping as if they all wanted to cry out, but no sound came out. No one among the astounded crowd could believe their own eyes. Li Qie was able to break the crystal physique. No one could accept this because no one in this world should be able to break the crystal physique. Not even an immortal emperor was able to, yet Li Qie had done so. No one would believe such a tale. This can't be real. A person lost faith in his eyes and couldn't help but pinch himself ruthlessly. Once the pain came, they finally believed that this was neither an illusion nor a dream, this was reality. The impossible had happened in front of everyone. How can this be? To many of them, even witnessing the event personally was not enough to convince them, as it was simply too difficult to imagine. Even the madam and Yuan Saiha who were praying for a miracle couldn't believe when it truly occurred. This is too scary. Tai Yi paled at such a sight. He thought about many things in this split second and shivered fearfully. The crystal physique that was notorious for being unbreakable across the eons had been shattered. Even young noble Pei Yu, who was sealed by Li Qie and grasped by the neck, couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He gasped and uttered, There is no way. For the young noble, he would rather believe in dying pitifully at the hands of Li Qie. His crystal physique being shattered was even more shocking than his own death. To him and the Sea sect, the crystal physique must be indestructible. This was their eternal legend and supreme honor. But now, the physique had been shattered by Li Qie. This was akin to their supreme honor being trampled under Li Qie's foot. Such a blow to a descendant like young noble Pei Yu was even more agonizing than being killed. He couldn't handle such suffering. Li Qie smirked at the paled young noble and said, "Nothing is impossible, all shall eventually come to an end." No, this is impossible. You can't break the crystal physique. This can't be true. The young noble would rather die than have his sex legend be shattered. This end was too cruel for him. Unfortunately for you, I have broken your heavens will crystal physique. Li Qie smilingly said, as long as I keep at it, I can definitely find the method to crack it. In fact, ever since immortal Emperor Jing Yu created this physique, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, had paid attention to it. In an old era, the Dark Crow had also obtained this secret physique art of the crystallized Sea sect. At that time, he had pondered how to break it and tried out numerous approaches. He utilized the most supreme secret laws of both the deity and imperial levels to break the physique. He went as far as to let immortal emperors research this art in hopes of finding a solution. However, no matter what they came up with, it was still too difficult. It wasn't until later on, when Li Qie stumbled upon a very accidental opportunity, that he figured out a way to break this physique. When one used the soaring immortal physique to surround a crystal physique user at maximum speed, they would be able to surpass time itself. In this split second, the surrounding space would be reversed due to the momentum. In this split second of time reversal, the crystal physique would undergo a change back to its past state. The moment of this shift was when the physique was most vulnerable. Later on, Li Qie expanded on this particular solution. One would use the soaring physique to shift the crystal physique back to its weakest state, while another would use the void imperfection physique to penetrate its defense. The idea appeared to be very easy, but it was practically impossible. Even if an expert trained in the soaring immortal physique and another trained in the void imperfection physique, the two would not be able to cooperate, as the void user wouldn't be able to grasp the split second of time reversal. The only possible solution was for one person to cultivate both the soaring immortal physique and the void imperfect physique. However, anyone with common sense would know that a single cultivator could only have one physique. It was impossible for one to have two physiques. However, what was impossible for others had been accomplished by Wuxia. Today, he once again recreated this miracle and broke the legend. Ever since the beginning, when he saw Pei Yu's crystal physique, he was already tempted and wanted to personally give it a shot. After the first attempt, he was certain that the young noble cultivated a complete heaven's will secret law. This was something he wanted, resulting in the inception of this bet. The young noble was certain of victory and that he would be able to utterly defeat Wuxia. He didn't expect to be defeated. Their sex legend had been shattered on this day. The entire scene was silent at this moment as everyone stared in a daze. After a while, they finally began to accept this impossible notion as the truth. You know demonic arts, evil arts. Eventually, the young noble couldn't help but exclaim, "You used an evil art to break my heaven's will crystal physique." Even at this time, he couldn't accept the reality of the destroyed legend. In fact, many spectators were silent at this time and wanted to know the answer. Just what method or secret law did Wuxia use to break the crystal physique? Their curiosity was ravaging their minds. "Whatever you say." Wuxia smirked and said, "It's not important, the important thing is that you have lost. According to our agreement, you have to hand over the incantation law for the crystal physique." "Kill me." The young noble laughed pitifully. He was covered in blood, but these wounds were insignificant to him. Nothing was heavier than the pain in his heart. He cried and said, "I will pay with my life. There is no merit law, you can have my life instead." He was lost in despair. He was already unable to bear the physique's defeat, so he would rather die than to let Wuxia have their crystal physique. Even if Wuxia tore him into pieces, it would be a better end for him than handing over the physique law. For the young noble, this physique law was the most supreme art of their sect. It wasn't allowed to be given away to just anyone. As the descendant, he had a responsibility to protect the physique. Even if he died miserably and could never enter the reincarnation cycle, he still wouldn't hand the physique law over. Wuxia leered at the young noble and said, "It seems that you have no intention of handing it over." The young noble smiled pitifully and responded, "That's right, no physique law, only my life. You can do as you please, but I will never surrender the crystal physique." Countless people held their breaths while watching this scene. Who wouldn't be moved by the crystal physique? To deny it would be spewing out lies. So now, many were hoping that he would hand over the physique law. If this physique law were to be leaked, then other sects and lineages would have a chance to obtain it as well. "You must act in accordance to our bet." Wuxia grinned and said, "If you won't hand it over, then I won't be so polite anymore. Don't blame me for being ruthless, since you are the one to violate the bet. Kill me if you dare." The young noble shouted austerely, "Don't even dream about the crystal physique." He only wished for death at this moment. Death was not something to be afraid of, it was more like sweet relief. "I am someone who never needs to dream for something." Wuxia revealed a smile and said, "You had agreed, so now, the crystal physique belongs to me. I am a man of my word." Having said that, universal laws appeared on Wuxia's palm. They locked the area around young noble Pei Yu's forehead. His mind was opened along with his sea of memories at this time. Clank. Wuxia's mind also opened and shot out a ray of light. It instantly suppressed a particular law inside the young noble's sea of memories, the law that was related to the crystal physique. No, the young noble realized what Wuxia wanted to do and couldn't help but scream. Wuxia was trying to take the crystal physique law from his memories. However, the outcome was not up to him to decide. In the blink of an eye, Li Qia's hand turned into a supreme law that clasped the law inside the young noble's sea of memories at lightning speed. He wanted to forcefully obtain it from the young noble's memories. Boom! The moment Li Qia grabbed the crystal physique law, a forbidden seal emerged. In this split moment, not only did the countless universal laws of the crystal physique explode, even the young noble's entire sea of memories was annihilated. His entire mind was blown to smithereens. It was needless to mention the young noble, his body turned into a bloody mist. Due to this powerful blast, Li Qia was blown flying as well. His body was covered in blood, not just with the young noble's blood, but also his own. This was a forbidden seal. The descendants and great characters of many sects all had this type of powerful seal because they were afraid that if they were to be defeated one day, the victor would forcibly take their sect secrets or laws. If this circumstance occurred, the seal would immediately blow up and destroy all things. No one would be able to obtain the secrets inside. Li Qia was blown away and was quite injured, but he didn't care about these trivial things. In his hand was a strand of a law. The moment the explosion occurred, he was able to force out this physique law from the young noble's sea of memories. Chapter 750, Expanse King. Even if it was only one section of the physique law, it was enough for Li Qia. At this time, his eyes blazed as his heavenly gaze activated to derive this universal law. Although it was just a single strand, it was created from countless intertwined runes. Every magical rune was in pairs, and these pairs twisted together to eventually form this law. Just this one strand was as vast as an ocean. The mantras inside were floating with incomparable profundity. Despite it being a short law, it was just as mystical as an unparalleled merit law. Under his Tao derivation and calculations with his heavenly gaze, the entire law was imprinted in his mind. This imprinted seal eventually turned into an endless chapter inside his head. It contained mantras just like the will of the heavens or the cosmos of the 9 heavens. It poured down, seemingly wanting to cover his entire sea of memories. Heaven's Will Crystal Physique. A complete physique law created by immortal Emperor Jingyu finally appeared inside Li Qia's mind. Back when he was the Dark Crow, he had already obtained the complete version and researched it for several generations. It could be said that outside of the Creator himself, no one in this world had a deeper understanding of this physique than himself. Later on during his hibernation, he erased this section from his memories. Today, he finally obtained a part of it. With just this single strand of law, he was able to derive the profundities within and retrieve the memories of the past. To Li Qia, the bet was just to be more thorough. He understood that even the threat of death would not make the young noble hand over the physique law. Of course, if the young noble had been willing, then nothing could have been better. However, his lack of compliance was fine as well. Li Qiya only wanted the moral high ground to own the physique. Since the young noble lost the bet, even if the Sea sect later came to demand it be returned, righteousness would be on his side. Fortunately for him, he was able to derive the law just in time. The moment his memories of the physique appeared again, the strand of law in his hand slowly dissipated. The young noble died after his body was turned into a bloody mist. After losing the support of his true fate, this strand of law very quickly lost the power of the Tao, so it dissipated a few moments later. Heaven's Will Crystal Physique. Li Qiya grew intoxicated by the profoundness of the Grand Tao. Such a supreme secret law was extremely enchanting and craved by all. During his immersion, danger suddenly came for him once more. This danger was completely silent, there were no signs, the assailant only quickly attacked from behind. In this moment, Li Qiya's intuition warned him, so he dashed away at a supreme speed. However, with a bang, his back was still struck, causing him to go flying. Be careful, the madam and Yuan Saiha were frightened. However, it was all too late. This ambusher was much stronger than them. Li Qiya, who was blown towards the horizon, immediately stabilized his body and coldly glared at the ambusher. At this point, an old man emerged from within the clouds. An aura of water appeared alongside his figure. This person was a great character from the demon race. He had a human body and a fish head adorned with a crown. Although this old man was quite aged, he still had an oppressive aura. The moment he emerged from within the clouds in the entire area were swept away completely. It seemed as if there was a boundless ocean floating right behind his back. It was as if wherever he went, the area around him would become an endless ocean. Expanse King. A few spectators gasped in horror after seeing this old man coming out of nowhere. The old man came down from the clouds and uttered in a deep tone, "Junior, I admit that you have a little bit of skill." Each word of his was like a hammer smashing into the heart of others. At this time, he was not hiding anything. A virtuous paragon's aura swept through the world like a flood. The attack of a paragon was indeed extraordinary. However, his ambush still didn't kill Wuxia, startling him quite a bit. The Expanse King is a real master. He has ruled over the Expanse for almost 10,000 years without any dissension. Even heavenly kings took deep breaths after seeing the appearance of a virtuous paragon of this caliber. Worthy of being the most amazing genius from the Expanse in the past. After holding on for so long, he finally stepped into the realm of paragons after the end of the difficult Tao era to become an early era paragon. Among the experts of the older generation, a character who was from the same generation as the Expanse King gently sighed. The Expanse King was an enlightened fish. That year when he got on land from the Expanse, he revealed extremely frightening talents. It could be said that becoming a heavenly king during the difficult Tao era was harder than reaching the heavens, let alone a virtuous paragon. The Expanse King became one of the most powerful heavenly kings at that time and controlled a vast ocean. Eventually, he was able to become an early era paragon. I am very curious. I don't recognize a nobody like you, so why did you ambush me? There has to be a reason. At this time, a gruesome wound could be found on Wuxia's back. However, due to his mighty physique, this wound quickly closed. I have no grievance against you. The Expanse King's fish head was particularly ugly, especially when he grinned. His smiling figure caused all the spectators to be creeped out. He coldly smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you have offended someone you shouldn't have." He leered at Wuxia and stated, "If you confess your wrongs and prostrate before the white-hair alchemy god's door right now, I will spare your life." After hearing this, not only Wuxia but all the experts from afar understood what was going on. So the Expanse King was doing this for the white-hair alchemist. The status of the Expanse King far exceeded ordinary kings and sect masters. As a virtuous paragon, it was difficult for a junior to obtain his assistance. However, since the start of his cultivation, it had been 10,000 years. He was old and needed longevity medicines to supplement his withering lifespan. Who in this world had better longevity medicines than the white-hair alchemist? Because of this, it was not strange for the Expanse King to assist the alchemist. With one word, countless characters from the older generation would help the alchemist achieve his goal. Wuxia smirked and replied, "And if I say no?" The Expanse King dryly answered, "If you don't prostrate before the alchemist's door, then this king will personally take action and let you suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps I will bring your head to the alchemist as a present." Wuxia couldn't help but smile and leisurely say, "Although I don't know who the hell this alchemist is, since his dog wants to bite me, I won't hold back. Thing not knowing life from death, cease your resistance." The Expanse King's expression sank. In the blink of an eye, he casually raised his hand, causing the sky to darken as he caught a star. This was a treasure that aimed to suck Wuxia inside. Not good, it is the Expanse net. Many spectators were astounded to see this treasure being sent down. Many experts who knew the origin of the Expanse King's treasure became wary. It turned out that his treasure was called the Expanse net. Rumor has it that this net was refined from the evil mist of the vast sea. People also said that the moment this net was cast, powerful cultivators were like doomed butterflies stuck in a spider web. Is that so? Wuxia's eyes became fierce the moment this net came down. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not try to run from this net and instead shouted, "Kill!" With that, another treasure came rushing out. With a loud bang that caused the earth to shake and the celestials to lose their brilliance, an old bell came out and turned into a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to have come from the ancient past, eternal. This mountain soared through the sky and shattered the void. With such power, even the expanse net was instantly shattered. It couldn't bear even one blow. Declivity Mountain Bell, a supreme treasure that was mysterious and archaic, it was comparable to a true treasure of an immortal emperor. When it came out, even the world would tremble in fear. Is that an immortal emperor true treasure? The faraway spectators quivered in horror as well after this treasure came out. Its power was too great, suffocating even heavenly kings. However, knowledgeable experts knew that this was not a true treasure because its emergence did not carry the aura of an immortal emperor as one would expect. Not good. The Expanse King was horrified the moment the mountain destroyed the net. This all happened too quickly so he couldn't react in time. With endless blood energy from his moving life wheel along with the yin-yang sea of blood, Li Qia was able to power the mountain bell. One could easily imagine how mighty its power was. Its attack could even shake the strongest attack of any immortal emperor true treasure. In this moment of life and death, the Expanse King released endless Tao laws and summoned treasure after treasure to block this attack. However, without an imperial life treasure or true treasure in his hand, his powerful treasures couldn't compare to the mountain bell. With explosions, the treasures all shattered. The Expanse King couldn't escape in time, and his blood gushed out due to the attack. With a miserable howl, the king was slammed by the bell, splattering his flesh everywhere. Chapter 751, Dark Serpent. Nevertheless, the Expanse King was still a paragon even though he was only at the early era level. After his scream, although his body was destroyed by the mountain bell, his head was still intact. There were terrifying cracks on his head, making it seem as if it would split apart at any moment, but he was still holding on. For a paragon, as long as his true fate was still there, he wouldn't be able to die. The head tried to turn around and escape. If he remained with such a grievous injury, he would definitely die in this place. Where can you run to? Li Qia's speed instantly reached its zenith and quickly caught up to the king's head. An early-era paragon was not as fast as the soaring immortal physique of Li Qia, not to mention that the paragon was seriously injured. Pop! His head received a heavy blow from Li Qia. Even if he was stronger, the already cracked head released all of its contents due to the blow from the hell-suppressing godly physique. Chunks of his brain splattered everywhere. Moreover, his head was crushed by Li Qia's foot, but he was still alive. Junior, don't go too far. The Expanse King was already basically half dead. He couldn't help but quiver inside. Never would he expect a paragon like him to end up in this tragic state so quickly. He was full of regrets. If he knew that Li Qia had such an invincible treasure, he wouldn't have been so bold. The spectators from afar were shaken as well. Although no one could recognize the mountain bell, it was still a terrifying artifact even if it wasn't an imperial true treasure. Someone murmured, "No wonder why he can act so arrogantly." So he had this powerful treasure as his ace. Even descendants of imperial lineages wouldn't necessarily have true treasures of the emperor level, let alone a sect less junior. No matter who they might be, including ordinary paragons, they would be very wary of an imperial true treasure or something of the same level. Unless they had a similar weapon, even a paragon might not have a great advantage in a direct confrontation. Although the Expanse King was a paragon, he was only a new early-era paragon. In the beginning, he was too careless and thought that he could easily capture Li Qia. He didn't think that Li Qia would start with an emperor-level weapon and directly blow him into pieces. Too far? Li Qia cheerfully said, "I like to hear these words the most. Since you said that I have gone too far, very well, I will give you a chance right now. Hand over all of your treasures, then hang your head from the highest peak of Alchemy City. Only then will I spare your life." If not, I will stamp your dog head, no, fish head into paste. Little bastard, go to hell. The Expanse King was still a king and a paragon after all. How could he suffer such humiliation? In this instant, his head cracked open and his Tao foundation erupted. His true fate began to blaze. He wanted to self-destruct and take Li Qie along with him. Boom! A thunderous detonation occurred. When a paragon blew up his own Tao foundation and true fate, the generated force had absolute power. Due to the blast, everything within the radius of 1,000 miles was shattered like glass. A dreadful black hole appeared and the fabric of spacetime became chaotic, especially where Li Qie stood. Everything here could be crushed into nothingness. Pop! Unfortunately for the king, 5 bronze doors appeared around Li Qie amidst this terrifying blast. The Pentagate protected him and blocked this terrifying explosion. The self-destruction of a paragon caused a fallout that swept through 10,000 miles. Many spectators in the distance were blown away by the aftermath since they couldn't resist such a force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ground suddenly split. A huge shadow crawled up from the ground. This was a huge monster. So, the thing that rushed out from the ground opened its mouth to spew out an endless amount of poisonous mist that completely shrouded the area. Moreover, Li Qie was the target, so he was immediately drowned within. Dark Serpent. A demon king cried out from the distance. He used his fastest speed to run away after getting a good look at this huge creature that appeared from the ground. Dark Serpent, not good. Yuan Saiha was startled after seeing the poisonous mist everywhere. She brought the madam back into their courtyard. At this time, a particular fragrance that was being emitted from the trees inside the yard formed a barrier of air to protect them from the mist. There were many spirit trees and treasure medicines in this yard. Some were recently planted by Li Qie and Yuan Saiha. At this time, the spirit tree that was preventing this poisonous mist from approaching was planted by Yuan Saiha. The vast quantities of poisonous mist quickly spread throughout the area. Many people in the distance reacted quickly enough to run away. However, there were also those who couldn't do so in time and were flooded by the mist. They immediately fell to the ground and twitched for a while before their bodies turned black and stiff. Such strong poison. Madame Ziyan was astonished after seeing this. Normally, ordinary poisons were not effective against cultivators. Yuan Saiha explained, the poison of a dark serpent is not immediately fatal, but once it invades the body, the whole body will become stiff in an instant. Their blood energy would be sealed so the victim wouldn't be able to move. Even a heavenly king would not be able to escape. Without taking the antidote within 6 hours, death would be assured as the body slowly melts into a black liquid. She was very knowledgeable about spirit medicines, and as a prodigy, she also knew about poisonous creatures. Where did this dark serpent come from? The experts who were able to run far away were frightened as they looked back at the spreading mist. This extremely powerful poison could corrode one's true fate and destroy their fate palaces. Not even heavenly kings could resist it. An alchemy saint at the scene quivered and said, "This doesn't make any sense. Dark serpents dwell in the wet depths of darkness. This place is too dry, so it shouldn't have any dark serpents." Although he did not say it explicitly, the implication was crystal clear. So, at the center of the poisonous mist with howling winds, the dark serpent jumped up and opened its mouth to spew out even more mist towards its target, Li Qie. However, as this mist covered the sky, Li Qie was not afraid at all. He shifted his body around in the mist to avoid the serpent's attack. Many spectators at a safe distance noticed that the serpent was only attacking Li Qie and looked at each other. The wily experts immediately knew that this was not so simple. Someone was using the dark serpent to attack Li Qie. This brat is so scary. He just killed an early era paragon and isn't afraid of the dark serpent's poison. An alchemist said, "I heard that Li Qie's Tao of alchemy is incredible as well. If this is true, then it is not strange for him to be able to resist the poison." In fact, Li Qie was not relying on the Tao of alchemy to repel this poison. He had medicines of the immortal level, so how could this serpent's poison do anything to him? Eventually, after escaping the serpent's attacks, Li Qie circled around its head and suddenly unleashed dozens of needles that penetrated its skull. After being struck by the needles, it suddenly stopped as if petrified. "Back to where you came." Li Qie shouted a mantra. With a boom, the dark serpent seemed to have received the command and immediately crawled back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. "What is that?" A cultivator in the horizon was puzzled by how Li Qie was able to control the serpent. An alchemist was shocked after seeing this scene and shouted, "Insect mastery skill." After hearing this, someone who was pale from fear stated, "Don't tell me that Li Qie is a disciple of the insect swarm valley? Only they know how to control poisonous creatures." The alchemy saint shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. This world is vast, so the insect swarm valley is not the only place that knows how to control poisonous creatures. In fact, this is part of the Tao of alchemy, but very few people are adept at this art. The insect swarm valley were masters of controlling poisonous creatures. Till this day, its name instilled fear in whoever heard of them." At this time, a loud bang could be heard from the horizon. After hearing this, people instantly looked towards that direction. Some activated their heavenly gazes and mirrors to have a better look. Inside Alchemy City, the dark serpent suddenly came out from the ground and commenced its attack. Its large whip-like tail fiercely swung everywhere like a huge mountain range tumbling around. The dark serpent was attacking a mansion. A cry came out from inside as a treasure fly out to stop the onslaught. "You dare?" Bang! Bang! The dark serpent seemed to be mad. Not only did it use its huge body as a weapon, it also spewed out poisonous mist. "Go!" The person in the mansion clearly didn't want to fight against the serpent. With a shout, the entire mansion hovered up from the ground and flew out of Alchemy City. That is Chao Guiao's abode, a mansion from a monarch of the Alchemy Kingdom. After Chao Guiao came, it was handed over to him. A person movingly uttered after seeing the serpent attacking the owner. After knowing who the serpent attacked, many people began to wonder. At this moment it was clear as to who had controlled the dark serpent. This sudden development that occurred in Alchemy City attracted the attention of many parties, especially when Chao Guiao's mansion flew out from Alchemy City while the huge dark serpent gave chase right after it. Many experts and alchemists were quite alarmed and followed right behind them to find out what was going on. "Li Qie, what are you trying to do?" The mansion's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it stopped 1,000 miles away from Li Qie. Chao Guiao was currently seated in a high pavilion of the mansion. His eyes were fierce when he shouted at Li Qie. "What am I trying to do?" Li Qie looked at Chao Guiao and narrowed his eyes to smilingly say, "Nothing, I only allowed this beast to return and find its master. It seems that it has found him." "What venomous slander!" Chao Guiao shouted, "Everyone here saw that you controlled this serpent to attack me. Do not change black to white and right to wrong." Chapter 752, Alchemy Tao of Wood Mastery. Although Chao Guiao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch knew that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Qie smiled and said, "Whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first." Li Qie knew, very well, who used the serpent to attack him. There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of. One of them must die. Boom! Boom! The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more, enveloping Chao Guiao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open. There was more than just Chao Guiao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. Excess waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes. In the end, the state of Chao was still an alchemy lineage that had had an alchemy emperor, so their disciples were quite capable when it came to dissolving something like the poison of the dark serpent. The beast seemed to be enraged. The moment its poisonous mist was dispelled, it let out a loud hiss and slammed its huge tail down. A wild storm immediately assaulted the mansion. Boom! 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 Even though the mansion had a powerful defensive barrier, many buildings were still shattered from the onslaught of the serpent. Some disciples were even blown away while spurting blood. Chao Guiyao had an unsightly countenance as he shouted, "Stop, damned beast!" The moment he gave the order, the 4 divine steel demons quickly soared out at lightning speed. Whoosh! The 4 swift demons used their arms that were as sharp as blades to slash multiple times in the blink of an eye. The moment they came back to Chao Guiyao's side, blood erupted out like a spring. The huge serpent came crashing down like a mountain. Its huge body was severed into several sections that fell to the ground like huge boulders, staining the ground with its blood. The divine steel demons are so strong. Many people shivered after seeing the demons dispatching the serpent so quickly. I heard that they rampaged across the stone realm for some time before eventually being tamed by Chao Guiyao. It seems that they are indeed powerful. It's no wonder that so many experts died to them. An alchemist frightenedly stated after seeing the might of the demons. Chao Guiyao was not happy at this moment. He was not willing to send out the kill order for the serpent as it wasn't easy to find a dark serpent like this. It used to be one of his most useful assistants, but he couldn't do anything else in this situation. Li Chia, not only did you falsely accuse me, but you also used the serpent to attack my country's disciple. I will exact vengeance for this, declared Chao Guiyao, who was sitting up high in his pavilion. Is that so? Li Chia was unaffected as he smilingly said, "What kind of vengeance? Capturing me alive or hacking me into pieces?" Of course, capturing me alive is more useful for you, wouldn't you say? The confrontation between the two was quite well received by the spectators who were watching for their own enjoyment. However, a few great characters knew that this was not as simple as it looked. In fact, any discerning person could tell that Chao Guiyao used the serpent to ambush Li Chia. However, many cultivators and lineages would have to rely on Chao Guiyao eventually, so no one wanted to reveal such a thing. Chao Guiyao glared at Li Chia and coldly said, "If you obediently submit, then I will spare your life." Li Chia returned an enigmatic smile and replied, "Submit? I don't have such a habit to give up before the fight even starts. What if I don't submit? Are you going to come over and force me?" Chao Guiyao's expression became cold as he answered, "If you stay unrepentant till death and remain insensible, then don't blame me. I will let you see what is called the Tao of alchemy so that a frog at the bottom of a well like you will know that it is not limited to just pill refinement and growing grasses." Having said that, he stood up and spewed out an incantation. A green light hovered around his body with the emergence of universal laws. Grasses crawled out from below his feet along with blossoming spirit flowers. The ground where he stood seemed to have turned into a garden or a field of alchemy. His body was full of vitality and life. It seemed that all the plants and trees in this area accepted Chao Guiyao's summon. Their majestic life forces poured into his body like a flood. By controlling the aura and pulsating energy of the vegetation in the surrounding area, Chao Guiyao was able to borrow their power. Many people were surprised to see Chao Guiyao's current state. Although no one knew what he wanted to do, they could feel the fluctuation of power in the air. Borrowing the power of the plant life in the entire garden was unbelievable. This is a technique for legendary alchemists. Legend states that this type of alchemist has several different techniques, and one of them is wood mastery. A powerful alchemist murmured, "At a certain level, an alchemist will become infinitely close to all existences in nature and can borrow their power." Inside the courtyard, Yuan Saiha was also convinced and nodded her head to say, Chao Guiyao is indeed an incredible legendary alchemist. Although he doesn't know how to cultivate medicines and only knows pill refinement and fire control, he is already very amazing for being able to do this with wood mastery. Yuan Saihe was the voice of authority in this regard. In contemporary times, she was the #1 figure in plant cultivation and was closer to plant life than anyone else. Very few people could compare to her regarding wood mastery. All of these trees emitted the power of nature since their roots were deep underground and were empowered by the blessing of the boundless earth. It was one thing if it was only 1 or 2 trees, but there were several hundred or maybe even 1,000 gigantic trees, forming an army of giants. Just imagine, each of these trees could cross over a mountain. Just how mighty and terrifying was this force? Even a heavenly king would fear encountering such a legion. Alchemists can also be like this. I've never heard of such a thing. One of the spectators couldn't believe their own eyes. In the minds of many people, alchemists were not good at fighting and were not willing to fight, at least with force. However, Chao Guiyao's display today overturned their views regarding alchemists. No one would have thought that alchemists had such a heaven-defying method. An alchemy saint with white hair enviously stated, "Only legendary alchemists are capable of grasping this kind of technique to control an army of wooden giants." Perhaps Chao Guiyao is already a peak legendary alchemist. Alchemy emperors were at the apex while legendary alchemists reigned second. Of course, in the current generation of the stone medicine world, the number of legendary alchemists could be counted on one's hand. Many alchemists couldn't reach this level, but Chao Guiyao was already there at such a young age. Moreover, he was able to summon this powerful legion, causing many older alchemists to be lost in admiration. It was not an exaggeration when people proclaimed him as one of the 4 prodigies. So legendary alchemists can have such a technique. Then what will they be able to do if they become alchemy emperors? An experienced demon monarch was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Another alchemy saint explained, "Needless to say about alchemy emperors. Legendary alchemists already never have to personally take action. When faced with any adversity, there would always be a large group of experts willing to work for them. Because of this, the world rarely has the chance to witness their techniques." Although Chao Guiyao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch understood that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiyao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Qie smiled and said, "Whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first." Li Qie knew, very well, who used the serpent to attack him. There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of. One of them must die. Boom! Boom! The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more along with Chao Guiyao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open. There was more than just Chao Guiyao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. Excess waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes. Chapter 753, Tiny Vine turning into a giant. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, a single word was enough to cause countless people to gather. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qie. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. Li Chia, out of consideration for a fellow alchemist, it is not too late to surrender. While controlling the legion, Chao Guiyao coldly leered at Li Chia. He had an imperious expression as if he was the ruler of this land. Life and death would be decided by him. He wanted to capture Li Chia alive for his supreme Tao of alchemy. For common items, there were plenty of young geniuses and sects willing to satisfy him. However, he didn't want to ask someone else for help in this matter because he did not trust others. Due to this, he didn't mind personally taking action despite being a legendary alchemist. Li Chia looked around at the giant trees that surrounded him and smilingly said, "You think this army of trees can force me to submit?" Chao Guiyao laughed and said, "Li Chia, I know you have an extraordinary treasure, but don't forget, with one word, many powerful sects will besiege you. Countless powerful experts will be willing to push you to the edge. However, because we are both alchemists, I personally took action today and acted according to the ways of an alchemist to deal with you. Be smart and give up, or else there will be no place left for you in the stone medicine world." What a meaningless threat. Li Chia smiled and said, "Since you want to use the methods of an alchemist, I'll let you see what real wood mastery is." Having said that, his body began to emit an endless light that made him seem like a green ocean. Behind this green ocean were divine trees that sealed the heavens. There were ancient trees forming their own worlds as dazzling immortal grasses began to grow. His body was empowered with endless life, especially when the tree of life inside his fate palace appeared. He seemed to have become the entire world, as if all plant creatures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were awakened by Li Chia's unbelievably vast life source. "Since you want to compete in the Tao of alchemy, I'll show you." With a laugh, Li Chia's life force turned into endless universal laws that intertwined to form a heavenly chapter. It was incredibly grand and unfathomable. This is, Yuan Saiha was shaken after seeing a heavenly chapter of this level. It was too profound and mystical. Despite being one of the 4 prodigies, she couldn't find any clues at all to this heavenly chapter. However, the moment she saw the cover, she immediately understood that this was the key to opening the world of the Tao of alchemy. This chapter was created by the profundities within the alchemy god's grand canon. These were the laws of the 9 worlds Tao of alchemy, its beginning. ZZZ. Inside the chapter, a mysterious light fell down and turned into a tiny vine. Boom! In the blink of an eye, peaks were blown apart. This tiny vine grew larger at an astonishing rate. It quickly reached the high firmament as if it was the true favored child of this earth. All the life force in this area was focused in its body. Rumble. The vine branch turned into a gigantic monster that covered the entire sky. In just a split second, waterfalls began to pour down from above. It seemed to have become the ruler of this region as its most powerful existence. The crowd was astounded, their mouths wide open as they stood there in a daze. To them, this was simply a miracle. Compared to such a monstrosity, the wooden army of Chao Guiyao seemed to be insignificant. How is this possible? The alchemy saint exclaimed in horror, "One thought to become a god, this is something only an alchemy emperor can do, but he isn't one. It's just simple wood mastery of the alchemy Tao." Li Chia looked at Chao Guiyao and dismissively said, "This is no big deal, it's only a minor art that uses the life force of the heaven and earth to create life under one's control. In the end, it is still only an external Tao, using it often will harm the heavenly order and the Tao laws." Such words made many alchemists here want to vomit blood. They were all shamed and were on the verge of committing suicide. Nearly all of them strived for this level. Wood mastery was something every alchemist had thoughts of, but in the mouth of Li Chia, it had become a minor art. If this was a minor art, then what could be considered a grand art? After he finished his statement, the vine giant slammed downward. With an explosion that illuminated the sky, all the huge trees that were surrounding Li Chia were instantly blown away. It also dispelled the Tao laws that Chao Guiyao imprinted on these trees. They began to shrink as their life force dispersed. Eventually, they assumed their original form as if nothing had happened. Chao Guiyao paled and understood that Li Qia's Tao of alchemy was even more profound than his. This left him with both fear and hate. Moreover, it made the greed in his heart grow even more rampant. If Li Qia had a better Tao of alchemy, then this meant that his law was a priceless treasure. If he could obtain such a law, then he could absolutely become the present-day alchemy emperor. Good, Li Qia, you are quite amazing. Chao Guiyao thought of something and looked at Li Qia to say in a serious manner, I am not your equal regarding wood mastery. These words came as a surprise to many people. Who was Chao Guiyao? He was one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, the inheritor of the state of Chao. He would be a shining star no matter where he went. Many geniuses would have to be wary of him, but such an arrogant person today had bowed his head and accepted defeat. No one expected such a thing. Chao Guiyao gravely continued, wood mastery is not my forte. Li Qia, since you are an unparalleled alchemy genius, do you dare to compete with me once more? Despite his arrogance, he was also quite witty. While accepting his loss, he also praised Li Qia. Any other alchemist would enjoy such vanity because Chao Guiyao was a well-known alchemist. No one could resist such flattery. Logically, I shouldn't fall for such a low-level bait. Li Qia smiled and said, however, it is not easy for you to bow your head. Very well, I'll play along with you since killing all day is becoming dull. The instant Li Qia withdrew his alchemy law, the vast life force disappeared from the sky and returned to the earth. Meanwhile, the vine also became smaller and reverted to its original shape. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this little vine had turned into a gigantic branch that covered the entire sky. Many cultivators present, especially the alchemists, were incredibly envious and wondered when they could reach such a level. Li Qia lazily glanced at Chao Guiyao and said, okay, what other tricks do you have? It is time to use them all. Chao Guiyao took a deep breath and deepened his voice to say, the mysteries of the Tao of alchemy has myriad ways such as plant cultivation, pill refinement, and insect and monster mastery. How about we compete in insect mastery? Insect mastery? Li Qia had a smirk on his face as he rubbed his chin to leisurely reply, this isn't child's play. If one isn't careful, the outcome will be deadly. Chao Guiyao leered at him and stated, leave it to fate. If one of us dies here, then we can only blame it on our own lack of skill. No regrets, do you dare to take me on? At this point, all eyes fell upon Li Qia. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, countless people would be willing to work for them with just one word. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qia. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. Chapter 754, Moonplucking Iraq. It was no secret that Chao Guiyao was adept at insect mastery. Someone once said that outside of those at the insect swarm valley, no one in this world was more skilled in insect mastery than him. Competing in an unfamiliar area instead of one's specialty is unwise. An older alchemist couldn't help but murmur after hearing Chao Guiyao's challenge. The power of Li Qia's wood mastery was as clear as day. It was extremely powerful. Anyone would be lost in awe, and Chao Guiyao had no way of comparing with him. But now, if Li Qia wanted to forego his advantage in wood mastery and compete with insect mastery instead, he would be put at a great disadvantage. Li Qia seemed to be enjoying things as he said, it seems that you are very confident in your insect mastery. Since that is so, what will you bet to challenge me? My life. Chao Guiyao stood above his pavilion and laughed proudly to say, my life is more precious than any treasure in this world. My life can handle any bet. These words were spoken with complete confidence and pride. It was not strange for him to have such an attitude. As one of the 4 prodigies and the one most well-versed in pill refinement, his life was indeed valuable, a unique treasure in the eyes of many. Quite a lot of spectators were aghast at such a huge gamble. He was putting his life on the line. It was just as he said, his life was more valuable than anything else. This was no longer a simple bet. Betting your life for mine? Li Qie smiled and glanced at Chao Guiyao to lazily say, I am not looking down on you, but my life is more precious than yours. Chao Guiyao snorted as a response, but he did not become angry. He coldly said, I am a merciful person and do not wish to take your life. My demand is very simple. Should you lose, just hand over the secret manual of your Tao of Alchemy. His words were even more pleasant than a melody. From the beginning, he came for Li Qie's alchemy manual. Of course, if there was a chance to kill Li Qie, he wouldn't let it go for anything. To him, Li Qie was his strongest opponent on the Tao of Alchemy. Li Qie was no weaker than the white-hair alchemist. Many big shots that were watching from afar felt their hearts beating faster. They had heard rumors of Li Qie's Tao of Alchemy before, but the majority of them hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But it was different now. Right after seeing Li Qie's wood mastery, it would be a lie to say if these big shots were not tempted by his Tao. Any lineage that could obtain his Tao of Alchemy would perhaps be able to train disciples just like the 4 prodigies. They also recognized that since the very beginning, Chao Guiyao came for Li Qie's Tao of Alchemy. It was no wonder why he started with an ambush from the Dark Serpent. This was because he didn't want to kill Li Qie outright, he wanted to capture him instead. Okay, it doesn't matter if you are here for my life or for my alchemy manual. Li Qie smiled and said while rubbing his palms together, I have not played this game in a very long time, so I'll entertain you. You can start first so that when you die, you can't blame me for not giving you a chance. Good, since you are so kind, I will gladly oblige. Chao Guiyao let out a carefree laugh, but he was sneering in his mind. He excelled at insect and poison mastery. Moreover, he had cultivated for a very long time in these aspects and groomed many insects. He came prepared. Even if Li Qie's Tao of Alchemy was peerless, how could Li Qie compete with him without sufficient preparations? Chao Guiyao took out an old urn. The moment it was opened, a very large spider came out from inside and squatted on the ground like a mound. It was covered in green, steel hair. Its eyes emitted an awe-inspiring glow, and its terrorizing pair of fangs seemed to be able to bite through anything and erode everything. Moon-plucking Arak. A few powerful cultivators quivered upon seeing this huge spider. A knowledgeable alchemist from the previous generation was aghast as he called out its origin. A moon-plucking Arak was not as frightening as what it appeared to be. In fact, it was not poisonous. However, its silk was extremely strong. Don't dream about escaping once trapped in its web. Thus, many powerful heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were doomed once they were trapped. No matter how much they struggled, they could only become its meal. Its name meant that if even the moon in the sky were to be caught by its silk, the spider would bring it down. This meant that not only was the silk tough and flexible, it also spoke of its mighty power. Go, catch him. Chao Guiyao issued his first command after releasing the spider. He had trained it for a very long time, so it obeyed his commands without delay. In an instant, the spider immediately jumped outside and spewed out a great amount of silk that instantly covered the sky. This web was formed at an astonishing speed. To everyone's surprise, the spider didn't attack Li Qie right away. It only continued spewing out more silk to form a large web. In a short period of time, its web sealed the entire area as well as the 4 directions. Countless strands of silk intertwined as if this was its nest. Anyone would feel creeped out by this scene. The mountain where Li Qie stood and the surrounding 100 miles was locked down by the webs. This land now seemed like the lair of the creature, causing all the spectators to feel a chill run down their backs. Pluff. After sealing the area with its webs, it spewed out even more to form a net that flew towards Li Chia. The spider was swift, but Li Chia was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Li Chia evaded the incoming net with his great agility. Pluff! As the spider's nets kept on raining down, Li Chia continued to shift his position at an incredible speed, causing the spider to fail time after time. However, as he continued to dodge, more nets came down and his area to maneuver became limited. The spider was not just blindly spewing out its webs. Its ability to strategize was amazing. Each of its moves aimed to eventually seal Li Chia's retreat so that he would have nowhere left to run. At that point, he would become a prey trapped in its net. In addition to the huge webs that locked down the area, the spider continuously forced Li Chia to retreat so that he would run out of room. It seemed that his escape was an impossibility. If your insect mastery is lacking, then it is not too late to surrender. Chao Guiyao was ecstatic watching Li Chia dodging the webs. However, his external expression was one of righteousness. He smiled and said, "I will be very sad if the moon-plucking Iraq were to hurt Brother Li. The Tao of alchemy would lose a supreme genius, and I would lose a worthy opponent." In accordance with his plan, he acted generously and called Li Chia a brother. In his eyes, Li Chia had become trapped in his net, so how could he not put on this act? Others were also anxious, seeing Li Chia's continual evasion. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to escape from the spider. Moreover, Li Chia had yet to counterattack, so many thought that he wasn't adept at insect mastery. Is that so? I'm just playing with you. Do you really think that this little art can actually trap me? Li Chia smiled and stared at the moon-plucking Iraq before issuing a sharp cry. Pluff! The spider grabbed onto this rare opportunity and spewed out a huge web towards Li Chia. This particular web was extremely fast and flew towards Li Chia. However, Li Chia didn't try to dodge. Very shortly, he would be covered by this web. Madame Ziyan's heart was hanging by a thread as she watched this scene. She fearfully exclaimed, "Watch out!" However, the spider net that aimed for him was cut in half in the blink of an eye. People finally saw a scorpion that crawled out of nowhere. It came from Li Chia's courtyard. This scorpion was even faster than the moon-plucking Iraq. Right when it came out, its claw instantly cut the approaching net to save Li Chia. The scorpion could only be called tiny compared to the huge spider. It was only the size of a desk while its outward appearance was completely red with a hint of gold. More importantly, its claws were extremely sharp. Divine Scorpion King. Even Chao Guiyao was shocked after seeing this creature. An alchemist who studied poisonous creatures startlingly stated, "The bane of the moon-plucking Iraq, the Divine Scorpion King. Its poison is unbelievable, and it also has a pair of extremely sharp claws that specialize in cutting spider webs." Chapter 755, Engulfing Serpent, Lightning Fly. Chao Guiyao was astounded after seeing the Divine Scorpion King. He was skilled in insect mastery, so how could he not recognize it? He just didn't expect for Li Chia to have one. Earlier, he assumed that Li Chia was unprepared. But now, after seeing the scorpion coming from Li Chia's courtyard, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Li Chia. "Return," he shouted out a command to the moon-plucking Iraq. It was very precious and he didn't want it to die. In fact, after seeing the scorpion, the spider wanted to escape right away. The scorpion was its nemesis, so it instinctively wanted to flee. However, after being trained by Chao Guiyao, it didn't dare to do so without his command. It turned and fled out of its webs. However, the scorpion was much faster than it. With the sound of wind being split, the scorpion pierced through the webs that blocked its path and instantly caught up to the spider. The spider was horrified and ran towards Chao Guiyao. It spewed out even more spider webs, but the scorpion was known as its bane for a reason. No matter how many webs it spewed out, it couldn't delay the scorpion. In an instant, the scorpion caught up and raised its tail. With a glint, its tail shot out needles and impaled the spider's body. Boom! After being struck, the gigantic body of the spider immediately fell down and rolled fairly far before coming to a halt. When it stopped, its body had already gone stiff, struck dead. Although the spider and its webs were mighty, it was not poisonous and met its bane. The poisonous needles of the scorpion were especially fatal to it. Death was assured the moment it got hit. He also knows how to control insects. Even the spectating cultivators became speechless. Many of them realized that the rumors of his pill refinement skill had already been proven. Now, it seems that he could also control wood and insects. Just how unfathomable was this? Perhaps his fortune on the Tao of alchemy was no weaker than the four prodigies. The crowd became anxious at Li Qia's accomplishments. If they could obtain that secret law, then the future potential of their sex would be unlimited. Li Qia shook his head and said, "What a shame for a moon-plucking Iraq. It was a good poisonous creature, but it was too confident. Getting close to me was simply courting death." Chao Guiao's expression was quite unsightly at this moment. He snorted after realizing that he had fallen into Li Qia's trap. The wretch only retreated in order to kill his spider. If Li Qia called out his scorpion from the beginning, then perhaps there was a chance for his spider to escape. After knowing that Li Qia was more skilled at insect mastery, Chao Guiyao became very alarmed. But now, he had to keep going since he was already riding the tiger. It didn't matter whether Li Qia was strong or not, he had to brace himself and fight. "Okay, I have seen your insect." Li Qia smiled and went back to his courtyard before stating, "Now, it is your turn to meet mine." Having said that, Li Qia stomped on the ground as an alchemy law appeared. With a splash, the water inside the pond suddenly overflowed as if this little pond had become a giant lake. Aoo! A ferocious beast rushed out of the pond at this moment. It was very large, taking up miles of space in an instant. It soared in the sky towards Chao Guiyao. This was a creature that looked like a snake but was not a snake. It had 4 legs, a crocodile's head, and a serpent's body, quite fierce-looking. Engulfing sea serpent. The previous alchemy saint was aghast after seeing this monster. He was the first to retreat, immediately followed by many others. Splash, however, to the surprise of many, the huge monster did not use its body to attack Chao Guiyao. Instead, it spewed out a huge amount of water. This beam of water immediately crashed down to drown his mansion. "Be careful." Chao Guiyao's expression changed after seeing this oncoming torrent. He also took out a treasure box to release another poisonous creature. However, Chao Guiyao was a bit too slow. The moment the torrential waves came crashing down, some of the disciples were hit and immediately began to scream. They fell to the ground as if they had been poisoned. After a twitching for a brief moment, they instantly died. The engulfing sea serpent was not poisonous, but the water it spewed out was quite bizarre. It could swiftly rush into the body of any living being and engulf their true fate to the point of drowning them. With a small buzzing sound, Chao Guiyao released a very ugly-looking toad. It opened its mouth to swallow the huge waves of water from the serpent. It became a battle between the serpent crazily spewing out more water while the ugly toad devoured it. They quickly reached a stalemate as neither had the upper hand. An alchemist that knew the toad's origin emotionally stated, "Chao Guiyao deserves his fame regarding insect mastery. To be able to keep a ferocious and difficult-to-tame creature like the sea-belly toad around, truly amazing." Oh, Li Qia made a strange hum, and a similar hum resonated. An insect then flew out from a jar inside the courtyard. This insect was extremely fast and quickly flew to Chao Guiyao's mansion. Many people couldn't even see it clearly. Chao Guiyao was startled by this insect and shouted loudly, "Not good, retreat. It's a lightning fly." But it was too late. This insect instantly shot down a beam of lightning, striking the sea-belly toad. The toad fell to the ground with its belly facing upward and emitted a green smoke. It immediately died after being hit by this beam of lightning. When people finally saw the creature, they found that it was a fly around the size of a fist. Dazzling light flashed inside its belly as if it contained a huge amount of lightning. Lightning fly, its name alone indicated its ability. It could send down bolts of lightning. Moreover, its flying speed was fast to the point of horrifying others. Splash! Without the toad, the ferocious torrents from the serpent were on the verge of drowning Chao Guiao's mansion once more. Ah! Suddenly, screams filled the air. The disciples closest to the water were the first to suffer. They all fell to the ground. The other experts hastily retreated. However, misfortune does not come all at once. Although experts could withstand the serpent's water for a moment, crackling thunder came about as lightning descended, causing a burning smell to permeate the air. One could easily imagine the mansion drowned by water as the lightning fly unleashed its barrage. There was nowhere for the state of Chao's disciples to hide. In an instant, many of them died miserably to either of these elements. After seeing the deaths of so many disciples, Chao Guiao crazily shouted, "Li Chia, you leave me with no choice." At this moment, his fury was untethered and he didn't care for anything else. He wouldn't even mind killing Li Chia. Die! Chao Guiao madly commanded the 4 steel demons by his side. At this point, he was ready to massacre everything. The 4 steel demons took action. They were terrifying monstrosities. One could only see 4 flashing rays that intertwined like lightning. Even the lightning fly couldn't escape with its great speed. The moment the rays disappeared, both the engulfing sea serpent and the lightning fly were killed by the 4 demons. They were too powerful, so the 2 beasts didn't even have the chance to strike back. Divine steel demons, these 4 monsters are finally taking action. Many people fearfully quivered before such a scene. Rumor has it that these things will not give up until they see blood. Even a heavenly king trembled at this sight. Li Chia, don't blame me when you courted death. The livid Chao Guiao was in pain from losing so many disciples. Some were the elites of his country. He ground his teeth and coldly uttered, "Hand over the alchemy manual right now, or else you wouldn't be able to escape even if you had 3 heads and 6 hands." Li Chia didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled and slowly said, "Is that so? Go ahead and show off all of your abilities. Forward. Slay him." Chao Guiao let out a deafening cry and commanded the demons. These divine demons were extremely powerful and frightening. Ever since Chao Guiao tamed them, they had yet to leave his side. However, he was furious this time and would rather kill Li Chia even if it meant not obtaining the alchemy manual. He would never let go of this vengeance. Divine steel demons, not bad. Li Chia narrowed his eyes while looking at the 4 steel demons. Chao Guiao was astounded after seeing the divine Scorpion King. He was skilled at insect mastery, so how could he not recognize it? He just didn't expect for Li Chia to have one. Earlier, he assumed that Li Chia was unprepared. But now, after seeing the scorpion coming from Li Chia's courtyard, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Li Chia. "Return," he shouted out a command to the moon-plucking Arak. It was very precious and he didn't want it to die. In fact, after seeing the scorpion, the spider wanted to escape right away. The scorpion was its nemesis, so it instinctively wanted to flee. However, after being trained by Chao Guiao, it didn't dare to do so without his command. It turned and fled out of its webs. However, the scorpion was much faster than it. With the sound of wind being split, the scorpion pierced through the webs that blocked its path and instantly caught up to the spider. Chapter 756, Divine Steel Demons. Even the ancestors of great powers who came to watch from a distance became serious after seeing the 4 monsters. As for heavenly kings, they were all very cautious. At this point, even more people became aware of this battle. Inside Alchemy City, a few undyings and ancestors who were here because of their juniors participating in the conference couldn't help but become interested, especially after Li Chia defeated the Heaven's Will Crystal Physique. After this news spread, even the hidden ancestors had to show up. The divine steel demons, despite being called demons, were not actually demons. They were extremely poisonous creatures as well as a type of ferocious beast. Although a few creatures had a certain level of intelligence, these demons were very close to being as smart as cultivators. Their bodies were as tough as steel. Ordinary treasures and weapons wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. Moreover, they were coated with a layer of extremely powerful toxin. Even heavenly kings wouldn't be able to repel this level of toxicity. In addition, their speed was also wondrous and their arms were like sabers. It was as if they were natural saber users. The moment they attacked with their arms, they would utilize some peerless saber arts. Under their special saber arts and poison, ordinary kings wouldn't be able to escape death. One was already terrifying enough, but the four of them together was something else entirely. They linked their consciousness so that they could bring forth the perfect offense and defense. They oppressively headed towards Wuxia as a black mist began to shroud their bodies. At this moment, their poison broke out, wherever they trod immediately turned black. The vegetation they passed by immediately withered and turned into a black liquid. They turned the area into a poisonous wasteland. The living creatures couldn't escape and died tragically. Nothing could live in these locations as they turned this land into a dwelling of the dead. I'll accept these little toys. Wuxia watched the furious demons poisoning the land and smiled. With a clanking sound, his ninth sun-locking heaven law appeared. A gigantic lock fell out from his chest and locked his body. In this moment, fire runes emerged all around his figure and covered him like a divine armor, protecting him. Here I come. Wuxia roared and used an unbelievable speed to rush forward. The moment he attacked, the four demons launched their counterattacks. They formed a formation as their saber-like arms unleashed a wondrous art. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like stars were being cut down from the sky. When their saber formation slashed forward, a poisonous energy filled the air, engulfing the world within its mist. Any living creature that touched this mist would instantly die and turn into a black liquid. Could he stop the four demons without using his invincible treasure? A few stone kings and demon monarchs watching the fight couldn't help but murmur after seeing Wuxia rush forward with his bare hands. Back when the four demons rampaged over the lands of the stone realm, the number of heavenly kings that died at their hands was not few. They even destroyed an archaic sect. Even when its ancestor came into being, he still couldn't save his sect. Eventually, his lifespan withered along with his blood energy. After being poisoned, he was killed by the demons. Pluff, pluff, however, the slash of the demons couldn't hit Wuxia. They might be fast, but they were far from being comparable to Wuxia's soaring physique. Wuxia then used his mighty weight along with his supreme speed to slam into the four demons. Just imagine the terrifying impact from the combination of the two physiques. Even the steel demons couldn't handle it and were blown away instantly. One could even hear the sound of something breaking. Due to the collision with Wuxia, cracks actually appeared on their tough bodies. It was a shame that they met Wuxia. Wuxia's body could even destroy treasures of the heavenly king level, let alone their bodies. It didn't matter how tough they might be. Impossible, even Xiao Guiyao was in disbelief after seeing this sudden development. He knew just how powerful his four demons were. Deadly poison, unsurpassed speed, incredible saber technique, perfect and inscrutable offense and defense. All of these things allowed his demons to triumph over all in the heavenly king realm. They could even have a chance of harming an ordinary virtuous paragon. Because of this, he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies with them guarding him. However, Wuxia not only blew them away, he showed no signs of being poisoned even after directly confronting the monsters. How could Xiao Guiyao accept this? As a great alchemist, the moment he came into contact with the four demons' poison, he would still need to use precious medicines to protect his own body. Otherwise, death was assured. However, Wuxia was unharmed even after direct contact, as if the poison couldn't hurt him. How could Xiao Guiyao know that Wuxia also cultivated the void imperfection physique? Imperfection was not to be found on this physique, and myriad laws were unable to invade it. Great toxins were not able to harm it. Moreover, Wuxia's heaven-sealing law was also locking his body. The endless refined fire would not allow the poison to invade his body. Just what physique does this brat cultivate? What kind of emperor law is this? Even an old undying was shaken after seeing this. His unparalleled speed and absolute force left others in dismay. Just what kind of physique or merit law might this be? After the 4 demons were blown away, for refined fiery laws like divine chains flew out from Wuxia's hand while issuing clanking noises. They instantly coiled around the 4 monsters and sealed them. At this point, only strange sizzling sounds could be heard. Under the terrifying flames of refinement, its law imprinted itself on the monsters' bodies. Green smoke came out but was sealed right away so they couldn't run. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, detonations due to collisions could be heard non-stop. Wuxia swung the 4 fiery laws around as if he was playing with kites. The 4 demons were swung around in the sky powerlessly and slammed into each other. After continuous impacts, even more cracks appeared on their bodies. If this were to continue, even their tough bodies would eventually shatter. Although they wanted to use their poison to bypass the fiery laws to kill Wuxia, this was essentially impossible. The fire from Wuxia's heaven-sealing law was incredible. It consisted of refined flames from the sun, karmic fire from cultivators, and also fire from his cauldron of life. After arduous refinement, this type of fire could easily burn the poison of the demons. Is this actually happening? Many people rolled their eyes after seeing Wuxia swinging the demons into each other like kites. The force of the collisions caused even the sky to shake. Even heavenly kings paled after hearing about the 4 rampaging demons in the past, but now, Wuxia easily dispatched them in such a manner, so how could the crowd not be dumbfounded? Chao Guiyao was both shocked and angry after seeing this. In the past, in order to tame these 4 demons, he had expended countless efforts. During the taming process, their state of Chao lost numerous experts. But now, his 4 strongest demons seemed extremely fragile before Wuxia. Boom! Eventually, the 4 demons fell onto the ground and couldn't tell north from south. Under the numerous collisions, their bodies almost broke apart. Before they had the chance to fight back, a chapter appeared in Wuxia's hand. Alchemy laws came out from it to form runic symbols. With a buzz, these runic symbols instantly imprinted themselves into the heads of the 4 demons before disappearing. After this process was over, the 4 demons suddenly became frozen as if a martial arts expert had knocked on their meridians. Wuxia clapped his hands and cheerfully said after sealing the 4 demons, "I'll accept these little things from you," with some reluctance of course. With an ugly expression, Chao Guiyao shouted, "Return." He commanded the 4 demons, but they had no response. After issuing the command several more times without any response, he became even more livid. After overpowering the demons, he needed several more years to tame them so that they would show absolute obedience to his commands. But now, Wuxia managed to gain control of them so quickly. He simply couldn't believe it. How could he know that Wuxia cultivated the alchemy god's grand canon? Inside were many writings about techniques for controlling poisonous creatures. The angry Chao Guiyao yelled at Wuxia in a deep tone, "Wuxia, our bet was about insect mastery, not brute force." At this point, he had no time to call Wuxia brother any longer. The only thing he wanted to do was to kill Wuxia. "Yes, we are competing in insect mastery." Wuxia cheerfully responded, "Earlier, you were controlling the 4 demons, and I have now tamed them. Therefore, it is my turn to control the demons and your turn to tame them. Don't disappoint everyone here, they initially belonged to you after all. If you can't even tame them again, then I cannot guarantee what will happen." Having said that, a universal law flashed on his forehead and reached the 4 demons. Chapter 757, A Sky Full of Stars. After Wuxia assumed control, the 4 demons rushed towards Chao Guiyao like puppets. "Get out!" Chao Guiyao was aghast at the oncoming offense and shouted towards the experts of the state of Chao lucky enough to have kept their lives. However, it was too late. Chao Guiyao's words had just come out, but the demons already arrived with their unbelievable speed and were accompanied by a poisonous storm that enveloped the mansion in an instant. Many disciples quickly took out antidotes, to varying success. Some were able to withstand this poison, but most were not. After being infected, the unfortunate disciples screamed pitifully and fell prey, one after another, to the poison. The shocked Chao Guiyao immediately summoned a cauldron to release a huge amount of the antidote. Although his antidote could dissolve the poison, flashing glints appeared. Blood spurted everywhere as those who did not die to the poison were all killed by the demon's blades. Personally witnessing a tragedy like this made his heart bleed. All of the remaining experts and disciples from the state of Chao were massacred by his own former guardians. They didn't even have the chance to run. Li Qie shook his head and said, "What a pity, you couldn't even control your own pets." At this point, after killing all the people from the state of Chao, the demons changed their target to Chao Guiyao. His countenance was completely blanched at this moment. Even if he could handle the poison, he wouldn't be able to escape their saber techniques. "Senior, save me." In the face of death, Chao Guiyao let out a cry. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying presence erupted forth. Before the people knew what was going on, the 4 demons that were flying towards Chao Guiyao were blown away by a sweeping aura. Many people trembled before this sudden surge of might. An existence capable of emitting such a powerful aura was definitely a virtuous paragon. Moreover, it was not an ordinary paragon. The person blew away the 4 demons but still didn't show themselves. This made those who were paying attention to this fight very anxious. They understood that Chao Guiyao's true ace was not his poisonous beasts. The 4 demons wanted to have a second bout, but Li Qie's law flashed on their bodies and recalled them. He looked towards Chao Guiyao's mansion with narrowed eyes, then smiled and said, "Was this not an insect mastery competition? Why go back on your words?" Chao Guiyao was trembling with rage. His face was pale and his eyes were red. Li Qie had killed so many of his disciples that he wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Li Qie, you leave me with no choice. I will grind your bones to ashes," Chao Guiyao madly uttered. He swore to never let this go. Amidst his descent into madness, he opened up a box. With a buzz, countless silver specks came flying out the moment it was opened. Screams could be heard coming from wherever these silver specks passed. They first attacked the closest cultivators. Many nearby spectators screamed, then suddenly grew quiet. The cultivators in the way of the silver specks were immediately turned into ashes and dispersed. In the next second, these specks swept everywhere and covered the sky. Plants and animals were annihilated wherever the specks flew. In a short period of time, the entire area became barren. If one were to compare it to a head, then it would be a bare skull that was scraped by a sharp knife until there was nothing left. After one clean sweep, a number of specks doubled as if they had their fill and continued to multiply. This scene scared many people. The spectators who were lucky enough to be alive were shivering in fear and immediately ran back to Alchemy City. They no longer dared to come back out. Myriad Stardust. A few big characters, old undyings, and real ancestors were surprised to see these specks. This is Myriad Stardust. An old alchemist that gazed at the scene through an observatory was scared off his seat and fell to the ground. Myriad Stardust. This was a pleasant-sounding name, but those who actually knew about it would be creeped out. Some said that this stardust consisted of poisonous insects while others believed that they were just fierce beasts. Each speck was tiny to the point where ordinary people couldn't see its shape. This stardust always came in large swarms. If they left their group, they wouldn't be able to survive. They weren't poisonous, but they were more frightening than any poisonous insect. They numbered in the thousands and could eat through anything by instantly drilling countless holes into their prey before draining the creature dry. After doing so, these victims, no matter who or what they might be, would instantly turn into powder. Moreover, after they devoured a sufficient amount, they could instantly reproduce and double their numbers. Without a method of restraining them, they would sweep through everything in a brief moment, truly worth palpitating over. However, they were very rare. Obtaining these creatures were prohibitively difficult. Chao Guiyao paid a huge price for his myriad stardust by trading a supreme treasure to the insect swarm valley. At the time of the transaction, the valley had warned him not to release the stardust unless there was no other option because very few people in this world could subdue these creatures besides them. After seeing and knowing what they were, even the ancestors of the great powers were aghast. This stardust was ferocious and even more terrifying than a locust swarm. Unless someone was powerful enough to destroy them in one blow, they would put an end to all the places they went. Myriad stardust. Even Li Qia's expression slightly sank after seeing the silver color in the sky. Chao Guiyao whistled and the stardust soared towards Li Qia in an unstoppable manner like a flood. The stardust is coming. Even Yuan Saihe was shaken to see the approaching wave. Today is your funeral. Chao Guiyao shouted with a cruel visage. He could only use a special whistle to direct the stardust to their target, but he couldn't control them. Moreover, once the swarm reached a certain size, he would lose control completely. This meant that upon release, he had no way of recovering them. Imperial Bull, Li Qia called out in response. The Imperial Draco Bull immediately jumped out of the courtyard and guarded the front of Li Qia. Moo, the bull bellowed a cry that resembled a dragon's roar. A powerful draconic aura swept through the sky like a flood and headed straight towards the countless stardust. In just a moment, it seemed as if countless snowflakes fell down from the sky as a large portion of the stardust was assaulted by the mighty roar of the bull. Now! During their plunge, Li Qia summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron. With an explosion, a divine flame from the mouth of the cauldron engulfed the sky, devouring all the falling stardust. Next, the boundless cauldron flame turned into countless fiery needles that pierced the extremely tiny bodies of the stardust, marking minuscule runes on them. As the cauldron spewed out more flames and thus created more runes, Li Qia aimed to use them to refine these countless specks of stardust. After some time, Li Qia finally recalled the cauldron and let out a cry. A new set of stardust flew out of the cauldron and covered the sky. One could only see them floating above his head as if it was another galaxy entirely. The only difference was that these stardust carried a fiery glow as they gathered together. Inside this galaxy were fiery sparks made from intertwined runes, forming a huge net. Under Li Qia's control, the stardust above his head danced around in the sky. Sometimes they turned into a giant, at other times a mountain, or even just its original form of a cosmos. His control over them was absolute and effortless. They had become his supporters. As the Dark Crow, Li Qia had tamed countless evil and poisonous creatures with the alchemy god, and myriad stardust was no exception. This chance meeting today became very simple due to him having the Imperial Draco Bull and the myriad heavenly cauldron. This is impossible. Chao Guiyao dropped to the ground and looked at the situation in disbelief. Once released, he wouldn't be able to control these stardust. Even in the insect swarm valley, only 3 people could truly control them. But now, Li Qia easily tamed them with complete mastery. This was even more amazing than an ancestor of the valley. After Li Qia assumed control, the 4 demons rushed towards Chao Guiyao like puppets. Get out! Chao Guiyao was aghast at the oncoming offense and shouted towards the lucky state of Chao's experts who were still alive in the mansion. However, it was too late. Chao Guiyao's words had just come out, but the demons already arrived with their unbelievable speed and were accompanied by a poisonous storm that enveloped the mansion in an instant. Many disciples quickly took out antidotes, to varying success. Some were able to withstand this poison, but most were not. After being infected, the unfortunate disciples screamed pitifully and fell prey, one after another, to the poison. The shocked Chao Guiyao immediately summoned a cauldron to release a huge amount of the antidote. Although his antidote could dissolve the poison, flashing glints appeared. Blood spurted everywhere as those who did not die to the poison were all killed by the demon's blades. Chapter 758, Xian Clan of the Alchemy Kingdom. Many people gasped at the Stardust Changing Masters. Of course, the one who was most frightened was Chao Guiyao, since he had far greater knowledge of how terrifying they were. Even those in Alchemy City who watched using a heavenly mirror felt a cold chill running down their spines. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. You can't even control myriad stardust, yet you still dare claim to have mastery over insects. You truly think too highly of yourself. Li Qiye smiled dismissively and said, "Today, I will open your eyes and show you what is truly considered insect mastery." Having said that, Li Qiye ordered the transforming stardust above his head with a shout, "Go!" Suddenly, all of the stardust rushed towards Chao Guiyao like a tsunami. Chao Guiyao was scared out of his wits due to this horrifying spectacle and cried out, "No!" Boom! In this hour before death, a dark shadow emerged and carried Chao Guiyao towards Alchemy City at an incredible speed. They disappeared in the horizon in just the blink of an eye. This shadow appeared too quickly. However, there were still a few who managed to see that it was an old man. Unfortunately, due to his swift speed, no one could see his face clearly. Whoosh! When the stardust came down and swept through Chao Guiyao's mansion, the whole place turned into ashes which were dispersed by the wind in a matter of seconds. Anyone would be shocked at such a brutal scene. In the present times, only virtuous paragons would be able to confront these fierce little things. However, even ordinary paragons would have a hard time against them. Li Qiye recalled the stardust after Chao Guiyao was saved by the shadow and stored them away. He didn't let them continue to chase the enemy. Looking at the location where Chao Guiyao ran off to, Li Qiye smiled and said, "This is one of the 4 alchemy prodigies? In my eyes, he is just a beaten dog." How could people not be taken aback? Challenging the Xian clan at Alchemy City. Not to mention the younger generation, very few from the older generation would dare to do this. A ruler was startled after hearing Li Qiye's demand. A demon monarch murmured, "This kid is truly ruthless. First, he killed the Huangfu ancestor and now, he is challenging the Xian clan. The Xian ancestor is still alive, yet he still dares to provoke him." In addition to surprise, many thought that this was an extremely unwise decision. Li Qiye was on a victorious streak, but challenging the Xian clan could only be described as suicidal. Brotherly, dying is but one's head falling to the ground. After Li Qiye revealed his intention, the current master of the Xian clan, the World Pillar Monarch, had to show himself and communicated with Li Qiye out in the open. Brother Chao had acknowledged his defeat, so why the need to be so aggressive? Calling me brother now? Li Qiye spared the monarch no cordiality and said, "You can call me brother after you hand over Chao Guiyao." And what is this about heads falling to the ground? What nonsense. He had lost, so according to our agreement, he has to hand over his life. If not, then don't blame me for being merciless. The monarch's expression sank after Li Qiye refused to give him any face. Not mentioning the entire stone medicine world, at the very least, very few people in Alchemy City would not show his Xian clan some respect. But now, a human junior like Li Qiye was being so audacious. He could no longer bear this affront. "Brotherly, I am sincerely trying to mediate things between you two." Xian Miao lowered his tone and said, "If Brotherly is willing, then our door is always open for negotiation regarding Brother Chao's matters." Although this was a conversation out in the open, Li Qiye still interrupted him and said, "There is nothing to discuss. One has to face the consequences of defeat. Let Chao Guiyao hand his life over, and I will pretend as if nothing had happened." "Li Qiye, don't push it." Eventually, Xian Miao lost his cool and uttered, "Alchemy City is not a lawless place for you to do as you wish." Li Qiye raised his brow and said, "So what if this is Alchemy City? Even if this was the immortal world, would still do as I pleased. If your Xian clan wants some respect, then I'll give you some. Hand Chao Guiyao over, and I will not go to your Xian clan to cause trouble." Li Qiye stated indifferently. Xian Miao coldly responded, "And if we don't?" Li Qiye smiled cheerfully and said, "If not, then I will annihilate your Xian clan. Of course, I am a merciful person. I will give your Xian clan 3 days to reconsider. Within 3 days, feel free to send away your young and old or dismiss your disciples. All in all, 3 days later, I will personally come to your Xian clan. Although this conversation echoed across the sky so no one could interrupt them, many shuddered after hearing Li Qia's declaration of annihilating the Xian clan. Many people gasped at the Stardust-changing masters. Of course, the one who was most frightened was Chao Guiyao, since he had far greater knowledge of how terrifying they were. Even those in Alchemy City who watched using a heavenly mirror felt a cold chill running down their spines. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. You can't even control myriad stardust, yet you still dare claim to have mastery over insects. You truly think too highly of yourself. Li Qie smiled dismissively and said, "Today, I will open your eyes and show you what is truly considered insect mastery." Having said that, Li Qie ordered the transforming stardust above his head with a shout, "Go!" Chapter 759, Confrontation Annihilating the Xian clan. Such words would be incredibly arrogant no matter which sect or imperial lineage uttered them. The Alchemy Kingdom would not idly sit by and do nothing as the Xian clan was destroyed. Such a declaration was like thunder ringing beside one's ear. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "So arrogant. Does he think there is no one here at the Alchemy Kingdom?" Xian Miao's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Ever since his Xian clan separated from the imperial family to form its own clan, no one had ever declared such a thing towards their clan. "Good, Li, our Xian clan also wants to see just what you can do." He also left behind a tough and cold response, "We will definitely protect Brother Chao. If you are unconvinced, then come. We'll take on your schemes." Xian Miao ended this conversation and turned back to enter his palace. 3 days later, I will visit your Xian clan. Destruction will ensue if you don't hand Chao Guiyao over to me. Li Qie didn't care for the monarch's response. After saying his last words, he also went back inside his courtyard. Everyone's eyes widened after hearing such strong words. They all thought that both sides would reach an agreement regarding this matter. Are we really doing this? After Li Qie came back, Tai Yi couldn't help but ask with a wry smile. Li Qie glanced at him and said, "You should know very well whether the Xian clan truly wants to resolve this peacefully or not. They are just posturing and want nothing more than for me to come to their door. That little skit earlier was only for show so that the world knows that their Xian clan has the moral high ground. Even if I didn't mention attacking their clan, they would still find a reason for me to go there. At that time, they would have the justification to do as they wish." Having spoken to this point, he couldn't help but smile. "Big brother, you might as well try to reason with them." Yuan Saihe said softly. Li Qie laughed and said, "Why should I? They should be the ones coming to me. If they were sincere and wanted peace, then they wouldn't have replied via spatial message. They would have come to my place and let Chao Guiyao accept his punishment. This would be true sincerity. Of course, they are not acting in good faith. This is even better, I like unreasonable people." Li Qie leisurely explained, "As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. If people kneel down and beg for forgiveness, then I really can't just kill them. However, for those who arrogantly deal with me, let them come. Only when dealing with unreasonable people would I be able to kill as I please." Yuan Saihe gave up. She had a kind heart and understood that Li Qie was ready to rumble the moment he set foot into this city. It was unfortunate that the Xian clan didn't know this yet. The entire city was in an uproar after Li Qie's declaration spread. "No way. Is this real? Li Qie actually said these words? This is Alchemy City, not some random place. It is only one step away from the ancestral ground. To make such a declaration, was he insane?" The first reaction was, of course, disbelief. A cultivator who knew a few tales of Li Qie said, "This Li Qie person has stayed true to his words ever since his debut. I'm afraid this is not just tough talk. Just what is this kid's hidden ace? Even demon kings and ancestors who had experienced many things had to wonder, don't tell me a big character from Alpine Mountain is here to back him up? Some people also arrived at this conclusion, but no one had heard of an Alpine ancestor coming into being. It could even be said that when Wuxia made his declaration, Alpine Mountain didn't have any reaction at all. This made them very confused as to just what was hidden in Wuxia's hands. Just how powerful was it to let him say that he would destroy the Xian clan, challenging the Alchemy Kingdom's prestige? While many people discussed this issue with doubts, a certain person was very satisfied with their work and murmured, "Yes, kill everything until even the sky shatters." Alchemy Kingdom, Alpine Mountain, State of Chao, Radiant Sea Sect. Nothing would be better if all of these sects become involved in this conflict. A complacent, cold laughter resounded in the darkness. This person was ready to reap the benefits from this turmoil. After the first day, both the Xian clan and the Alchemy Kingdom didn't make any move. Likewise, Wuxia remained unperturbed. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Wuxia. He was the observant monarch, the leader of the monarchs in the kingdom. Wuxia continued to show consideration and granted him an audience. Is observant monarch here because of the Xian clan's matter? Wuxia got straight to the point after seeing him. The monarch had a bitter expression as he responded, "Young noble, I am also very helpless here. The other monarchs chose me as the envoy, so I had no choice." Wuxia looked at him and spoke calmly, "The other monarchs?" The monarch exasperatedly replied, "The monarchs don't want this matter to reach the point of no return. Our Alchemy Kingdom has always maintained a low profile and does not wish for a grand battle to occur inside the alchemy realm. Moreover, the Alchemy Conference is about to take place. Even if the ancestors from the imperial family do not blame us, we monarchs will still feel responsible. We are unable to ignore this matter, but we also don't have the ability to settle it." "Settle this matter?" Wuxia smiled and shook his head in response, "Observant monarch, it is not that I am refusing to give you or the other monarchs from your kingdom any face. You should know very well that the issue is not on my side, it is the Xian clan's." The monarch couldn't help but smile wryly at Wuxia's reply. Wuxia chuckled and said, "If the other monarchs want to settle this matter, then it could be very simple. Tell the Xian clan to hand over Chao Guiyao." The helpless monarch replied, "Before coming to see young noble, I took a trip to the Xian clan." The World Pillar monarch's attitude was unyielding. Unless young noble starts by apologizing to the Xian clan, there will be no negotiations regarding Chao Guiyao. Not bad. Wuxia was not surprised at all and said, "Then we'll deal with it 2 days later. I am more than happy to personally visit the Xian clan." The monarch softly sighed. He knew that there wouldn't be a peaceful resolution. In fact, he knew a lot more than the other nobles. Before coming, he already predicted this result. However, the monarchs pushed him here, so he had to take the trip regardless. Young noble, sometimes, taking one step back is the right way to go. The monarch tried to persuade Wuxia once more, "If this was before, then I and the other monarchs could pressure the World Pillar monarch into giving us some face. However, he is very confident at this moment, so I'm afraid your arrival is just what he wants." Wuxia cheerfully asked, "So what?" The monarch hesitated for a moment before eventually continuing, "Right now, I can say for certain that the Huangfu's sacred ancestor and the Xian alchemy ancestor are residing in the Xian clan. Although people said that the alchemy ancestor had left, I'm quite certain that he is still there. I am putting myself at great risks by revealing this news to young noble. I appreciate monarch's thoughtfulness." Wuxia smiled and said, "Since someone dug such a big hole for me, I would truly feel sorry for their hard work if I didn't jump in." Although the frustrated monarch wanted to settle this matter, it was beyond his power. Even though this whole incident had dire consequences with deeply involved parties, nothing would be resolved unless the imperial family was willing to step in. "Young noble, I am not underestimating you." The monarch ultimately held on to his objective of persuasion and said, "Even though the Xian alchemy ancestor is not considered an apex existence with regards to cultivation, his venerable is still a great paragon. As for the Huangfu's sacred ancestor, there is no need to speak further of his might. The monarch paused for a moment before continuing. Although Alpine Mountain supports young noble should also know that the alchemy ancestor has great ties with some of our imperial family's extremely powerful ancestors. If virtuous paragons from Alpine Mountain become involved, then the ancestors from the imperial family will not sit idly by. His words made it clear that if Alpine Mountain helped Li Chia, then the behemoth that is the imperial family would absolutely step in. Li Chia chuckled and said, "As for this, you need not worry, monarch. There is no need for Alpine Mountain to assist me if it is only destroying a Xian clan. I alone am more than enough." The monarch gave up when things came to this point. The only thing he could do was to gently sigh. Li Chia continued, "However, since monarch is so sincere, I will ask you to send out some words. Tell the Xian clan to send away their young and old. I do not hope that on the day I go, I will have to kill the feeble and weak. Tell them to not be optimistic. I will stay true to my words in destroying the Xian clan. Even if your imperial family takes action, nothing will change." Li Chia's eyes became fierce as a terrifying murderous intent rose. He resembled an awakened prehistoric beast at this moment. The monarch shuddered after feeling Li Chia's murderous intent and understood that he was not just bluffing. "Young noble Li, I will deliver your words." In the end, the monarch cupped his hands and bowed deeply before leaving. Annihilating the Xian clan, such words would be incredibly arrogant no matter which sect or imperial lineage uttered them. The alchemy kingdom would not idly sit by and do nothing as the Xian clan gets destroyed. Such a declaration was like thunder ringing beside one's ear. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "So arrogant. Does he think there is no one here at the alchemy kingdom?" Xian Miao's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Ever since his Xian clan separated from the imperial family to form its own clan, no one had ever declared such a thing towards their clan. "Good, Li, our Xian clan also wants to see just what you can do." He also left behind a tough and cold response, "We will definitely protect Brother Chao. If you are unconvinced, then come. We'll take on your schemes." Chapter 760, Surging Undercurrent. These 3 days seemed particularly slow, as if each day was as long as a year. Countless eyes were on Li Chia and the Xian clan as many people held their breaths in anticipation. On the 3rd day, when the sun set in the west, many people waited for the sun to rise again. Inside Alchemy City, the crowd was ready for the upcoming battle. At sunset, Li Chia once again sent a message stating, "One night remains. If the Xian clan still harbors their young and weak, then send them away now. Tomorrow, the Xian clan shall turn into smoke. I am a merciful person and will allow time for you to send them away." These words spread across the entire city and the Xian clan. But this time, no one showed up from their side, only a snort came as a response. The moment this snort appeared, countless souls from those who heard it left their bodies. They quivered due to this threatening snort. A demon king felt a chill and murmured, "Was that a virtuous paragon?" An old undying realized something and said in astonishment, "It is not an ordinary paragon. Even if it is not someone who is stepping onto the path of the heavens or the path of the grand era, they are still a peak paragon." Virtuous paragon was a general title. This realm was vast, and once a paragon reached a certain level, they would be presented with 2 possible paths. One was to head for the heaven's will. This road took one to compete for the heaven's will to become the emperor. The other path was to reach sublimation of the paragon realm so that they could obtain the divine investiture. This path would not compete for the heaven's will. Once they reached the apex, these beings would be bestowed the title of God King or maybe the even higher title of being an emperor assailant. Before they stepped on these 2 paths, all paragons would be considered ordinary paragons. Ordinary paragons had 5 levels. In ascending order, they are Early Era Paragon, Rising Era Paragon, Peaceful Era Paragon, Prosperous Era Paragon, and Golden Era Paragon. The 5 levels of ordinary paragons were easy to understand. Early era paragon meant the start of a new paragon. Being a rising paragon meant reaching some success during their generation. Peaceful paragon meant that the being had the power to calm an era. Prosperous paragons were able to strengthen their era, while golden paragons were able to illuminate their era. On this night, the Xian clan's snort disturbed the entire city. Many were aghast after hearing this sound. Some guessed that there was an extraordinary paragon residing within their residence. There were no eternal secrets in this world. After the night's curtain fell, news came out of nowhere regarding the Xian alchemy ancestor staying at their residence. Rumor has it that the Xian alchemy ancestor has long been a legendary alchemist but couldn't reach alchemy emperor. It looks like he is actually a legendary master as well. The hearts of many sank after hearing this voice. More often than not, juniors couldn't really gauge the paragon realm, so they only used general titles. For example, Old Undying's or Great Power's ancestors were mostly ordinary paragons. The majority of them were early era paragons or rising era paragons. Only a few of them were golden era paragons. Those known as legendary masters were no longer ordinary. They were definitely golden era paragons, top level ones at that. They could even be paragons who had embarked on one of the 2 paths. The first thought of those that learned that a legendary master was in the Xian clan was that Li Qie should stop messing around. The Xian alchemy ancestor being there didn't only mean they had earned his personal support, it also meant that the imperial family had revealed their stance because the ancestor was previously buried inside their ancestral ground. It could be interpreted as the imperial family supporting the Xian clan. It seems like this is going to be a huge deal. A stone king with a good intelligence network spoke with someone next to him. The Xian clan does not only have the Xian alchemy ancestor, all 5 of their elders have also joined, while the young and old were moved away to a different branch. It seems that the World Pillar Monarch has earned the support from the clan and is ready to play. The Xian clan was one of the branches of the imperial family, but the Xian clan of today was not the one that originally separated. After the Xian clan left the imperial branch, they formed several different clans. The Xian clan of the World Pillar Monarch was only one among many. Now that their forefather, the Xian alchemy ancestor, was back, how could the other clans of Xian not support the World Pillar Monarch? With their full support, it seems that the monarch had sufficient force. A worried cultivator murmured, if the World Pillar Monarch's clan has earned the support of the imperial family, then even if Li Qie is backed by the Alpine Tree Father, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. On this night, the entire city was silent as everyone waited for the sunrise and the battle. Ming Yeshua slowly wandered around her garden inside an alchemy garden in the kingdom's ancestral ground. She was enjoying the spirit medicines as Grandma Bai came to inform her of the newest information. What is the Xian forefather trying to do? The grandma couldn't help but say after informing Ming Yeshua, he is not a foolish person. How could he become involved in the affairs of juniors? I wonder what benefits the Huangfu clan promised him. The charming Ming Yeshua was quietly savoring the spirit medicines. It seemed that her appearance was always alluring and fascinating. The Xian forefather has certainly been bewitched by the Huangfu sacred ancestor. Ming Yeshua withdrew her gaze and mused. What could the Huangfu clan possibly have to move an ancestor from our kingdom? Ming Yeshua's words were correct. As an ancestor from the kingdom, the alchemy ancestor could have whatever he wanted. A clan like the Huangfu had nothing that could tempt him. The Xian forefather didn't mind coming into being and letting go of all pretenses. He even prepared a trap for Li Qie. This is simply him coveting the manual of Li Qie's Tao of Alchemy. Ming Yeshua spoke graceful words that would enchant all those who listened. Grandma Bai couldn't help but wryly smile and say, the Xian forefather is being too greedy. He is already at the peak and is only one step away from becoming an alchemy emperor. Plus, our kingdom has the alchemy manuals from 4 different alchemy emperors. This should be more than enough. Grandma, this is different than before. Ming Yeshua shook her head and said, if, say, the Xian forefather was only a simple legendary alchemist, then it would be a different story. However, He has been just one step away from Alchemy Emperor for so long now. Does that mean he still has aspirations of becoming one even now? The grandma wryly smiled and said, with his current age and his dried longevity blood, even if he could become enlightened, would his blood energy be able to bear the final Tao test? Ming Yeshua nodded and said, yes, he does want to become an alchemy emperor. He cultivated the supreme manuals of our ancestors, but he still couldn't fathom all of it or surpass the final test. He needs a different alchemy manual to help him become an alchemy emperor. Li Qia's Tao of alchemy can't help him become an alchemy emperor. The grandma didn't believe such a thing. Regarding the Tao of alchemy, their kingdom was untouchable in the entire stone medicine world. They had produced 4 alchemy emperors, so they had the most complete Tao of alchemy manual in this world. No lineage could compare when it came to their alchemy Tao. Ming Yeshua gently shook her head and said, it's hard to say. However, after the forefather heard about Li Qia refining pills like frying beans, he was certainly tempted. At the very least, he would not be able to replicate it, so he must witness it with his own eyes. I'm afraid the moment he saw Li Qia's wood mastery and insect mastery was when he became determined to capture Li Qia. After all, he requires Li Qia's supreme Tao of alchemy. Ming Yeshua gently sighed after revealing her speculation. Li Qia's mastery over insects and wood is indeed very scary. The grandma had to admit this. She then had some doubts and asked, however, the 4 manuals from our alchemy emperors were not enough for him to become an alchemy emperor, so can Li Qia's manual do it? Who knows? Ming Yeshua also pondered for a moment before responding. Our 4 alchemy emperors could be said to be from the same origin. Their possible paths had been expended. The Xian forefather needs another angle, a different sublimation to understand the final Tao test. Moreover, young noble Li's Tao of alchemy is indeed scary. I have never seen or heard of such a thing before. I even suspect that his manual is not from any alchemy emperor. He might have obtained the legacy of the alchemy god. The alchemy god's legacy. Grandma Bai was shocked. Since the start of time, there had been many alchemy emperors, but no one had dared to call themselves god. This was mainly out of respect for the alchemy god, but it was also because none of the alchemy emperors were able to reach the heights of the alchemy god. The grandma couldn't help but say, that isn't possible. The alchemy god's legacy has been lost for countless years. Our forefathers have been searching for it for generations, but no one was successful. How could Li Qia obtain this legacy? Ming Yeshua replied, this world is unpredictable, so who can accurately predict its motions? Chapter 761, Ming Yeshua's plan. The grandma eventually sighed, not knowing what else to say. The matter was settled the moment the Xian forefather decided to make a move. This was not something that she could control. Ming Yeshua asked, what do the ancestors think? The grandma wryly smiled and said, young miss, the ancestors didn't reveal anything. In fact, I'm afraid that they think this is only a small deal, so there is no need for them to show their stance. Li Qia is only a junior, so there wasn't a need for them to worry. Young noble Li is indeed a junior. Ming Yeshua said, however, age does not represent everything. Moreover, he is extraordinary. Anyone who takes him lightly will definitely lose out in the end. Young miss, not everyone thinks like you. Grandma Bai said, our kingdom is entrenched in our imperial foundation. Not to mention people like us, but even the ancestors think that no one can shake our kingdom. Why should the ancestors become involved in such a trivial matter? Things will be settled swiftly since the Xian forefather is taking action, so why should the other ancestors bother with this sort of thing? Ming Yeshua deepened her tone and asked, what if the Xian forefather dies? Grandma Bai's expression changed as she responded, young miss, that is impossible. It would be unbelievable for Li Qia to actually be that powerful. And even if he has such capabilities, killing our ancestor inside Alchemy City. Even the Alpine forefather has to think twice before doing this. Grandma, you are mistaken. There is nothing young noble Li can't do. Do you really think that he puts our kingdom in his eyes? Ming Yeshua gravely spoke, "These are harsh words, but essentially, he has never taken our kingdom seriously." Grandma Bai's heart sank as she thought about all the things Li Chia had done before. Everything he did was on a whim. It seemed that he really never considered their kingdom in his plans. Grandma Bai pondered for a bit before speaking. Li Chia should know that if he truly has the skill to kill the Xian forefather, our kingdom's ancestors will not just sit and watch. She felt a bit helpless at this moment. Any rational person would know that provoking their kingdom wouldn't end well, but she was not certain about someone like Li Chia. He will not care. Ming Yeshua slightly shook her head. Think about it. What kind of person is the Huangfu sacred ancestor? A sly fox like him would have already destroyed Li Chia if he was able to. How could he leave the supreme manual to us? Why did he come to our kingdom? It was simply to drag us in as well. Ming Yeshua's eyes became serious as she spoke. Li Chia killing the Xian forefather is exactly what the sacred ancestor wants. When that time comes, our kingdom will truly be dragged under the water. Not only would the Huangfu clan rejoice, Yiqingsheng and the Heaven Hoof Ravine would profit as well. Existences like them want nothing more than unceasing war in our alchemy realm. The grandma went quiet. This was the decision of the ancestors. As juniors, they couldn't influence them, let alone turn the tides. Ming Yeshua asked, "What about Ancestor Wushuang?" Grandma Bai said, "Ancestor Wushuang agreed to see young Miss. But young Miss should also understand that it is not easy for him to meet a junior. His venerable needs at least several days before opening his doors. No, it has to be tomorrow at the latest." Ming Yeshua spoke austerely, "It will be too late after tomorrow. Grandma, no matter what, I have to meet Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow. You and His Majesty along with the elders must accomplish this." Young Mississippi. The grandma hesitated for a moment before responding. Even His Majesty is not in a position to comment regarding the alchemy ancestors' matters. If you forcefully intervene before officially taking the reins, it would be defying the current sovereignty. I'm afraid the ancestors will reprimand you. That's not important. Ming Yeshua was resolute as she said with a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if the elders agree or not, I must see Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll personally go to the Star Cliff. Young Miss, please don't scare people." The grandma jumped after hearing this and quickly tried to persuade her, "If you barge into the Star Cliff, then it would cause a huge commotion. The ancestors will only be even more angry." "So what if the ancestors become angry?" Ming Yeshua spoke calmly, "It is much better than bringing about a calamity. If I don't see Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow, I will personally go to the Star Cliff to see my master." Grandma Bai said, "Young Miss, are you not taking this too seriously? A calamity? With just Li Chia? I'm afraid that is impossible. Even if the Alpine forefather himself arrives, this outcome would be unlikely." Ming Yeshua replied, "Grandma, these words feel unbelievable to me as well. I have a very strange feeling when I'm together with young noble Li. If something were to happen, I would be willing to stand by his side. However, I am still the kingdom's disciple and its descendant, so I can't just watch something happen to the kingdom. Although I don't know what schemes the young noble is concocting, I know that he is ready." "Ready for what?" Grandma Bai couldn't help but shudder as she asked for clarification. "Ready to destroy our alchemy kingdom." Ming Yeshua had an austere look as she said, "Any rational person would know that the moment they bare their fangs at the Xian forefather would be when they provoke the alchemy kingdom." However, young noble Li still declared his intention of destroying the Xian clan. This means that he is ready to wage war on our kingdom. But the question is, are we prepared for a war for our survival? That, there is no chance, destroying our alchemy kingdom? The grandma was very skeptical and hesitantly said, "I'm afraid that even with the Alpine forefather backing him, it would be impossible." This was not the grandma being arrogant, it was the truth. Who in this world could topple their regime? Not even the personal arrival of the Alpine tree father could do so. "Grandma, I do not wish pointlessly argue with you regarding this issue." Ming Yeshua responded, "Just answer my one question. is our alchemy kingdom prepared for a crisis involving our continued existence? The grandma began to wonder. She knew that their kingdom naturally was without such preparations. The ancestors simply didn't care for a little problem like Li Chia. Because of this, I will have to make the trip tomorrow if I can't see Ancestor Wushuang. Let His Majesty and the elders know of my determination. Since young miss is so adamant, I will go arrange for it immediately. The grandma responded in a sober tone and quickly took her leave. She didn't believe that Li Chia could actually destroy their kingdom. This was too exaggerated and absolutely impossible, but she also believed in her young miss intelligence. She had never seen anyone wiser than her young Mississippi. She was definitely the future immortal emperor. After a quiet night, dawn finally came forth. Countless people lost hours of sleep, and their gazes were fixated on the Xian's residence. When the sun shone on the stony pathway towards the Xian clan, the shadow of a carriage appeared along with dull clacking noises that echoed around the mountain. The eyes of many spectators lit up after seeing the appearance of this carriage. One of them couldn't help but raise their voice. Li Chia is here. Instead of calling the Xian's residence a palace, it was more apt to call it a treasure ground. It was built in a valley surrounded by peaks. Instead of a clan, it was closer to a sect or lineage. At this place, rolling hills and vine-decorated valleys were everywhere. Old pine trees took root along with many green bamboo shoots. Pavilions and old temples appeared within this area, giving the royal residence a very archaic look. In fact, although the Xian clan was known as a royal family, they had formed their own branch and lineage. The imperial Draco bull slowly pulled the carriage forward with Tai Yi as the driver. Li Chia was resting his eyes inside with Yuan Saiha and the madam beside him. Li Chia was half lying down with a fur coat on his body as if he was asleep. With beauties by his side, he seemed to be on an outing rather than marching to battle. The spectators were at a loss for words after seeing this scene of Li Chia going to battle. They didn't know whether to admire him for having such great luck or to be in awe of his confidence. Eventually, the carriage stopped right outside of the Xian clan's gate. The madam next to him softly said, "Young noble, we are here." Li Chia opened his eyes and brushed away the fur coat. Under the gentle support of the madam, he got down from the carriage. Him requiring support to get down from the carriage once again dumbfounded the spectators. His appearance seemed more like a feeble playboy rather than a soldier going to war. "It's about time." Li Chia smiled and raised his eyebrow before commanding Tai Yi, "Go inform them." Tai Yi had always been a coward, but he somehow mustered courage out of thin air. He arched his chest and went to the gate and shouted, "Xian clan, listen well, our young noble is here to take Chao Guiao's head. Hurry up and hand it over." Normally, whenever trouble came, Tai Yi would instantly flee without a trace, but things were different this time. He found courage and confidence from nowhere and was able to shout in an incredibly arrogant manner. Of course, Tai Yi knew very well that this was his opportunity to show his loyalty. If he didn't do so now, he wouldn't even have the chance to do so in the future. The grandma eventually sighed, not knowing what else to say. The matter was settled the moment the Xian forefather decided to make a move. This was not something that she could control. Ming Yeshua asked, "What do the ancestors think?" The grandma wryly smiled and said, "Young miss, the ancestors didn't reveal anything. In fact, I'm afraid that they think this is only a small deal, so there was no need for them to show their stance. Li Chia is only a junior, so there wasn't a need for them to worry." "Young noble Li is indeed a junior," Ming Yeshua said, "however, age does not represent everything. Moreover, he is extraordinary. Anyone who takes him lightly will definitely lose out in the end. Young miss, not everyone thinks like you." Grandma Bai said, "Our kingdom is entrenched in our imperial foundation. Not to mention people like us, but even the ancestors think that no one can shake our kingdom. Why should the ancestors become involved in such a trivial matter? Things will be settled swiftly since the Xian forefather is taking action, so why should the other ancestors bother with this sort of thing?" Ming Yeshua deepened her tone and asked, what if the Xian forefather dies? Grandma Bai's expression changed as she responded, young miss, that is impossible. We don't know whether Li Qie is actually that powerful. And even if he has such capabilities, killing our ancestor inside Alchemy City. Even the Alpine forefather has to think twice before doing this. Grandma, you are mistaken. There is nothing young noble Li can't do. Do you really think that he puts our kingdom in his eyes? Ming Yeshua gravely spoke, these are harsh words, but essentially, he has never taken our kingdom seriously. Chapter 762, Xian Clan's Alchemy Ancestor, Clank. A loud knock on the wooden doors came about. At this time, the Xian's gate slowly opened as if they weren't prepared and were actually welcoming Li Qie's arrival. Many watchers shuddered at the sight of the welcoming doors without any guarding disciples. This posture clearly showed that the Xian clan was not afraid of Li Qie's attack and that they had complete confidence in their victory. Li Qie. Don't even dream about taking Brother Chao's head. The World Pillar Monarch, Xian Miao, appeared on top of a mountain within the land of the Xian clan and gravely uttered, those who stay at Alchemy City are our guests. Our Alchemy Kingdom has the responsibility of protecting their safety. This remark carried another meaning. This was not a problem for the Xian clan alone, it was also a problem for the entire kingdom. Those who were paying attention to this battle felt a cold chill after finding out that the kingdom indeed wanted to take action. Suddenly, no one favored Li Qie any longer. No opponent would have a good end after the entire kingdom became involved in the conflict. Li Qie raised his brow and leisurely said, I am not here to negotiate with you. I give your clan two options. 1. Hand over Chao Guiyao. 2. Allow me to destroy your clan. Such a big tone. Xian Miao coldly countered, do you really think Alchemy City is a place where you can act so wantonly? Be smart and beg for forgiveness, then we might settle this matter peacefully. Our Alchemy Kingdom's prestige will not allow for dissension. The monarch once again brought up the Alchemy Kingdom as if he was its representative. Taking on this stance was very scary indeed. All right, it seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Very well, I will help you. Li Qie slowly shook his head and said, I have been merciful and gave ample time for your young and elderly to evacuate. It is now time for me to wash your clan with blood. Child, you dare to utter such outrageous words outside of my gate? A shout came at this moment. Although it was not particularly loud, it rang like thunder in everyone's ears. The entire city could hear this statement. An old man appeared inside the grounds of the Xian clan, standing above a peak. The moment this old man appeared, myriad existences prospered and hundreds of flowers bloomed. An alchemy aura as vast as a sea immediately flooded the entire Xian clan. Any vegetation that sensed this aura immediately came alive with rich vitality. One could only imagine just how frightening this old man's Tao of alchemy was to be able to immediately invigorate the plants and trees in this land. Xian Alchemy Ancestor. Even ancestors from the great powers were astonished at his appearance and exclaimed in horror. There had been early rumors of the alchemy ancestor staying at the Xian's residence, but this was merely hearsay. Seeing his appearance in the flesh was quite different. Xian forefather, one of the ancestors of the imperial family, a legendary master, a peak legendary alchemist. A great character listed all of the alchemy ancestors' titles as he shuddered. Those who were called legendary masters were very powerful. At the very least, they had to be a golden era paragon or even an existence that had taken their first step onto one of the two paths. The Xian alchemy ancestor was not only a legendary master, but also a peak legendary alchemist. Just how prestigious was this status? For any great power, he was simply a priceless treasure. The World Pillar Monarch immediately prostrated on the ground to greet his ancestor's arrival. As for Li Qie, he was not surprised as if everything was within his expectations. Back when my Xian clan showed its dominance, it caused storms in this world and myriad realms lost their colors. The alchemy ancestor had a stately yet intimidating appearance. He looked straight at Li Qie and coldly uttered, Today, when my Xian clan chose to maintain a low profile, an ignorant junior dares to come to our door to shame my Xian clan. Any other junior would be incessantly trembling with weakened legs after getting stared at by a legendary master like this. However, Li Qiye was unperturbed without a care. If you are finished boasting, then it is time for me to take action. Any other serious statements you want to make? Li Qiye lazily stared at the ancestor. Of course, I can say them all for you. For example, I don't know life from death, daring to provoke your Xian clan, challenging the might of the alchemy kingdom, not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth. After a bunch of righteous and solemn rhetoric comes the real goal. Li Qiye smiled. Aren't you just after my Tao of Alchemy manual? Why the need to talk so much? That old geezer Huangfu is also at your place, right? You've been meticulously planning, yet you still pretend to be innocent and righteous. Why bother? Just be straight if you want to rob people. The world of cultivators is where the strong reign over the weak. Murder and robbery are nothing shameful. The most disgusting thing is being a prostitute while pretending to be pure, so nauseating. Li Qiye took the initiative and mocked the ancestor. This made others take deep breaths. A few big shots already guessed the Xian clan's goal, but no one wanted to expose this thin layer of deception. Now, Li Qiye's brief remark made everything very obvious. How slanderous, Xian Miao harshly shouted. Our alchemy kingdom has 4 alchemy emperors. Your Tao of alchemy is not worthy of entering my ancestor's sight. Li Qiye interrupted him with a lazy expression. Okay, like I said earlier, don't waste time acting pure if you are a prostitute. To be frank, I want to trample your Xian clan. Who told you to mingle with the Huangfu clan geezers? Of course, destroying your alchemy kingdom is fine with me as well. There is nothing shameful to reveal these things. Since everyone is here today, go ahead and let it out. These words made all the spectators open their eyes wide. Declaring the destruction of the Xian clan was already bold enough, but now he stated that he wanted to destroy the alchemy kingdom. This made others feel as if Li Qiye had become crazy. Your words just now are beyond redemption, even with death. The Xian alchemy ancestor glared at Li Qiye. With a terrifying aura, he spoke awe-inspiringly. Junior, will you give up, or do I have to personally take action? Okay, stop acting cool in front of me. I simply don't give a damn about you. Li Qiye retorted. Today, I will sharpen my blade starting with you. With that, his eyes narrowed as a murderous intent shot out like a ray. Young noble, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? He's only an old man, there is no need for young noble to take action. Before Li Qiye could attack, Tai Yi stepped forward and volunteered to be the vanguard. This little demon is ready to pave the way for young noble. An inconspicuous little demon like this suddenly coming up surprised all the spectators. Earlier, everyone saw and thought that Tai Yi was only Li Qiye's driver. But now, this little demon dared to utter these bold words and called the ancestor an old geezer. This was too incredible. Some people even thought that Li Qiye purposely arranged for this in order to humiliate the alchemy ancestor. Even the madam was astonished to see Tai Yi suddenly volunteering to fight. The Xian alchemy ancestor was a legendary master, but this unknown little demon still dared to fight him. How unbelievable was this? Good, I have not come out in a very long time, so even a random dog on the streets thinks that I am so easily bullied. The ancestor laughed due to his overwhelming anger. He was nearly driven mad from Tai Yi's statement. He was a famous ancestor. In the stone medicine world, who wouldn't fear his name? But now, a little demon came running, wanting to take care of him. How could he not be driven insane? You're only a golden era paragon. Calling yourself a legendary master is merely flattery. Tai Yi hid his usual cowardly look and arched his chest forward with an engulfing aura while looking down on the ancestor. Very well, if I don't break you into pieces today, I will cease being human. The ancestor vomited blood from rage. His eyes became fierce and his great bloodthirst spanned for thousands of miles. With a new demeanor, Tai Yi bowed towards Li Qiye and said, "Young noble, please allow this little demon to take his head." Li Qie slightly waved his sleeve and lightly said, "Go. Since you want to contribute, then let this merit belong to you. Little beasts, die." Seeing the master and servant playing their tune left the ancestor furious. He crazily roared as his grand palm came forward. His 5 fingers were as mighty as a suppressive mountain, capable of crushing the world. Only a minor technique. Tai Yi's body flashed and disappeared as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, no one saw how he appeared before the ancestor. Bang! 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 Amidst the commotion, the ancestor was struck 6 times by Tai Yi. Even if the ancestor had energy protecting his body, he was still one step too late. After the loud detonations, he shattered a peak with his feet after being blown away by Tai Yi. His face was pale and his breathing ragged. Without a doubt, the 6 strikes from Tai Yi had wounded him. However, it was not serious. This sudden change amazed everyone. This Tai Yi was a little demon who no one valued. Everyone thought that him attacking the ancestor was courting death. However, Tai Yi actually hurt the ancestor. Of course, some of this was due to the ancestor underestimating his enemy, but it was still enough to show that Tai Yi was powerful enough. He was definitely a virtuous paragon. Otherwise, without any weapons, he wouldn't be able to injure a legendary master. A paragon acting as Li Qie's driver caused many people to shudder. Chapter 763, The Mighty Tai Yi. The madam herself was shaken by Tai Yi's strength. Normally, Tai Yi always had a cowardly look and escaped at the first sign of trouble. Who would have thought that he would be able to deter an existence like the alchemy ancestor? Little demon, come meet your doom. The ancestor's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He was a legendary master, yet he suffered in the hands of this no-name demon. It was only their first exchange, yet it was still extremely humiliating to him. He cried out and soared to the sky. Under his wrath, his blood energy erupted to its most powerful state. For someone with weak longevity blood like him, erupting his blood energy to this level was truly reckless. Here I come. Tai Yi remained undaunted in the face of this eruption. He laughed, then soared in the air straight at the ancestor. At this time, Tai Yi was like a completely different person. No one would be able to recognize the coward that he was. His aura engulfed the world as if he had been reborn with a domineering presence. Die. The ancestor's invincible treasure slammed down without holding anything back to meet Tai Yi's offense. In the blink of an eye, this invincible treasure blindingly lit up and broke all the laws in this world. The world seemed to be trembling under this blow, along with all the cultivators in Alchemy City. Boom! The alchemy ancestor was worthy of his fame. This blow tore the fabric of space. Even when Tai Yi took out a powerful life treasure to meet it head-on, he still couldn't stop this oncoming attack and was blown away. One could hear a loud detonation as the void was shattered. From this scene alone, one could easily imagine just how terrifying the attack from the ancestor was. Tai Yi stabilized himself and coughed out several gulps of blood and murmured, "This body is becoming weaker and weaker, I really am getting old." The spectators finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the ancestor wounding Tai Yi. If a legendary master like the ancestor was defeated by an unknown little demon, it would be too hard to take in. However, outsiders didn't know that this was not the ancestor wounding Tai Yi, it was Tai Yi's old wounds coming back due to the battle. Die. The ancestor didn't give Tai Yi an opportunity to breathe. The invincible treasure lit up again and carried with it an unstoppable momentum. For the ancestor, if he couldn't kill this unknown little demon, then it would be difficult to re-establish his reputation. Who's afraid of who? Tai Yi also laughed wildly and pounced forward to meet the ancestor head-on. It was as if he was an awakened lion, ready for battle. Li Qie watched the battle between the two for a bit before losing his interest. He looked at the land of the Xian clan and smilingly said, "It is time to flatten this land." Having said that, he took out a pouch. Hush! In this instant, the wind suddenly howled. Poisonous insects and ferocious monsters came out one by one after being released by Wuxia. Loud roars resounded as if a flood of monsters had arrived like a stampeding cavalry. These creatures crowded the Xian clan's gate. There were 8-meter-long red-eyed winged centipedes, toxic horned lions as tall as little mountains, black widow snakes that stretched like rivers, true fire virulent toads spewing out poisonous flames, iron-hoof evil bulls full of poisonous parasites. Many people gasped at the sight of Wuxia quickly releasing so many poisonous creatures. The infestation wreaked havoc across this land, left them with a terrifying and creepy sensation. Looking at the poisonous serpents with dripping saliva and spiders full of green hair, the beasts with evil flames surrounding their bodies. All of these terrorizing images caused people to tremble, some even wanted to vomit. Where did he get so many poisonous creatures from? Even a demon king was aghast in the face of so many monsters. Red-eyed winged centipedes, toxic horned lions, black widow snakes, true fire virulent toads, iron-hoof evil bulls. An old alchemist could name all of these creatures. He paled as he murmured, "These are all indigenous species from the alchemy kingdom. The majority of them hide around in the dangerous locations here. How did Wuxia get them?" An alchemist realized something and uttered in shock, "Don't tell me he captured them just recently." A few people knew the ancient rumors of Alchemy City. In an archaic age when the phoenix and divine tree tried to obtain rebirth via fire, they left behind divine ashes that cultivated this land. This turned the city into a treasure ground for spirit medicines and grasses, as well as a land occupied by many poisonous creatures and fierce beasts. Because of this, there were still locations in this city where many of these creatures resided. From then on, these areas became so dangerous that even heavenly kings wouldn't dare to venture inside. How incredible! Just what level has Wuxia's insect mastery reached? An alchemy saint uttered in disbelief. Legends describe the insect swarm alchemy emperor coming to Alchemy City to capture many poisonous creatures. However, besides him, very few people later on managed to catch so many. After witnessing Wuxia's amazing display of prowess, many were frightened. In just a moment, they became very wary of this insect mastery branch from the Tao of alchemy. Although this was a world with the highest concentration of alchemists, an art like insect mastery was inferior in the eyes of many alchemists. First, one had to be a legendary alchemist before learning insect mastery. If one was able to reach this level, they would obtain a very proud status, and countless people would be willing to work for them. There was no need to waste energy researching insect mastery. It was enough to specialize in pill refinement. Second, even for many alchemy emperor lineages, insect mastery was not well researched. As a result, insect mastery and even wood mastery were very rare among alchemists. A few lineages had such abilities, but their alchemists still chose to focus on refining pills instead. It was very rare for someone to take insect mastery to the extreme like the progenitor of the insect swarm valley, the insect swarm alchemy emperor. Activate the formations, prepare for battle. The World Pillar monarch was alarmed and shouted after seeing so many poisonous creatures outside of their gate. With a series of booming explosions, lights flashed among the peaks of the Xian's residence. Even sweet fragrances could be smelled. Raw. At this time, there were creatures that had infiltrated the clan. However, the dozen of them all bellowed miserably. It didn't matter whether they came from the sky or the ground, they twitched on the ground and instantly died. Increase the power. The monarch gave another command to the disciples of his clan with a loud shout. Fiery lights appeared inside a few valleys and caves on this land as if they were burning something. An even stronger medicinal fragrance quickly enveloped the entire residence. The poisonous creatures crowding outside of the Xian clan were very afraid of this smell and couldn't help but retreat. Even those who were not afraid of this smell didn't want to enter the Xian clan. It was as if they could sense the danger. Alchemy formation. An alchemist who was watching this scene emotionally commented, "The Xian clan is indeed a branch from the imperial family. By having such a powerful alchemy formation in their clan, they could even stop a huge number of poisonous creatures." Huh, fool, not knowing your own strength, do you really think you are unbeatable with your insect mastery? Don't forget, our Xian clan is a branch of the imperial family. Regarding the Tao of alchemy, nothing compares to our alchemy kingdom in the 9 worlds. With the protection of the formation, Xian Miao sneered with complete confidence as if victory was a foregone conclusion. Although his words were unpleasant, they were backed by logic. It was difficult to find a lineage within the 9 worlds comparable to their alchemy kingdom regarding the Tao of alchemy. Should you be so proud of such a trivial formation? Li Qie smiled and patted his myriad heavenly cauldron. Open. The cauldron opened its mouth wide. With a boom, its mouth seemingly turning into the gigantic jaws of a beast capable of swallowing the heavens. Its raging flames immediately turned into a giant vortex. In the blink of an eye, this fiery vortex sucked in all the medicinal fragrances that covered the Xian clan. With another loud bang, the cauldron spewed out its own fragrances. Moreover, all of these fragrances suddenly caught on fire. They created a sea of fire that ran along the alchemy formation's runes from the Xian clan, causing the entire formation to blow up. Bang! In an instant, explosions could be heard from within. Under the raging flames, the formation initially powered by cauldrons blew up. The central area of the formation exploded as well. Many mountains collapsed instantly due to the explosions. Suddenly, loud screams came from everywhere as flesh and blood spattered in the sky. With the formation's collapse, the experts that were controlling the formations were blown away, many headed to their deaths. Chapter 764, Massacring the Xian clan. The alchemy formation was broken in an instant by the myriad heavenly cauldron. Chaos ensued in the Xian clan as the shrill screams that came from within caused the World Pillar monarch's countenance to be quite unsightly. The alchemy formation could be considered one of their prided creations. Ordinary clans wouldn't be able to have such a formation, but it was broken so easily by Li Qie. It can also do this? A cauldron breaking an alchemy formation, this is so unreal. The spectators watching this fight were astounded after seeing the Xian's alchemy formation explode. This kind of alchemy formation is not even worthy of me taking action. My cauldron alone can already easily break it. Li Qie smirked dismissively. Terrifying roars could be heard right after the formation went down. Without its deterrence, all the poisonous creatures rushed into the Xian residence. Their rampage caused the land to shake and the pavilions to be crushed. One of the poisonous serpents slithered all the way to a high peak and spat out some roiling mist. This mist instantly spread everywhere and shrouded one mountain after another, eroding many valleys. Many disciples from the Xian clan immediately screamed and met their demise after being invaded by this mist, leaving behind only bodies on the ground. One of the spiders full of green hair quickly rushed into the residence and spewed out countless webs. These webs covered the sky and surrounded the disciples before they could fight it. Sizzling sounds could be heard after they were covered by this silk. Amidst their screams, their bodies began to rot. Some golden bees flew inside and swiftly shot out a barrage of poisonous needles as thin as hair. Many disciples couldn't dodge in time. They weren't ready to escape as they were hit by the needles. Once stricken, no matter their cultivation, their body instantly froze up as if petrified. Poisonous toads, ferocious rhinos, and dark bulls, all kind of creatures invaded the Xian residence like a tsunami. They trampled this land with devastating force. Buildings fell one after another from their onslaught. Li Qie only smiled while watching the fight from outside of the gate. There was no need for him to personally take action. Screams came left and right from within the residence. All the Xian disciples came to fight. The World Pillar monarch didn't have time to watch Li Qie as he rushed to the front lines to fight these monsters. Many people had begun to pay attention to this battle as early as 3 days ago, but no one had ever thought that it would begin in such a manner. There were many speculations regarding how things would begin. Some believed that a great character from Alpine Mountain would act as the vanguard. Others believed that Li Qie would take out that invincible treasure to bombard the Xian clan. However, no one thought that Li Qie didn't need to take action and would just leisurely stand there, directing his horde of monsters to attack the Xian clan. The crowd was dumbfounded and sent into a daze. This offense from Li Qie was indeed too powerful. Who would ever dare to say that alchemists had weak combat potential from now on? Insect mastery and wood mastery, both of these techniques can easily massacre a clan or even destroy a sect. An alchemist lamented after seeing this scene. However, there was a tinge of pride in his words. Damned beasts, stop running amok. In the depths of the Xian clan came 5 gray-haired old men that instantly formed a formation. They carried treasure medicines and divine roots and initiated their grand formation, coming forward with a powerful, sweeping momentum. Bang! A series of rumbling occurred. Under the pressure of the formation from the 5 old men, many monsters receded like a tide since they couldn't withstand this attack. 5 elders of the Xian clan. They are all amazing alchemists and were once renowned in the world. An alchemist who recognized the 5 was startled from seeing their formation. These 5 elders were the most exceptional alchemists of the Xian clan. Although they couldn't compare to the Xian alchemy ancestor, they all had remarkable accomplishments. They formed another alchemy formation to expel and kill these poisonous monsters. This was enough to prove their worth on the Tao of alchemy. An alchemist-based formation? Li Qie smiled and said, "Let me show you what a heaven-made poisonous formation can do." Having said that, a Tao of alchemy emerged. Li Qie's hands instantly formed 5 runic incantations that flew out and imprinted themselves on 5 different creatures. Croak, a gold-striped one-eyed frog as big as a mound jumped out from the poisonous herd. Pluff, a crimson flame serpent with a tongue as big as an arm came forth. Z, a scorpion with an iron carapace crawled out from the mass. Next, 100-meter-long centipede with 1,000 blade-like legs arrived. Just its movement alone could sweep through many experts and take their lives. One spider covered in poisonous needles also rushed out from its peers. These 5 poisonous creatures instantly formed a team and pounced towards the 5 Xian elders at an unbelievable speed. They attacked together in the blink of an eye. The frog spewed out poisonous mists while the crimson serpent unleashed its fire to burn this mist. The burning mist immediately turned into a sea of fire. In this same moment, the spider spat out a large amount of webs that was accompanied by needles towards the sea of fire. In an instant, they became extremely vile fiery nets that locked the entire sky. The 5 creatures unleashed their combination attack towards the 5 elders. Boom! 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 The scorpion shot out 4 needles towards the 4 cardinal directions that turned into formation pillars. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elders were trapped inside. At this time, the poisonous fire had turned into lava. Moreover, the webs had locked the area inside the formation, so the 5 elders couldn't take half a step backward, let alone escape. Open! The 5 elders wildly shouted and unleashed their formation's most powerful state. However, the combined attack of the 5 creatures with their venom, fire, webs. All of these powers worked together in harmony, causing their power to soar exponentially. Ah! In just a brief moment, the sea of magma refined the 5 elders' alchemy formation. The 5 elders were also incinerated while they screamed pitifully. What is this? The spectators were amazed. From the start, the 5 elders were able to push back these creatures. But now, these 5 monsters instantly reversed the situation and killed all 5 of them. This is the legendary 5 poisons mutual generation, a natural formation that abides the laws of the world. There is no need for formations or techniques since the 5 poisons rely on their natural harmonizing affinity to create this formation. A legendary alchemist who didn't want to show his face understood this particular method. His eyes widened as he murmured, 5 poisons mutual generation, this is easier said than done. To be able to display this natural effect in a formation in an instant. This allows for the strength of the poisons to rise by at least 10 times. Scram! When the poisonous creatures invaded the depths of the Xian clan, Chao Guiyao finally showed himself. He summoned a cauldron and spewed out an alchemy mist to stop the flood of monsters. Chao Guiyao was indeed a great alchemist, especially after obtaining the insect mastery arts of the insect swarm valley. He alone was even stronger than the 5 Xian elders as he stopped the incoming horde. Not bad, let's see if you can stop this. Li Qiye saw this scene and smiled. He took out a tiny bottle and let out a creature. Buzz. Chao Guiyao, who was battling the poisonous horde, suddenly heard a small humming sound. He lifted his head and noticed a little white silkworm flying forward. This silkworm had a pair of wings, so it flew very quickly. Such a cute and tiny white silkworm would make anyone think that it was completely harmless. Evil silkworm. However, Chao Guiyao acted as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly recalled his cauldron and turned around to flee without a care for anything else. However, he didn't make it too far before he let out a shrill scream. His body dropped to the ground and began to twitch as a terrifying scene ensued. A strange fleshy growth began to bud as if a bean sprout was growing on his body. The moment this fleshy meat reached a certain size, it began to crack and spew out black blood. The little silkworm flew out of Chao Guiyao's body and immediately sucked up all of the black blood. Fuck, where did Li Qiye get an evil silkworm? A knowledgeable alchemist paled at the sight of this little silkworm. His legs grew weak as his butt hit the ground. Is that little white silkworm that terrifying? A disciple couldn't help but ask after seeing his master frightened to such an extent. The alchemist said, if it is not terrifying, then Chao Guiyao wouldn't have tried to flee. He obtained the arts of the insect swarm valley and was fighting so many poisonous creatures alone. Do you think he was afraid of them? However, after seeing this little silkworm, he ran right away. He eventually calmed down and licked his lips. Evil silkworm, this devilish thing is very rare. Some of them live in some vile marshes in Alchemy City. I only heard that the insect swarm alchemy emperor caught one after coming here. Later on, it was groomed by the valley to become a devil that could easily kill virtuous paragons. Rumor has it that this evil silkworm is still protecting the valley to this day. The alchemist quivered while recalling the tale. Chapter 765, Sacred Ancestor. Chao Guiyao dying just like that caused the onlookers to grow silent. They were unable to describe their own thoughts at this moment. He was once one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, a genius flattered by many great powers and experts. It could even be said that when he was alive, he was a mighty figure that no one dared to offend. But now, he died miserably, and to a poisonous insect at that. Even his great insect mastery couldn't save his life. He once proclaimed that outside of the insect swarm ancestors, no one in this world could compare to him regarding insect mastery. Just how ironic was his ultimate demise today? Screams continued to emanate as the beasts rampaged in the Xian residence. Blood ran like rivers in the area as countless disciples died. Even the effort from the counteroffensive of the older experts was useless. From start to end, all the disciples and experts wished to defend their clan. However, after being surrounded, they couldn't even break through the swarm to escape. Such a scene left the spectators with tingling palms. No one thought that this would happen since they assumed that the Xian clan would clearly have the upper hand. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the Xian clan would be swept away and decimated? The clan that held great pride in their Tao of alchemy couldn't stop the rage of the poisonous beasts and were eventually massacred. Old dog Huangfu, what are you waiting for? The Xian alchemy ancestor couldn't help but cry out. He was gritting his teeth as his heart bled. If you don't take action, my alchemy kingdom will not forgive your Huangfu clan. The alchemy ancestor was driven insane after seeing his clan being abused like this. Despite his great mastery of alchemy, it was of no use. He was busy dealing with Tai Yi and couldn't do anything to save his clan. He was indeed wondrous. With his non-stop offense, he pushed Tai Yi back into a disadvantageous position. However, Tai Yi's might was unexpected as well. At this moment, Tai Yi's old injuries resurfaced and he would occasionally spit out blood. Moreover, him taking on the ancestors' continuous attacks only worsened his state. Nevertheless, he was a raging dragon despite his bloodied self. In his frenzy, he unleashed his most powerful attacks again and again until the sky collapsed. His bloodthirst and hostility erupted. Anyone would be horrified by this scene. They would rather run instead of battling with this dire wolf who was fighting without regard for his own life. Tai Yi fought with the aim of bringing the enemy down with him, so no one could connect him to his prior cowardly form that fled at the first sign of danger. The alchemy ancestor had the upper hand early on in this battle, but he couldn't suppress Tai Yi's rampaging state since he was not a paragon capable of divine investiture. He was not what people called an eternal existence. Despite his advantage, if he was not careful against Tai Yi's recklessness, then the tides would turn. It could even result in both of them going down together. The ancestor was full of remorse at this moment. With one wrong move, he lost the entire board. He was confident that this war would be easy since it was just killing a junior like Li Chia. He didn't expect to bring about a disaster to his own clan. What made him even angrier was that the Huangfu's sacred ancestor just loitered around without showing his face. They had a pact that the moment Li Chia came, they would instantly attack and kill the virtuous paragons on Li Chia's side. But now, Li Chia's poisonous horde had destroyed the Xian clan while the sacred ancestor had yet to show his face, causing his Xian clan to suffer great casualties. How could the alchemy ancestor not go crazy? The regretful ancestor felt that he had fallen into the trap of the Huangfu ancestor, becoming nothing more than cannon fodder. I'm here, brother alchemy. My cultivation was tampered with and I almost suffered chi deviation, so I am late. The sacred ancestor finally showed up. When he emerged from the Xian clan, the stars seemed to have shifted. A terrifying aura swept through the entire alchemy city as if a deity had arrived. In the end, the sacred ancestor still took action. Although this was against his will since it was better to play the waiting game, he was forced to take action. After the Xian ancestor uttered those words, he would truly break all ties with the alchemy kingdom if he remained hidden. That would bring about a disaster to his own clan. Kill the little bastard. Although the enraged ancestor didn't believe this drivel about chi deviation, he had no time to care for it. He needed the sacred ancestor to reverse the tides of this battle. Boom! The sacred ancestor's attack resembled a blow from a god monarch. Myriad laws were destroyed, blowing away all the poisonous creatures from the Xian clan. As for the beasts closer to him, they were instantly rendered to ashes. At this second, he didn't care whether the creatures that went flying were alive or not. He stepped out of the Xian clan with his invincible aura and suppressed the 9 heavens and engulfed myriad realms. Sacred ancestor, is he a god monarch? Even great power's ancestors felt a cold chill. As for other people, they were naturally trembling with fear. The most powerful ancestor of the Huangfu clan is still alive. So this is a god monarch. An ancestor who knew the sacred ancestor became nervous. The sacred ancestor took one step forward. His 2 eyes were as dazzling as the sky when he coldly uttered while emitting a terrifying aura, "Little bastard, today marks your demise." That being said, with one palm blotting out the sun, he reached straight for Li Chia. This encroaching palm seemed to be capable of grasping the entire world, causing all the experts in the city to feel fear. A god monarch was indeed brilliant. Go! The moment Madame Zi Yan saw that Li Chia was about to be captured, she acted without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she carried the immortal devouring evil jar forward and used all of her blood energy to empower it. The jar spewed out an endless black brilliance like a star flying all the way to the firmament, blowing away everything in its trajectory. The immortal devouring evil jar had a monstrous origin and was no weaker than even an emperor assailant's true treasure. With the madam not sparing anything, even if she couldn't exert its ultimate power, the strike would still be devastatingly powerful. All existences in the city trembled before this endless black brilliance that crossed the sky. Everyone felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies as they were sucked in by the jar. An ancestor recognized this treasure and exclaimed, "Immortal devouring evil jar." Even the sacred ancestor was alarmed and immediately withdrew his hand. He shouted and opened his mouth to spit out his true fate weapon. Even though he was a god monarch, he still didn't dare to meet the jar head-on without a weapon. Boom! The madam with the evil jar couldn't withstand the blow from the sacred ancestor's true fate weapon. After all, it could destroy even the world. Boom! 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 The madam was forced back repeatedly as the ground shattered behind her. If it wasn't for the evil jar protecting her at the last second, she would have either suffered a grievous injury or died. After all, the cultivation gap between the two of them was simply too much. Without the evil jar, the sacred ancestor's finger alone could kill the madam. Immortal devouring evil jar. Even the eyes of a big shot like the sacred ancestor lit up with greed after seeing the jar floating above the madam's head. He couldn't be blamed since anyone would covet an item such as this jar. It was not weaker than immortal emperor true treasures, something that their Huangfu clan didn't have. This evil jar will only rot at your giant bamboo country. The sacred ancestor snorted, from now on, it will have a different master. Come again. Although the madam knew that it would be difficult after experiencing the last blow, her fighting spirit was still surging. Despite not being the ancestor's match, she still wanted to fight using the evil jar. Little girl, that was only a casual blow from me. If I actually attacked seriously, even the jar would not be able to save you. The sacred ancestor coldly smiled. It is not too late to hand over the evil jar. If you do so, I will spare your life. If you force me to attack again, then not only will I kill you, I will also destroy your country another day. The madam still wanted to go forward but was stopped by Li Qie. You're only a false god yet you still dare to bluster. Even a real god monarch would not dare to talk about destroying my giant bamboo. You are nothing. Li Qie smirked as he stared at the sacred ancestor. The ancestor grimaced. People always referred to him as a god monarch, which was a source of pride for him. For a paragon, being called god monarch was a great honor. In actuality, the sacred ancestor was not qualified to be called a god monarch due to the strict standards. His strength was enough to form his own country or be part of the divine list, but it was far from being of the god monarch level. For example, the sacred ancestor from the Thousand Carp River was absolutely worthy of this title. He was a real god monarch that would be respected by the entire sacred netherworld. However, the Thousand Carp's sacred ancestor had seen immortal Emperor Qianli before and had witnessed what true invincibility was back when all the generals of the great emperor were still in this world. Even if he was qualified for the title, he would rather stay humble and refuse to call himself a god monarch. Chao Guiyao dying just like that caused the onlookers to grow silent. They were unable to describe their own thoughts at this moment. He was once one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, a genius flattered by many great powers and experts. It could even be said that when he was alive, he was a mighty figure that no one dared to offend. But now, he died miserably, and to a poisonous insect at that. Even his great insect mastery couldn't save his life. He once proclaimed that outside of the insect swarm ancestors, no one in this world could compare to him regarding insect mastery. Just how ironic was his ultimate demise today? Screams continued to emanate as the beasts rampaged in the Xian residence. Blood ran like rivers in the area as countless disciples died. Even the effort from the counteroffensive of the older experts was useless. Chapter 766, Black Bones. This was not the case for the Huangfu sacred ancestor. With regards to cultivation and qualifications, he couldn't be bestowed the title of god monarch. However, as the strongest existence in the Huangfu clan, he struggled to reach such a level, so he grew very prideful and complacent. At that time, many experts flattered him and all called him god monarch. Thus, even till now, he always considered himself as one. He was very sensitive when others brought this up. Li Qie calling him a false god reminded him of what he was most annoyed with. Because of this, the sacred ancestor grimaced in an unsightly fashion and coldly uttered, "Fool, today, not only will I take the evil jar, I will also take my time torturing you until you wish for death." His blood energy erupted, causing his aura to become even more powerful. Earlier, he only casually attacked. Now, he didn't mind spending blood energy to kill the madam as well as to seize the evil jar. In the blink of an eye, a divine ring pulsed from his true fate weapon that appeared to be a galaxy in the sky. A fist emerged from the center of this ring. Its arrival immediately suppressed the world. All the Xian disciples and poisonous creatures were immediately frozen. Even the evil jar emitting its black brilliance above the madam's head was weakened by this oppressive fist. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this suppression was. Even if the sacred ancestor was not a god monarch, he was still an eternal existence, and a top one at that. When he actually became angry and used his blood energy to fuel his fate weapon, seizing the evil jar or other emperor weapons would not be difficult at all. As the fist came down, even ancestors from the great powers trembled, so it was needless to say for others. Ignorant insects, tremble before me. Those who oppose my Huangfu clan shall not meet a pleasant end. The sacred ancestor sneered. The divine fist suppressed the entire battlefield. Outside of the sacred ancestor and Tai Yi fighting in the sky, everyone else was subjected to its suppression. The evil jar also buzzed when faced with the oncoming fist. It started to shake in an unstable manner. Without a doubt, it was affected by this fist. It's over. The spectators gently sighed at the fist going for the evil jar. They knew the fight was about to end. When a powerful existence like the sacred ancestor took action, everything would quickly end. A false god still acts so unbridled before me. Li Qie smiled at this. Watch me slaughter you. With that, a gray death energy floated around his body along with the emergence of the death chapter. The chapter quickly embedded itself in the ground. Crack. Back at Li Qie's abode, the dry mountain suddenly cracked. A broken black bone flew out from the desolate mountain. Like a heavenly spear, it crossed 10,000 miles in an instant. As the divine fist was suppressing the area, the black bone immediately pierced through it. Who dares to ambush me? The sacred ancestor was shocked after his fist was penetrated. This bone being able to do such a thing made him feel threatened. Pluff. Even more black bones flew out from the desolate mountains. Die. As these incomplete bones flew forward, the shaken ancestor roared. He no longer held back any of his blood energy. His true fate weapon shot out even more fists from its divine ring to meet the approaching bones. Boom! 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 The earth was torn asunder. The most unbelievable thing happened. These bones actually pierced through all the fists as they tore through the sky. Everyone had the feeling that the heavens itself was being penetrated. What are those things? An ancestor saw these black bone fragments clearly. They were burnt crisp black as if they had caught on fire countless times. Moreover, their lengths varied. A few bones were cracked as if they had been destroyed after being incinerated numerous times. Such bones, in anyone's eyes, were useless. However, they managed to pierce through the sacred ancestor's fists. This was simply terrifying. Many became dumbfounded at this scene. They didn't know just what these bones were to be able to accomplish such a task. Descent of the gods. The aghast ancestor howled. He spewed a blob of longevity blood onto his true fate weapon to unleash the most powerful attack of his life. For an existence like the ancestor, his longevity blood had already dried up. Expending this large of an amount right now was akin to taking his own life. However, if he didn't take such a risk, then these bones would take his life anyway. Fear began to consume even an existence like him. Boom! As this unbeatable attack descended, a sacred image emerged. Many godly figures took form as if they had sent down their most powerful attacks. In the blink of an eye, they imprisoned myriad realms as they unleashed their onslaught to destroy all laws. Bang! The area immediately exploded. Under this ultimate attack, these black bone fragments were blown away. However, even the most tattered ones among them remained unharmed. Die! Li Qiye's eyes turned fierce as all of his death energy erupted. The death chapter began to rebuild and derive a boundless profundity. As Li Qiye empowered his chapter, these broken bones began to come together and rebuilt a new body in an instant. What kind of bird is that? Someone finally saw the shape of the restructured bones. This was the skeleton of a huge bird. Moreover, it was far from being complete as many pieces were missing. Just one incomplete skeleton was already so powerful. The moment it was successfully put together, it spread its wings with a force capable of stretching even the 9 heavens. Screech! A phoenix soared to the sky. This skeletal bird swooped down from above. Its bony wings swept by with a force capable of destroying the heavens above and annihilating all devils below. A flap of its wings left behind terrible scars in the sky. The heads of these godly figures started to fly as the wings of the creature swept forward. The most powerful attack of the sacred ancestor was instantly destroyed. Bang! His true fate weapon was torn apart under this pressure while the ancestor was blown away with his blood crazily spraying everywhere. Whoosh! One bone fragment flew out and immediately penetrated his chest, suspending him high in the sky. No, this can't be. He couldn't move at all after being immobilized in the sky. His wide eyes started to roll as he couldn't accept this reality. He was a god monarch and yet was defeated by the skeleton of a bird. No one could accept this result. This is impossible. The spectators watching this scene with their own eyes felt that this was impossible as well because it was simply too terrifying. A skeletal bird defeating a god monarch. Even if he wasn't a real god monarch, this was still too much to take in. Nothing is impossible. Li Qiye smirked, it is just that you cannot understand what true power is in this world. Pluff. With a sweep of a bony wing, the sacred ancestor's head flew to the sky as a spring of blood erupted from his neck all the way to the sky. Even at his moment of death, he didn't understand how he lost to a mere skeleton. He couldn't accept this fact. The world suddenly turned silent. Many people were creeped out, chilled by this astonishing development. Is this really happening? Some thought that they were simply dreaming. Just think about it. A god monarch, a frightening existence. Even if the sacred ancestor wasn't truly a god monarch, he was still a terrifying eternal existence. If, say, he was killed by a real god monarch or a god king, then it would be understandable. However, he was slain by an incomplete skeleton. No one could accept such a thing. Just what is that thing? Many people couldn't figure it out while looking at this incomplete skeleton. No one knew what this creature was to be able to kill a god monarch. Madame Ziyan next to Li Qiye took a deep breath. Recently, her young master used his death energy to gestate the mountain, reaching all the way to the depths of the ground. He spent a lot of time on this seemingly trivial matter. At this moment, she finally understood what her young master had been doing. Pop! In the meantime, the alchemy ancestor was struck by Tai Yi, causing his blood to run. He quickly turned around to flee. The ancestor purposely accepted this attack from the crazed Tai Yi to use the opportunity to escape with his fastest speed towards the ancestral ground of the alchemy kingdom. His fear was understandable because even a powerful existence like the sacred ancestor was killed. Even if he were to stay behind, he wouldn't be able to escape death. At this moment, only the ancestral ground would be able to protect him. Thus he had no choice but to risk it all to run towards that direction to seek asylum. Chapter 767, Invincible Bones. This reversal caught everyone by surprise. When the alchemy ancestor escaped, the surviving experts and disciples of the Xian clan were overwhelmed by despair. Even their most powerful forefather had escaped, so they were caught in a hopeless situation. Want to run? Too late. Li Qiye snorted at the sight of the fleeing ancestor. The death chapter rotated and the skeletal bird in the sky flapped its wings again. Before the ancestor could reach the ancestral ground, the bird instantly caught up to him. Its speed was too fast. Even someone like the ancestor couldn't compare to the bird in this regard. Pop! Before he could counterattack, the bird's wings swept him flying. He fell down from the sky while vomiting blood and heavily slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His blood began to stain the soil. Before he could stand up to try to escape again, the bird swept down and smashed the surroundings. Its claws instantly pierced his shoulders as he was caught by it and carried into the sky. He couldn't move at all. When the bird gripped his shoulders, it also sealed his true fate. No, the lucky survivors from the Xian clan cried out as they were plunged further into despair. The spectators were even more frightened by the sudden appearance of this bird. First, it killed the Huangfu's sacred ancestor, and now, it captured the Xian alchemy ancestor. Just an incomplete skeletal version was already this powerful, so wouldn't it have unimaginable might if it were still alive? They quivered uncontrollably while watching the ancestor being gripped by the skeletal bird like a little chick. The majority expected the alchemy ancestor to win while Li Qia's side suffered total defeat. Who would have thought that the sacred ancestor would be killed, the Xian clan annihilated, and the alchemy ancestor captured alive? I have never been reserved towards those who aim for my life. Li Qia cheerfully smiled while looking at the ancestor. Junior, you can't kill me. The ancestor was extremely pale. He knew just how close to death he was. Until now, he was always imperious, the one to control the life and death of others. A junior like Li Qia would never be able to enter his sight no matter the occasion. But now, his life was in the hands of this exact junior. Is that so? Li Qia smiled. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you because you are a denizen of the Alchemy Kingdom? You truly think too highly of yourself and the Alchemy Kingdom. There is no one in this world that I do not dare to kill. The ancestor's soul left his body after hearing this response. He knew that he had met his maker, so he shouted, "Senior uncle, save me." With that, he spewed out an arrow made of blood that flew all the way to the ancestral ground of the Alchemy Kingdom. With his life hanging by a thread, the ancestor used this blood arrow to ask the ancestors and seniors in the ancestral ground for help. Boom! When this blood arrow reached the ancestral ground, a divine light soared from the place all the way to the sky. Although its entrance was still closed, it was as if one deity after another awakened when this terrifying light reached the sky. A vast and invincible aura suddenly hit the world. Such a terrifying aura from an awakened being was able to shake all of the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. At this moment, many imperial lineages were alarmed by this powerful aura. The Jianlong clan, the Beast Master Citadel, and the Heaven Hoof Ravine had many sleeping ancestors that woke up due to this powerful disturbance. What is going on? Ancient existences were woken from their slumber by this force. They couldn't help but look towards the Alchemy Kingdom. Is someone attacking the Alchemy Kingdom, or did something strange happen to the world? Why is it that so many ancestors of the kingdom woke up? Even an ancestor from the low-profile Jianlong clan spoke emotionally after sensing this disturbance. The cultivators inside Alchemy City became nervous. Many even prostrated to the ground since they couldn't handle this aura. It was as if all the powerful subjects of an archaic dynasty had woken up overnight. These powerful auras were not necessarily weaker than the arrival of an immortal emperor. Countless people lost their minds out of fear of this horrifying power. For the masses, the might of the Alchemy Kingdom was only something from legends and gossip. In fact, for many cultivators, especially the younger generation, they simply couldn't imagine the magnitude of the kingdom's true power. Some even felt that the kingdom's power might have been exaggerated. But at this very second, when divine rays soared to the sky from the ancestral ground and powerful auras swept through the 9 heavens, people finally felt the true prestige of the kingdom. This was the limit of power, a might that could shake the entire stone medicine world. Even heavenly kings had the urge to prostrate on the ground. This left a permanent mark in many people's minds. Although no one could see how many ancestors actually woke up from the ancestral ground or what they looked like, their auras alone showed that it was not just one. Moreover, they were all fear-inspiringly powerful. Long live the imperial family, long live the invincible ancestors. The despairing Xian disciples finally caught sight of a thread of life and couldn't help but rejoice. Fu. With a single breath, the wind started to howl. A god monarch's power engulfed the world. In the blink of an eye, a huge sleeve swept forward like a gust of wind, blowing all the clouds along with all the poisonous creatures assaulting the Xian residents to the horizon. Just one sweep of his sleeve was enough to blow all the monsters away. Just this one move was enough to show that the person who had just taken action was much more powerful than the Huangfu sacred ancestor. "Senior uncle, save me," the captured alchemy ancestor shouted with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his voice. When he came into being and left his blood era stone, he told the imperial family that he was going to refine a longevity medicine cauldron. Right now, he couldn't face them after things came down to this. Within the endless lights in the ancestral ground, a figure emerged. They carried the endless light with their back leaning on countless mountains and rivers. Just this figure alone was enough for his god monarch aura to cover Alchemy City. His aura was vast and majestic, leaving people breathless. They couldn't help but want to prostrate before his imposing might. Although the sacred ancestor also emitted a powerful aura earlier, there was something missing in his aura compared to the aura emitted by this figure ahead. The sacred ancestor's aura was indeed oppressive to the point where people would quiver, but it still had a feeling of putting on airs. However, the aura from this current figure was exalted and regal, as if he was a true god monarch sitting above the firmament just to allow his subjects to prostrate to him. People felt their lips drying up with cold chills running down their spines after seeing this figure from the ancestral ground. One of them couldn't help but murmur, "A true god monarch." Even those who had never seen a real god monarch before knew that this person was the real deal, while the sacred ancestor was truly lacking. A true god monarch had no need for flattery from others. An existence like the sacred ancestor that needed the acceptance and praise of others to be a god monarch was ultimately lacking. He couldn't reach this true level. Although few could guess which ancestor the senior uncle of the alchemy ancestor was, the entire city was completely silent at this moment. Many people didn't even dare to breathe as they watched this scene. Only Li Qie remained calm and at ease as he stared at the figure. "Young friend, the storm ends here. Let go of my alchemy kingdom's disciple." The figure eventually spoke. His voice was ancient and resoundingly powerful. The crowd held their breaths and stared at Li Qie. Many people assumed that he would back down in this situation since so many ancestors of the kingdom had woken. Li Qie smiled and leisurely responded, "And? For me, this is just the beginning, things are far from over." Li Qie's words rendered many speechless. He had already breached the Xian clan, killed the sacred ancestor, and captured the alchemy ancestor. This was enough to make him famous in this world, enough to make him become a peerless genius comparable to Yi Qingcheng and Mei Aonan overnight. However, Li Qie still didn't falter after reaching this level. This was too aggressive and overconfident. Chapter 768, Alchemy Kingdom's God Monarch. It was so silent that one could hear the wind blowing about. No one would dare to interfere in such a matter. The behemoth that is the Alchemy Kingdom had finally revealed itself. Any lineage would feel pressured by this development. The atmosphere became extremely tense. There was a phrase that rang quite true: the world trembles before the fury of the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family. The figure inside the divine light in the ancestral ground slowly uttered, "Little friend, the real culprit, the Huangfu sacred ancestor, has already been killed. You have destroyed the Xian clan and defeated the alchemy ancestor. Your goals have been accomplished, so what more do you want?" Each of his words was full of power and immense weight. Li Qie gently shook his head. "We won't talk about future matters, but even in the present, this is far from enough without killing the alchemy ancestor. Unless he leaves his life behind, I will not let this go." All watched with bated breaths. No matter their view on Li Qie or their grievances towards him, everyone had to admit that this kid was really courageous. To dare to bargain with the imperial family and still act nonchalantly before a god monarch, this was not something anyone could do. Such boldness and courage made many feel inferior. Not to mention the younger generation, even those of the older generation and the ancestors would feel their knees giving in while standing before a god monarch of the imperial family. You! The alchemy ancestor was vomiting blood from anger. However, even if he was enraged, he wouldn't be able to do anything. His life was in the hands of Wuxia. Today was the most shameful day of his life. Little friend, don't be so aggressive. There is no need to go too far on every little thing. Leave a way out and bask in the immensity of the world. The figure replied in a deep tone, My alchemy kingdom is not the unreasonable type. We do not wish to bully the weak. However, if little friend goes too far, then don't blame us. Reasonable? Li Chia smiled, I can reason with you any time. My bet with Chao Guiyao, what does it have to do with your alchemy kingdom? He owed me his life, yet your Xian clan chose to protect him. I demanded the person from your Xian clan, yet the clan wished to take my life. Li Chia paused before continuing, and now, after I destroyed the Xian clan, your alchemy kingdom is claiming that I am the aggressive one? What are you trying to do? To be frank, this is simply your kingdom desiring my supreme Tao of alchemy and digging a pit for me to jump into. Such venomous slander. The captured alchemy ancestor cried out, Our alchemy kingdom has 4 alchemy emperors. Your Tao of alchemy isn't worthy of entering my Xian clan's site. Shut up. Li Chia didn't bother looking at him and simply swung his hand. Pop. A heavy slap landed on his face. The ancestor grew even more enraged. To be slapped by a junior in front of the world, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. The spectators' jaws dropped to the ground. Just how domineering was it to slap an ancestor of the alchemy kingdom? Anyone would be dumbfounded at this lawless youth who dared to do anything. Little friend, you take it too far. Even the god monarch could no longer remain calm. Not to mention that the alchemy ancestor was his junior, even if he was only an ancestor from the kingdom, to be slapped in the face like that was something unacceptable to their kingdom. The monarch coldly stated, If you release the alchemy ancestor right now, our alchemy kingdom will not pursue this matter any further and let bygones be bygones. If not, then suffer the consequences. Although his words were not loud, everyone heard them very clearly. It made them feel suffocated, as if each of his words was a hammer bashing their hearts. Suffer the consequences? Li Chia smiled, I like hearing these words the most. Come then, I want to see your kingdom's abilities. Boom. The god monarch walked forward step by step with endless divine light accompanying him. Stars hovered around his body as if he was the ruler of the heavens and myriad Tao. The endless light didn't allow for anyone to see his face. Under the vast god monarch aura, numerous people prostrated in worship. He was high above like a deity, controlling the fate of all existences in the 9 worlds as if they were mere ants. God monarch. This was a true god monarch, the ruler of deities. When one was bestowed this title, they would accept the worship of countless existences and became the lord of their own domain. Little friend, it is not too late to let him go. When I take action, you will either be dead or gravely injured. The god monarch continued to suppress the sky, engulfing myriad realms. Everyone in Alchemy City was breathless. The entire alchemy realm was also shaking from his terrifying aura. I am someone who prefers soft over hard treatment. Li Chia smiled, the more people provoke me, the more I will enjoy killing him. With that, Li Chia's eyes became fierce as more grey death energy emerged. Senior uncle, kill this ignorant brat and obtain vengeance for the Xian clan. Ah! The alchemy ancestor saw the god monarch taking action and thought that he was about to be rescued. He couldn't help but shout, but before he could finish, a scream came about. The skeletal bird had torn him in 2. Blood immediately sprayed out everywhere, signaling his demise. The god monarch also felt unease after Li Chia's death energy emerged. His heavenly palm aimed for the skeletal bird. This attack could shatter the heavens and conquer myriad realms. However, the god monarch was still too late and couldn't save the alchemy ancestor from being torn apart. It seemed as if the world froze. An ancestor of the alchemy kingdom was killed. Just how shocking was this scene? For a very long time now, no one had dared to do such a thing. But now, a junior like Wuxia had done something that was taboo for the past 100,000 years. Boom! One strike to break myriad laws. Although the god monarch couldn't save the alchemy ancestor, he still struck the bird flying. The bird's skeletal figure was shattered as fragments flew about. Die! Wuxia shouted with more death energy emitting from his body. In a split second, the black bones quickly came together again with the same death energy. The skeletal bird screeched like a phoenix roaring. It flew to the sky with an absolutely perfect pose like a phoenix traversing the 9 heavens. Under Wuxia's command, each of the bird's actions was in accordance to the rhythms of heaven and earth. The bird attacked with its wings across space. All of its actions and motions were absolutely incomparable. It reached a higher level by dragging the worldly order, no longer staying in accordance with it. Rumble. The god monarch took control of myriad laws and also used a supreme gesture to derive the ultimate emperor law in order to stop this skeletal bird. However, the bird's offense was absolutely perfect. Each of its moves were able to stop the god monarch's emperor law. Its attacks didn't carry the laws of the Grand Tao or an unstoppable momentum, yet they were still flawless and capable of stopping all emperor laws. In just a moment, the two sides fought above the firmament. If this battle took place on the ground, then it would definitely destroy Alchemy City. Many big shots opened their heavenly mirrors and Tao platforms to watch the contest between the skeletal bird and the god monarch. The battle shattered the void and annihilated the worldly laws, causing all spectators to be aghast. Just what is that thing? Many were left in disbelief at seeing this bird capable of fighting against a god monarch. This broke the common sense of many since it was simply impossible. Someone couldn't help but murmur, just its skeleton is able to fight against a god monarch. If this is the case, then what kind of existence was it when it was still alive? An immortal bird? Or an existence comparable to an immortal emperor? What kind of demonic art is Wuxia cultivating? To be able to control a corpse. Could this be a puppet master technique? However, I have never heard of such powerful puppet mastery before. Many were horrified while watching this battle, and many questions popped up in their minds. They didn't know what this powerful corpse was, only that it exceeded the limits of their imagination. Even the Madam and Yuan Saiha, who had always been with Wuxia, were astonished. Neither of them could imagine how this corpse reached such a level. No one would believe that a corpse could fight against a god monarch. As for Tai Yi, who was tending to his wounds, he was even more alarmed. He gasped while shuddering inside. He knew more than other people. It could even be said that he had searched around Alchemy City and its lands before. Although the deepest parts of this domain were full of dangerous seals and traps that were beyond his reach, he knew that below this land was an unimaginable mystery. At this moment, these incomplete bone fragments coming together actually wielded such incredible power. Looking at the attacking skeletal bird like a phoenix soaring up high, looking at its perfect actions that were controlling the mystical rhythms of the world. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Tai Yi had seen a phoenix. He thought about a very old legend that few were aware of. Impossible, the shaken Tai Yi murmured. He was skeptical of this legend before, but he couldn't help but be reminded of it after seeing this skeletal bird in front of his eyes. Chapter 769, Bright Flame Imperial Cauldron. A god monarch fighting against a skeletal bird high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 30 blows. Although the god monarch didn't have a weapon in his hands, each of his blows could destroy stars. His attacks were powerful enough to kill a group of virtuous paragons despite being barehanded. However, he couldn't end this fight against the skeletal bird. As time passed, the monarch grew exasperated. An existence like him would not easily come into being. He wouldn't have showed up if it wasn't for the alchemy ancestor. His lifespan had withered and he was on the verge of death. Each strand of blood energy and each drop of longevity blood were extremely precious. From the start of the battle, he didn't use a weapon because he truly valued his vitality and didn't want to use blood energy to channel a powerful weapon. However, as the battle waged on, he became angry and eventually unleashed his killing move. He must suppress this bird and capture Li Qie as fast as possible. Boom! A loud detonation shocked the entire stone medicine world. The monarch took out a weapon that caused the heavens and myriad realms to dim. The world trembled below the endless imperial aura. Bang! Under the attack of this weapon, the skeletal bird broke apart once more and fell down from the sky. The sounds of bones breaking finally appeared. Under the attack of an imperial weapon, even the bone fragments that could be considered invincible were damaged. A few of them shattered into pieces. Who is using an immortal emperor true treasure? Myriad realms were alarmed by this attack. Countless existences trembled in fear after feeling the terrifying imperial aura. Even virtuous paragons were horrified. Bright flame imperial cauldron. Someone inside the city saw the imperial cauldron in the hand of the monarch and became terrified. Their legs went weak as they dropped straight down to the ground. At this time, the monarch had the cauldron in his hand. The cauldron was a crimson that seemed as if it could incinerate the river of time. There was a supreme imperial fire surrounding its body, causing people to fall into dismay. Bright flame immortal emperor true treasure. Anyone would be horrified after seeing this cauldron. When a god monarch controlled an imperial true treasure, its power would be immense and terrorizing. Such battle prowess was simply unstoppable in this world. The cauldron had a notorious reputation. This was the true treasure of immortal Emperor Zhuohua. Legend has it that it could burn anything. Li Qie was basking in the pleasure. I have to thank the Alchemy Kingdom. This is a great help to me. From now on, everything will be smooth and easy. He smirked after replying to her. At first, the monarch watched the bird's remains being melted away by the imperial flame and heaved a sigh of relief. His killing move was indeed successful. However, after a while, he felt that something was wrong. Although the bird was melting from the heat, such a powerful existence should at least counter-attack or struggle against the flame. However, the bird's remains didn't struggle at all. Instead, it seemed to be enjoying the heat. This made the monarch very suspicious. Return, the monarch immediately recalled the bright flame cauldron as well as the imperial flame. However, nothing happened. Return. His expression quickly shifted. He immediately chanted an incantation and controlled his emperor law to move the cauldron and its flame. However, there was still no movement. What is going on? While watching this scene unfold, the big shots inside the city felt that something was not right, but none of them could solve the mystery. After 3 failed attempts, the monarch finally felt fear. He had never seen such a bizarre thing before. The cauldron was an imperial true treasure where one drop of its imperial flame could burn all things, but now it was no longer under his control and kept on burning the bones of the bird. The startled monarch cried out, "Start the formation to summon back the imperial treasure." His blood energy erupted once more as he instantly used an endless law to seal the cauldron. A series of powerful restrictive seals came out to lock the cauldron. He was afraid of losing the true treasure. If he were to be the one to lose it, then he would become an eternal sinner of the kingdom. Rumble. A hymn echoed in the sky. The ancestral ground spewed out even more gigantic pillars of light. An imperial formation emerged from within the radiance along with a series of voices like the chanting of an immortal emperor. This is a weapon summoning formation. It induces the seal of the heavens will. After hearing the chants of an immortal emperor from the formation within the ancestral ground, many people were jolted. Immortal Emperor life treasures had imperial locks while an immortal emperor true treasure had heavens will locks. When this heavens will lock was activated by the sect, outsiders would have no way of stealing the true treasure. Even if it became lost, the sect would still be able to summon it any time. Unless this sect was destroyed or the heavens will lock was unlocked, the sect would always have the ability to summon their treasure even if it went missing for a long time. To the amazement and confusion of the spectators, the Alchemy Kingdom was forced to activate their formation to summon the bright flame cauldron. Right now, the cauldron was still clearly burning the skeletal bird. A god monarch fighting against a skeletal bird high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 30 blows. Although the god monarch didn't have a weapon in his hands, each of his blows could destroy stars. His attacks were powerful enough to kill a group of virtuous paragons despite being barehanded. However, he couldn't end this fight against the skeletal bird. As time passed, the monarch grew exasperated. An existence like him would not easily come into being. He wouldn't have showed up if it wasn't for the alchemy ancestor. His lifespan had withered and he was on the verge of death. Each strand of blood energy and each drop of longevity blood were extremely precious. From the start of the battle, he didn't use a weapon because he truly valued his vitality and didn't want to use blood energy to channel a powerful weapon. However, as the battle waged on, he became angry and eventually unleashed his killing move. He must suppress this bird and capture Wuxia as fast as possible. Chapter 770, Divine Beast Zither, Buzz. Eventually, under the summoning of the Imperial Formation, the flame finally reversed and flowed back into the cauldron. The monarch recalled the cauldron and traveled 10,000 miles instantly with one step back to the ancestral ground of the kingdom. This sudden change left the spectators astonished. The monarch had a cauldron with fire capable of refining all things in this world. But now, the monarch was startled and was forced to use a summoning formation to recall the cauldron. This whole series of events was too bizarre and unbelievable. What's that? Someone finally saw the giant bird's remains in the sky and gasped in bewilderment. In turn, many people turned to the sky. Prior to this, the skeleton was just a group of bone fragments coming together. Moreover, these individual fragments were incomplete, especially after receiving an attack from the cauldron. Many of them shattered as a result. But now, there was substantial change to the entire skeleton. Although some were still incomplete, these black bones had turned into a golden color after being refined by the imperial flame. It was as if each piece was crafted using a golden metal. The sections that were broken were now melded together completely. Under the sunlight, the skeletal bird emitted a shining golden glow, giving off an untouchable sacred feeling, as if it was a supreme being, a sun god. Everyone was under the impression that anything would be completely refined and suffer total annihilation under the flames of the bright flame cauldron. However, the skeletal bird was not destroyed. On the contrary, it borrowed the refinement from the imperial flame to rebuild its bones, just like rebirth via fire. That is impossible. The spectators were unable to believe this scene. In the legends from the start of time, no one had ever been able to withstand the imperial fire of the bright flame cauldron. Even a stronger item would be destroyed by its refinement, but this skeletal bird in front of them used it to rebuild itself. Could these be the bones of a divine beast or an immortal bird from the myths? An ancestor felt a chill and remembered an archaic legend as he murmured, could such a creature be real? Divine beasts had been discussed by people countless times. True God, immortal phoenix, Qilin, all of these were hot topics. Although many cultivators swore that these creatures had to exist in this world, none of them had ever seen the real thing. These creatures simply belonged in the legends and remained hidden from human eyes. At this time, the monarch had returned to the ancestral ground. He coldly glared at Wuxia inside the endless divine light. To be more exact, he was glaring at the skeletal bird floating above Wuxia's head. Under the control of the death chapter, it gently flapped its wings above him. Even though it was only a corpse, it was still more than frightening enough. This feeling is truly great. Wuxia gently sighed. The two ladies were in awe as they looked at the bird above his head. Although this skeletal bird was far from complete, its perfect shape and sacred aura evoked an unspeakable reverence. You are using an evil method to control the dead. The monarch's voice was quite imposing as his eyes revealed a murderous glint. Prior to this, he had no such bloodthirst, but it was now different. He wanted to kill Wuxia. An evil method? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. I don't want to laugh at you since you are a god monarch, but these words are enough to show your ignorance. My method is even more righteous and correct than a mortal emperor's laws. You have a way with words. The monarch coldly uttered, I cannot let you live any longer. An evil existence like you does not belong in this world. I'm too lazy to argue with a cretin like you. It is useless to even try. Li Qie said, your murderous intent is just what I want. Today, I will justly flip over your alchemy kingdom. Die. With that, he commanded the skeletal bird once more with his chapter. The skeletal bird screeched and soared like a phoenix, forward through the world towards the god monarch inside the kingdom's ancestral ground. This scene was truly shocking. The ancestral ground was an untouchable location to many people, but Li Qie ordered the skeletal bird to invade it. What kind of courage and decisiveness was this? How presumptuous! Another roar resounded. A different imperial aura came crashing down while the bright flame cauldron in the hand of the first monarch attacked again. This time, he didn't use the flame since he understood that it would only help the bird. Boom! Two unbeatable imperial auras shook the entire stone medicine world. Although this attack came from above the firmament, a terrifying storm still swept through the land, causing it to quake. As for the alchemy realm, the two auras made the domain feel like a boat lost at sea being bombarded by turbulent waves. Pop! The skeletal bird was immediately blown away after being struck by the two imperial weapons, shattering once more. Pieces of golden bones flew everywhere. Some were nailed on top of a mountain while others were shot all the way up into the sky. Li Qie suffered a heavy backlash as well from the death chapter. Completely pale, he continuously staggered backward and crushed the ground behind him. A second god monarch. Someone saw another figure emerge from the light within the ancestral ground and startlingly exclaimed, Divine Beast Zither. The true treasure of immortal emperor by sure. Everyone was shocked to see a second god monarch from the ancestral ground. For many lineages, having one true god monarch was already amazing and worthy of pride. However, two god monarchs had appeared inside the ancestral ground. Moreover, the other one was wielding an imperial weapon named the Divine Beast Zither from the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom. One must understand that when one lineage had two god monarchs with two true treasures, such battle power was simply unrivaled. People finally experienced the strength of the kingdom and understood what a behemoth really was. This one sect alone had two god monarchs and two imperial true treasures. Even if a god king personally comes, they wouldn't be able to resolve this situation unless they also have an imperial true weapon. Otherwise, the power of a god king alone would not be able to change the tides at all. No matter who they were, they felt cold sweat running down their backs from watching such an amazing scene. Normally, meeting one god monarch was already more difficult than reaching the heavens, but now, two came out of nowhere. Zzzzz. The skeleton that was broken by the two imperial weapons returned back to its perfect condition once more. A useless struggle. The two monarchs coldly leered at Li Qie. The first monarch uttered, Surrender now, it would be useless even if you are heaven-defying. Oh. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile, Very well, I'll let you see my killing move. Open. Li Qie screamed and spewed out a gulp of longevity blood onto the death chapter. In the blink of an eye, the blood dried up and turned into a billowing death energy that was instantly absorbed by the chapter. Buzz. Under the support of the monstrous death energy, the chapter became inordinately powerful. The moment it revolved, its law quickly dove into the earth and sealed this land. A cataclysmic flame instantly erupted throughout the entire alchemy city. All of its mountains and rivers were engulfed by this monstrous fire. Shit, it's burning. Everyone from all corners of the city was scared out of their wits. Many people rushed up into the sky. However, when they took a second look, they found that although the city was engulfed in flames, this fire didn't seem to be in the same world as everyone else. Despite the raging flames, no one felt any heat or even the presence of the wildfire. It was as if this was only an illusion. However, this was definitely not the case. The hot flame that was devouring the sky had the momentum of a world-ending disaster, extremely tyrannical. It also carried along flashing black rays. The moment these black rays moved in the fire, it gave a very creepy sensation. An ancestor from a great power exclaimed in horror, This is death fire. Fire is also divided into life and death? A junior was amazed after hearing this. In the eyes of cultivators, fire simply didn't have life. Legend states that this world has death fire. After any kind of flame burns out in this world, it leaves behind ashes. However, if someone was able to communicate with the underworld, then they could rekindle the flames from the ashes. This type of fire is called death fire. The ancestor murmured. But, this is impossible. The raging fire appearing out of nowhere and scorched the entire city, leaving the monarchs aghast. Eventually, under the summoning of the imperial formation, the flame finally reversed and flowed back into the cauldron. The monarch recalled the cauldron and traveled 10,000 miles instantly with one step back to the ancestral ground of the kingdom. This sudden change left the spectators astonished. The monarch had a cauldron with fire capable of refining all things in this world. But now, the monarch was startled and was forced to use a summoning formation to recall the cauldron. This whole series of events was too bizarre and unbelievable. What's that? Someone finally saw the giant bird's remains in the sky and gasped in bewilderment. Chapter 771, Phoenix. Even the two god monarchs took deep breaths at this moment. They knew more than outsiders and recognized what the death fire that had just burnt the entire city was. However, this fire was something impossible for beings like them to fathom. Ever since that year, no one could make the raging fire emerge again. It was just like a piece of wood that burnt halfway then extinguished. A very long time later, even if one set it on fire again, it wouldn't be the same fire as the past. Thus, it was impossible to make the firewood relive the same past fire. It was impossible even for immortal emperors unless they were capable of reversing time or communicating with the underworld. But now, the death fire that had engulfed this city appeared once more, and the two god monarchs knew what it was. Li Chia shouted, "Appear now, it is time for me to harvest." A hurricane of death energy sprung from the death chapter and turned into a universal law that drilled into the ground. Thump, thump, thump. A series of monstrous heartbeats resounded as if a gargantuan heart was thumping. The ancestral ground quaked with each beat as if something was about to break itself out of the ancestral ground. What is that thing? Everyone in the city could hear the heartbeat. They couldn't help but look towards the ancestral ground in shock. "Junior, we can't allow you to live any longer." The disturbed monarchs cried out and attacked with reckless abandon at the same time, disregarding the cost to their blood energy. The two imperial true treasures unleashed their power. "Begin," Li Chia simply snorted in the face of two invincible treasures. Countless laws from the chapter emerged, and death energy appeared in the flame. Screech. Amidst all the commotion, the skeletal bird let out a loud cry and spread its wings. The death fire covering the city seemed to have absorbed a great power and surged towards the bird's body like a flood bursting through a dam. After the absorption, an unbelievable heatwave swept through the city, and the bird underwent monumental changes as if it had been revived. Screech. A phoenix's cry resounded as an immortal brilliance erupted from the bird. At this time, the bird in the sky ceased to be a mere bird, it had become a phoenix. A phoenix. All were stunned after seeing the transformations taking place in the sky. Even an ancestor from a great power screamed out in fear. A phoenix, a real phoenix. These beings were extremely holy and sacred. Nothing could imitate their supreme presence as they appeared before the world. A phoenix, the legend of Alchemy City, is real. An old undying from an ancient lineage had to cry out. Boom! The attack from the bright flame cauldron came forth murderously, capable of suppressing myriad laws and destroying all things. However, the moment the phoenix soared to the sky and attacked, even the god monarch with his cauldron was powerless. The beast swept through the invincible imperial aura and instantly blew the monarch flying with spurting blood. Zhang zhang. The tunes of a zither accompanied the endless power of the divine beast zither that surged forward. One could hear different roars within the tunes as well as images of divine creatures jumping out: true dragon, phoenix, qilin. The phoenix's roar echoed across the 9 heavens as it glided down from above. It tore apart everything in its path. In an instant, one could see it killing the beastly images from the divine beast zither. Such a scene was truly moving. Tearing a dragon and splitting apart a phoenix. This made people's hearts want to jump out from their fleshly cages. No one could look straight at this overbearing and domineering spectacle. A fake is still a fake in the end. It doesn't matter if the weapon uses universal laws to create them, they can't compare to a real phoenix. Li Qie nodded after watching the phoenix killing the beasts from the zither. The madam emotionally spoke, "This phoenix is so powerful." Li Qie shook his head, "More like it is too weak. Strictly speaking, it is not a real phoenix since it took form from one's corpse. If it was still alive, then it would be unfathomable. Keep in mind that when it wanted to be reborn via fire, it was already comparable to an immortal emperor. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened that resulted in its demise. This majestic creature actually existed in this world?" Yuan Saiha was in awe. Li Qie slightly shook his head, "Strictly speaking, it does not belong here, at least not in this world." Poof! The monarch could no longer bear it. Although he had recklessly expended his blood energy to fuel the zither, it couldn't turn the tides. Even more divine beasts surrounded the phoenix only to be torn apart by it. Eventually, this monarch vomited blood. An imperial true treasure required the support of a large amount of blood energy, so he could no longer sustain it. While all were horrified by this scene, someone murmured, "They have to unleash an imperial massacre or heavenly annihilation." However, the monarchs also knew very clearly that once they unleashed a heavenly annihilation, their death would be a foregone conclusion because of their withered longevity blood. A heavenly annihilation would require the support of all of their longevity blood. Once the blood was used up, only death would await them. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, another imperial aura rushed out from the ancestral ground. The moment it appeared, the thumping of the heart finally died down. An ancestor felt this aura and exclaimed, "A third immortal emperor true treasure, the one from immortal emperor Yaozu." The alchemy kingdom using all 3 of its defining treasures would frighten just about anyone. "This is all of you forcing my hand." Li Qie's eyes turned cold. He opened his mouth and sprayed out more longevity blood on the death chapter. Buzz! The death energy of the chapter turned into a tidal wave that rushed into the ground. Longevity blood was extremely precious to cultivators, but Li Qie had spat out 2 mouthfuls. He grew pale since his loss was considerable this time around. Rumble. At the center of Alchemy City, a gigantic divine tree rose from below. One could hear crackling noises the moment this tree emerged as it was instantly burned by the death fire. The endless death fire turned this divine tree into a fire tree. Great spiritual souls jumped inside the death fire. This was the result of the divine tree burning. Screech! The phoenix sang again. The moment the phoenix flame on its body turned into a vortex, the burnt divine tree also flew upward. The phoenix carried the tree on its back, and the spiritual fire on the tree's body rushed into the phoenix's body, empowering its phoenix flame and making it even more dazzling. With another screech, the phoenix's chest opened. Waves of immortal universal laws emerged in a dazzling manner before turning into a vortex. Thump, thump, thump. The deafening heartbeats resounded again, even stronger than before. Stop it. The 2 wounded monarchs from the Alchemy Kingdom were alarmed. They knew what the phoenix wanted to do. However, even if the kingdom wanted to suppress the thing being sealed, they were powerless. This phoenix didn't only have its own phoenix flame, it also had the divine flame from the tree. This made it extremely powerful. Boom! Eventually, after a loud blast, an extremely mighty force tore apart one location in the ancestral ground. An item then flew out from below. It soared out and instantly flew into the phoenix's exposed chest. Under the protection of the immortal laws, the phoenix's chest immediately closed. An ancestor with great eyesight saw the thing that flew into the phoenix and exclaimed, that was a heart. Oh God! Tai Yi dropped to the ground with a pale expression, absent-minded as he murmured, the legend is real, the kingdom was really storing that item. So unbelievable, they actually had a phoenix's heart. The legend is real. Alchemy City used to be called Phoenix City. Someone who knew the old legends became stupefied. This legend stated that a very long time ago, this land had a divine tree and a phoenix. Eventually, the phoenix aimed for rebirth and burned the divine tree. However, it couldn't reach its goal and was instead burnt to ashes. No, the monarchs from the kingdom screamed unwillingly after seeing the heart rejoin the body of the phoenix. Buzz, after regaining its heart, the immortal rays of light from the phoenix's wings began to pulse. It was as if multiple immortal worlds were appearing inside this pulsing brilliance. The phoenix appeared to be invincible at this moment. Even ancestor-level characters were completely suppressed. Junior, don't even dream about leaving today. The two monarchs grimaced. Rumble. A series of thunderous detonations rang out. Terrifying figures emerged from the ancestral ground, accompanied by a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire alchemy kingdom. However, it did not stop there. After these terrifying figures emerged, a series of huge imperial formations appeared in the depths of the ancestral ground. These formations that were capable of imprisoning the heavens rushed to the sky. Meanwhile, imperial weapons appeared one after another. They emitted invincible auras to protect the entire ancestral ground. At this moment, the ancestral ground had turned into a citadel protected by immortal emperors. Even a god monarch would feel chills in their heart upon arriving at this scene. Chapter 772, Conclusion. Without fighting, the floating imperial formations were being guarded by weapons along with many legendary masters, eternal existences in the divine light, and the two god monarchs. At this moment, outside of god kings as of yet unrevealed, the alchemy kingdom had unveiled their entire hand. However, it was still not their ace. Those who were lucky enough to see it all were shocked and frightened by this terrifying scene. No matter who they might be, they were at a loss for words. This was a true foundation. A few heavenly kings and ancestors took pride in their sex foundation, but compared to the alchemy kingdoms, any other foundation would suddenly seem poor and unworthy of mentioning. The alchemy kingdom's imperial family. This is the real deal. A great power's ancestor became dejected after realizing that his sex-hidden power was nothing compared to the kingdom's. Wuxia stood on the back of the phoenix that emitted swaying divine fire from the tree. His body seemed to be infected by its divinity, causing him to resemble a god. The power of the alchemy kingdom, eh? Wuxia smirked. I wonder if the ultimate method left behind by the three emperors will be able to save your kingdom or not. Just this won't be able to do anything to me. I'll tell you anyway, the phoenix below me is a real phoenix. But of course, you know this better than I do since its heart was in your possession. You should also know that once this phoenix is truly revived. I don't need to say any more about its power. Junior, hold your gloating. The monarch coldly said, wait until it's actually revived, then you can say that again. There is no need for our ultimate method just to suppress it right now. Our current power is plenty enough. The other god monarch added, Junior, this is the final warning. Hand over the phoenix or else don't even dream about leaving this place alive. All the spectators were holding their breaths. Many of them understood that any cost was worth it to the kingdom if Wuxia handed over the phoenix. It seems like all of you think that you have the ability to hold me down since my phoenix has yet to undergo rebirth. Wuxia smiled, very well, you still have a secret move and my true ace has been prepared as well. Come. Let us battle. Buzz. The moment these words were spoken, endless immortal lights shot into the sky. The phoenix sent out countless immortal laws like inverse waterfalls, climbing higher and higher in the sky. Each law by itself could suppress the heavens. Even before the phoenix attacked, the entire ancestral ground was already trembling. The entire world was shaken from the phoenix emitting its aura as well. Many existences even had the illusion that an immortal emperor was arriving. Archaic eyes opened and gazed towards the alchemy kingdom. This scene left even these ancient existences quiet for a long time. A majestic pillar of light rose from the ancestral ground. Its imperial aura ravaged the earth and suppressed myriad ages. The entire kingdom trembled at this time as all the experts continued to prostrate on the ground from the pressure. At this minute, it seemed like the alchemy kingdom was ready to fight to the bitter end. This was no longer a simple personal feud to them. Wuxia had stolen their phoenix's heart, and they would never let this go. Venerable ancestors, please halt. At the moment when tension ran high on both sides, the prelude to the great battle, a supreme melodious voice came about. An unparalleled beauty drifted through the sky from the depths of the ancestral ground as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens, kingdom-toppling and intoxicating. Ming Yeshua, a big shot, recognized her and became startled. Fairy Ming. The moment the younger generation saw her, they immediately lost their minds due to her charm. Many of them even forgot about the upcoming battle. The majority of them had only heard of her name and had never seen her in person. However, upon seeing her today, the younger generation was enchanted as they indulged in her beautiful appearance. The ancestors of the kingdom grimaced after Ming Yeshua's sudden appearance when the battle was about to begin, especially after hearing those words. One of the god monarchs frowned and said, "Shuer, it is not the time to talk." Ming Yeshua slightly shook her head. This disciple respects all the decisions made by venerable ancestors. However, Ancestor Wushuang ordered for my arrival, so please, ancestors, harmony is to be prized. So it has eventually come to this. Wuxia sighed softly. In the end, he didn't attack. He had nothing to fear when it came to the kingdom, but he was not willing to massacre them even if he intended to do so since Ming Yeshua came out. Wuxia calmly said, "I need a word with you in private." Ming Yeshua didn't think twice and agreed to his request. This was vastly different from what people expected. Even the monarchs and the ancestors didn't expect this development. Fairy Ming's charm is boundless, even Wuxia was captivated by her. The last generation lamented after seeing this. Many people assumed that Wuxia had lost to her charm, but they didn't know that this was not the case at all. The two of them entered a room at a secretive location, unknown to third parties. Ming Yeshua spoke with sincerity. This trouble was due to a misunderstanding between young noble and my kingdom. I came at the request of my ancestor with goodwill to quell this disturbance. Yeshua, whether this is a misunderstanding or not does not matter to me. Wuxia lightly waved his sleeve. I can pretend that nothing had happened. I can even return the phoenix's heart to your kingdom. Moreover, I can assist all of you, and perhaps, the phoenix can truly be reborn in the future. After hearing this, Ming Yeshua quickly responded, "Your benevolence will be met with appreciation by our kingdom." Wuxia shook his head. "No, Yeshua, there is no free meal in this world. I have a condition." Ming Yeshua took a deep breath as she braced herself with a solemn expression. "What is young noble's condition?" "If it is within our abilities, then everything is negotiable." Wuxia chuckled and gave his answer clearly. "My condition can either be difficult or easy. It all depends on you. I only want you, for you to follow me. I only want you." Such an overbearing statement. Any outsider hearing this would have strange thoughts, inevitably thinking that Wuxia had become fascinated by her. Ming Yeshua didn't think that this was a confession. She was slightly dazed and found another meaning to his words. "If I can do something for the sect, if I can prevent this disaster, then I am more than willing to follow you." Ming Yeshua responded in a serious manner, "But young noble, you must know that I am a disciple and I cannot make a decision regarding this matter. This isn't something the ancestors decide either." She gently sighed. Wuxia chuckled. "This is up to 100 life, right?" Ming Yeshue remained unperturbed like calm water at the bottom of a well and nodded. If young noble requires me to go with you, then I will have to ask the forefather. Only with his permission would we be able to agree to your demand. Chapter 773. Close conversation. Li Qie nodded with narrowed eyes. Good, since Hundred Life is still alive, everything will be easy for me. I want to meet Hundred Life. I'm afraid young noble misunderstood something. The moment Li Qie put on this expression, Ming Yeshue had an unspeakable feeling of familiarity. Forefather knows nothing about this conflict. Moreover, he has not asked about the world in a very long time. No matter. Li Qie smiled. If you didn't come forward, I was more than happy to flip over the alchemy kingdom. Your kingdom has maintained a low profile for too long and has forgotten a couple things. A few people have become restless. Ming Yeshue paused for a moment. She didn't wish to discuss this matter further, so she softly said, "We can try to arrange a meeting if young noble wants to meet our forefather. However, this will take some time. I hope young noble can wait." Li Qie didn't say anything else while looking at Ming Yeshue. A moment later, he gently reached out and lifted Ming Yeshue's finely sculpted chin. Such an action was extremely frivolous. No one had ever dared to treat Ming Yeshue this way, but she didn't reject him. She closed her pretty eyes to embrace this atmosphere. The two of them were inches from each other, and they could even hear each other's breaths. It seemed as if time stood still. A long while later, Li Qie gently caressed her soft and beautiful face. In the minds of many, Ming Yeshue was an untouchable fairy. She could only be worshipped from afar and was not to be tainted with obscene thoughts. Ming Yeshue, with her eyes closed, sensed Li Qie's rhythm and aura. An indescribable sense of familiarity invaded and overwhelmed her mind. Young noble, there are many things I don't understand. After a long time, she lifted her head to look at him, a hint of doubt in her charming eyes. Li Qie withdrew his hand that still carried her sweet fragrance. I will tell you later. At least, not before this matter with the alchemy kingdom concludes. Can young noble not live in peace with the kingdom? Even someone as supreme as Ming Yeshue couldn't help but sigh. When she sighed softly, the whole world would swoon over her. Her sentimental demeanor would break the hearts of countless cultivators. Li Qie dismissively replied, "Peaceful coexistence cannot be achieved. To put it bluntly, when the kingdom sees me, it should retreat or act as my subservient subjects." Ming Yeshue was slightly startled. She knew that this had something to do with a past unknown to her. Li Qie continued, "You know, if I really wanted to take you away, the alchemy kingdom wouldn't be able to stop me. I can even erase your memories of anything related to the alchemy kingdom. However, I would only do so if there was no other way. I do not want this to happen because you are still you are not a puppet but rather a living being with your own mind." He wistfully sighed at this point. After millions of years, some changes were inevitable. "I am very grateful for your consideration," Ming Yeshue answered slowly, her words full of sincerity. Li Qie said dismissively, "Very well, this time will be a warning to your kingdom. If I truly wanted to destroy it, then I wouldn't be sitting here with you. Tell those old-timers for me that this is not the time for your kingdom to have any funny ideas and use this chance to break the promise from the past. If it wasn't for Hundred Life, your alchemy kingdom would have ceased to exist." Li Qie's eyes became serious as he sneered. To outsiders, the ancestors of the kingdom appearing was to suppress Li Qie and to take revenge for the deceased alchemy ancestor. However, Li Qie was well aware of the true reasons behind the whole thing. "Young noble, I will certainly convey your message." Ming Yeshue was able to guess some of the details, but she was not completely clear. Only ancestor-level characters knew this matter completely. What about the phoenix's heart? Ming Yeshue had to ask. The heart was too important to the kingdom. It was a priceless treasure that had been gestated by the kingdom for countless moons. Its value was no less than an imperial true treasure. "I want the heart of the phoenix," Li Qie lightly said. "The alchemy kingdom should remember this matter." A few people do not need to play dumb. I'm afraid it is not up for me to decide this matter. Ming Yeshua bitterly smiled, but even her bitter smile was very beautiful. It is not up to the alchemy kingdom either. Li Chia said, even if your group of geezers do not want to do so, they must give it up regardless. You can tell Wushuang. It doesn't matter whether old Wushuang is in charge or if 100 Life is in charge or anyone else for that matter. In short, the sole reason why I am stopping for now is out of consideration for you. Your kingdom shouldn't try me again, or else I'll massacre a whole group before you can even respond. Ming Yeshua gently sighed. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation regarding the phoenix's heart. Can young noble talk about the phoenix? Can you really revive it? Revive? Li Chia stroked his chin as his gaze wandered towards the horizon. The legend regarding Phoenix City was true. In a very ancient age at Phoenix City, there was a divine tree and a phoenix. A very long time later, both of these existences neared their ends. The phoenix burned the divine tree in order to use it to attempt rebirth. Although there were no immortal emperors during this era, this phoenix was a real and matured immortal bird. Its power was definitely no less than an emperor's. However, it still failed to be reborn in fire. Under the endless divine flames and the boundless tribulation, it was completely annihilated. The divine tree shared a similar fate. However, it left behind a certain something despite its failure and subsequent demise. There was still a little piece of its heart that was not turned into ashes in addition to some bone fragments. However, these burnt bone fragments were far less impressive than the small piece of the heart. This heart was lost in the deepest parts of the earth and guarded by countless dangerous sealing formations after this disaster. Later on, immortal Emperor Yao Zu found the path to the alchemy vein and built the ancestral foundation for the alchemy kingdom. He obtained that piece of the heart below Alchemy City. Moreover, he was quite lucky since he coincidentally had a supreme immortal medicine. He used it after obtaining the heart to actually revive it and formed one drop of Phoenix's blood. With this first blood drop as well as the heart, the emperor was able to use this land to gestate this little heart. After many years of nurturing, a complete phoenix's heart finally appeared. In a future generation, Li Chia also explored this land. However, he gave up after finding the bone remnants. Although these bones belonged to a phoenix, they had become useless after being refined countless times by the tribulation and fire. They were no different from animal bones. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to instill any divinity into them. However, in this generation, Li Chia had obtained the death scripture, shifting the entire paradigm. After coming to Alchemy City, he specifically chose this mountain, the old roost of the phoenix. He once again found the useless bones underground and used the death chapter to communicate with this land before immersing it in his death energy. The phoenix's rebirth ultimately failed, but its divinity returned to the land. Normally, nothing could revive one's dead divinity. However, the death chapter was able to do so. This was the mystical and frightening aspect of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. Through the mysticisms of the death chapter, Li Chia finally reached through this earth with his death energy and allowed the phoenix's bone fragments to reform to defeat the monarchs of the kingdom. This process was easier said than done. In fact, if Li Chia was not already familiar with its mysteries from his past efforts, he wouldn't be able to reproduce the phoenix despite cultivating the death scripture. Can the phoenix come back to life? Ming Yeshua asked again. Curiosity got the better of even a fairy-like lady like her. A phoenix. This was a real immortal bird that did not exist in this world. The big question was about the past phoenix in this land. Where did it come from? This would remain an unsolvable mystery. The rebirth of a phoenix would be completely unfathomable. Although your alchemy kingdom has gestated the heart for many years to the extent that it has completely recovered, it is still difficult beyond words to revive a real phoenix. Li Chia said, this process requires massive effort from your kingdom. Moreover, success is not certain. He chuckled here before continuing, if your kingdom really wants to try, then I can attempt it once. Of course, the cost will be beyond your imagination. I can even say that when the creature revives, I won't need it and will give it to your kingdom. Ming Yeshua was slightly jolted after hearing this. A phoenix was definitely something that could drive the world crazy. The kingdom would surely want it if Li Chia was willing to hand it over. However, as Li Chia said, the cost must be beyond imagination. Even their kingdom would not be able to bear this price. Fate cannot be forced. Ming Yeshua gently shook her head. In that case, just let it be. I won't force it. Li Chia gently caressed her cheek. Well, because of you, forget it. I only need the phoenix's heart this time, nothing else. Just tell those old men to not provoke me again. Ming Yeshua quietly bemoaned the situation. Although she hoped for this outcome, it still wouldn't be so easy. Li Chia nodded with narrowed eyes. Good, since 100 Life is still alive, everything will be easy for me. I want to meet 100 Life. I'm afraid young noble misunderstood something. The moment Li Chia put on this expression, Ming Yeshua had an unspeakable feeling of familiarity. Forefather knows nothing about this conflict. Moreover, he has not asked about the world in a very long time. No matter. Li Chia smiled. If you didn't come forward, I was more than happy to flip over the alchemy kingdom. Your kingdom has maintained a low profile for too long and has forgotten a couple things. A few people have become restless. Ming Yeshua paused for a moment. She didn't wish to discuss this matter further, so she softly said, we can try to arrange a meeting if young noble wants to meet our forefather. However, this will take some time. I hope young noble can wait. Chapter 774, Duel Against the White-Haired Alchemy God. The conversation between Li Chia and Ming Yeshua finally came to an end. The moment Li Chia reappeared before the world was back in Alchemy City, immediately coming under the eyes of many. Every spectator wanted to know how this storm would end. Eventually, the Imperial auras disappeared and the Imperial family recalled their formations and weapons while Li Chia stopped his attack. After seeing this, everyone understood that the battle had come to a peaceful conclusion. The two sides did not reach an all-out war. They were very curious and wanted to know what Li Chia and Ming Yeshua talked about. For what reasons did the tyrannical Li Chia agree to end this conflict? Different speculations arose. Some thought that Li Chia was charmed by Ming Yeshua. This speculation was not strange at all. Ming Yeshua had been deified as the #1 beauty of the stone medicine world. No one was free from intoxication after seeing her. Others guessed that the alchemy kingdom made concessions and eventually handed over treasures to end this battle. Although the battle had come to an end, it was far from finished. After leaving the ancestral ground of Alchemy City, Li Chia headed straight for the white-hair alchemy god's place. This action immediately attracted others. They knew that Li Chia was about to deal with the white-hair alchemist. This guy really wants to sweep over everything. Now, even the white-hair alchemist is about to suffer. A big shot murmured after seeing this. I wonder how many experts from the previous generation the alchemist will be able to mobilize. If he doesn't have enough, then he will be in grave danger. It might not be too late for him to run back to the Balian clan right now. An alchemist was quite worried. Prior to this, many people would have thought that Li Chia didn't know his own capabilities by going to challenge the white-hair alchemist. Everyone knew the alchemist's influence. With one word, countless near-death old monsters would be willing to work for him. However, it was another story now. A devilish person like Li Chia was able to shake even the alchemy kingdom. This was more than enough for the world to look at him twice. Many alchemists hoped that white hair could leave the city before Li Chia's arrival. Li Chia had already killed Chao Guiyao, so they didn't wish to see the white-hair alchemist being disposed of as well. However, the alchemist did not escape. When Li Chia reached his abode, he was already standing outside of the door, waiting. He resembled a swan among a flock of hen, extremely brilliant. Especially his hair, as black as jade, that caused him to stand out. You're finally here. The alchemist was not surprised to see Wuxia. He was well prepared for this moment. The crowd prepped themselves, wanting to see how the alchemist would deal with this trouble. Whether he would bow and apologize or call for old undyings to help him and fight Wuxia to the bitter end, everyone wanted to know. I heard you wanted my life. Very well, here I am, right in front of your door. Wuxia sat in his carriage and lazily stared at the alchemist. The alchemist took a deep breath. He had always been a proud person no matter the occasion. He laughed proudly. Wuxia, your abilities are heaven-defying and devilish, I know this very well. However, you have killed the disciples of my clan, so regardless of whether I have the capability to gain vengeance or not, I will not back down. Is that so? You have piqued my curiosity, what is your plan? Wuxia didn't bother explaining the sacred doctor's death. It didn't matter that the Balian clan viewed him as the murderer. He smiled leisurely and continued, I'll play with you if you want my life. Use all of your abilities now so that no one can say I didn't give you a chance. The anxious spectators were all watching closely to see how the alchemist would deal with Wuxia in this unfavorable situation. The alchemist composed himself with a deep breath. Even when Wuxia was fierce enough to fight against the alchemy kingdom, he still held his head high and looked straight at Wuxia. Wuxia, regarding methods and war, I am not your equal. I can admit at least this. The alchemist proudly said, however, I want to change the battlefield. I am someone who has studied longevity medicines my whole life. I want to compete against you with one batch. Wuxia couldn't help but smile at the proud alchemist. It seems like you are completely confident in your Tao of alchemy. The alchemist chuckled, I cannot compare to you regarding wood mastery and insect mastery. However, I claim to be a king at refining longevity medicines. No one in the younger generation can compare to me. Despite knowing Wuxia's ability full well, the alchemist was still able to utter such proud words. However, his words rang true since he was indeed unmatched in the younger generation. The alchemist held his head high and continued, do you dare to bet? If I lose, then there is no need for you to do anything, I will end myself. If you don't dare, then I am standing right here, come and take my life. Everyone was caught off guard to the point of being astonished after hearing the alchemist. No one thought that he would use this type of method. What if Wuxia refused? Wouldn't he just be killed on the spot? Wuxia asked, is this a dare? The proud alchemist responded, think of it as you please. In short, if I lose to you in refining longevity medicines, then I will accept my death willingly. My clan also won't come to bother you. The onlookers watched with bated breaths. They were waiting for Wuxia to make a decision. Anyone else would not accept this bet with the alchemist and would just directly take his life instead. Wuxia had the absolute advantage right now, this was as clear as day to everyone. Under such favorable conditions, taking the alchemist's life was the most simple method. Only a fool would take the bet against the alchemist. Everyone knew that he was unequaled in this regard, so who would be willing to compete against him? However, Wuxia had always acted as that fool time and time again. On the matters that others didn't dare to do, he would do so without hesitation. Somewhat interesting. Wuxia stroked his chin a bit, I am a person with a little hobby, and that is to break the pride of people so that they can taste despair. Very well, I will use the longevity medicines that you know so well to defeat you. I will let you have a taste of despair. The bet is on. Wuxia's choice left everyone rolling their eyes. This was simply too crazy. To give up his absolute advantage and choose to compete in the enemy's field of expertise. Only a madman would do such a thing. This decisiveness and charisma. No one in the younger generation can compare to him. An ancestor emotionally said, so young yet so domineering. Well then, how do you want to do this? The alchemist became even more confident after Wuxia voiced his agreement. He knew that he was inferior compared to Wuxia regarding martial strength, but he was certain of victory in a competition of longevity medicine refinement. Wuxia cheerfully said, if we are going to do it, Then let's make it interesting by refining emperor medicines. Very well, emperor medicines it is. The alchemist responded without any hesitation even when emperor medicines were brought up. This was indicative of his confidence regarding alchemy. Everyone, especially the great power's ancestors, was shaken after hearing that it was a bet involving emperor medicines. They became quite excited and only wished that this bet would happen even faster. Emperor medicines were the highest level of longevity medicines. At least, this was what the majority of people thought. Although they were referred to as emperor medicines, they were nearly exclusively used by virtuous paragons. Generally, immortal emperors would not use emperor medicines unless they were of the highest level. Immortal emperors rarely used longevity medicines because normally, there were other options for them. But as for virtuous paragons, longevity medicines were priceless treasures. The better they were, the more precious they would be. At this time, the crowd's anticipation ran high. The spectating ancestors were hoping that they would be able to buy the medicines if given the chance. Nothing could be better. Since we are betting with emperor medicines, we have to select the alchemy ingredients first. The alchemist told Wuxia. Wuxia didn't seem to care too much as he answered, "It isn't difficult to select the ingredients. You can decide the exact specifications and I'll follow suit." Emperor rank longevity medicines required ingredients of 3 million years or older. When the ingredients had varying quality, the quality of the end result would change as well. If Fairy Yuan doesn't mind, the ingredients can be specified by you. The cost will be borne by us. The alchemist sought Yuan Saiha's assistance. If Dao friend Balian can trust me, then I can select 2 batches of ingredients from the Serene Garden. Yuan Saiha pondered for a moment before nodding her head. The garden stored the most precious ingredients in the stone medicine world. It was not empty words when people said that the garden was the best at cultivating plants and medicines. Chapter 775, Secret of the Phoenix. The white-hair alchemist spoke. "Fairy Yuan is respected by all the lineages in our world, so I trust your reputation." Yuan Saiha looked at Wuxia and was met with a nod as well. After gaining the consent of both parties, Yuan Saiha said, "In that case, I will prepare 2 batches of ingredients with the same age. However, I need some time, at least 3 days." The alchemist decisively asked, "Good. We will settle our wager at Stone Cauldron Peak in 5 days, do you agree?" Wuxia chuckled at the alchemist's great confidence and said, "5 days it is. No problems here." Having said that, he left with his group. The alchemist also went inside and didn't show his face again. He didn't meet any guests as he was changing his mindset, preparing to defeat Wuxia. Wuxia went back to his mountain with the group. However, Yuan Saiha had to go back to the Serene Garden to prepare 2 batches of ingredients, so she borrowed the Alchemy Kingdom's portal to expedite the trip. Alchemy City became quite lively after hearing of the longevity medicine competition between Wuxia and the white-hair alchemy god. The alchemy conference had yet to start, but there had already been many storms. The first was the death of Chao Guiyao, and now the white-hair alchemist wanted to compete against Wuxia. How could the crowd not be excited? The alchemists all wanted to see the 2 supreme Tao of alchemy. Back when Wuxia fought against Chao Guiyao, all the alchemists understood that Wuxia had the ability to challenge the 4 prodigies. Needless to say, the white-hair alchemist was considered the #1 expert regarding longevity medicines in this world, at least among the younger generation. Both of them were worth watching, and either could broaden any alchemist's horizons. As for the other cultivators, they were quite thrilled as well. The younger generation took it well since they did not need longevity medicines. However, this was not the case for the older generation, especially characters of the ancestor level. They wanted nothing more than for this showdown to start already. In normal circumstances, it would be prohibitively difficult to ask an alchemist to refine 1 batch of supreme longevity medicine. In fact, alchemists capable of such a task could be counted on one's hand in the entire stone medicine world. But now, 2 batches were about to be refined. For the ancestors, This meant that they would have a chance to buy these longevity medicines, so how could they contain their excitement? After returning to his garden, Li Qie showed that he simply didn't care for the bet. Madame Ziyan also had confidence in her young master. She would be worried in the past, but after watching her young master's methods and his Tao of alchemy, she was certain of his victory before they even began. Tai Yi was injured, so he went to rest first. Li Qie took out the pentagate to seal the room before solemnly taking out the phoenix. The phoenix, at this time, was very different from the phoenix that had been controlled by the death chapter. It only had an incomplete skeletal structure along with the phoenix's heart. It didn't have the immortal presence of supreme laws. However, the heart was still jumping up and down with blazing sparks. After devouring a huge amount of death fire, it was able to produce a phoenix's flame again. Despite its heart beating powerfully, this bird was still dead without any flesh or blood, only bones that resembled divine metals. Needless to say, it didn't have a soul or life either. The madam couldn't help but ask while gazing at the bird, "Young master, can this phoenix be revived?" After seeing its supreme presence, anyone would want to see what a real living phoenix looked like. Li Qie slightly shook his head, very difficult. Few people in this world could truly reverse life and death. This phoenix tried to, but it met a terrible tribulation and was annihilated completely. Strictly speaking, it is dead without any hope. The madam couldn't help but ask, "Is there really no way? Not even with your supreme Tao of alchemy?" In her mind, her young master's Tao of alchemy was without peer in this world. Ziyan, this is not related to the Tao of alchemy. Li Qie slightly shook his head. Normally, this Tao could save a dead cultivator. This would be the reversing life and death that people usually talk about. However, this does not apply to a phoenix, at least, not just with the Tao of alchemy alone. If young master puts it this way, then there is still a chance. The madam was delighted to hear this. This was a phoenix. If it could be revived, then she would be the first to rejoice in her young master's stead. An opportunity is there. Li Qie earnestly said, "Strictly speaking, this wouldn't be called reversing life and death, it's simply rebirth." Rebirth? The madam was startled after hearing this. This topic was too grave and shocking. In fact, for tens of millions of years, many invincible people vied for true rebirth, hoping to live on for another generation, but this was simply impossible. Even the most legendary and mighty existences would not be able to live for another generation, let alone others. Li Qie rubbed his chin and said, "If it is a human, then no matter how strong they might be, wanting to live once more or obtaining rebirth is simply a dream. However, a phoenix has such a chance. A phoenix's ability to rebirth via fire is not just a legend, it can actually do so." Rebirth via fire, the madam murmured to herself. People had heard this phrase many times before, but when it came from Li Qie, it seemed to not just be a description but rather reality, a tangible legend. The madam curiously asked, "Young master, is there really a phoenix in our world? What about the other divine beasts?" Li Qie smiled at this question and answered, "Ziyan, your question is of two different concepts, of our world and divine beasts. This depends on how you define our world and divine beasts." "I am listening closely, young master." The madam smiled. She was always gentle like flowing water with a trace of playfulness that didn't take away any of her charm. Li Qie smiled, "The world in your view and the world in mine are not necessarily the same. If you are talking about the 9 worlds and pure-blood divine beasts, then I can only say that our world does not have divine beasts. But what about this phoenix? Are you saying that this one is not a pure-blood?" The madam slightly jumped and looked at the skeletal phoenix before her. Li Qie shook his head, "No, on the contrary, this is a pure-blood phoenix. Moreover, it used to be an adult phoenix, unbelievably powerful." The madam reacted very quickly after her initial spurt of surprise. "This is a pure-blood phoenix?" She looked at the young master and movingly said, "Young master is saying that this phoenix, it came from somewhere else?" Such a notion was hard to believe. Every cultivator knew that although this world was vast, there were only 9 realms. But now, her young master revealed a truth different from common knowledge to the madam. Young master, are you saying that there really is a 10th world? The madam had to ask. She knew about the legend, a legend that no one would believe. Some even openly refuted its existence. I don't know either. Li Qie rubbed his chin and smiled. After following him for some time, the madam understood that whenever he showed this expression, it meant that he knew more than he was letting out. He simply didn't want to say it, that was all. The madam kept on pressing, young master, please continue. If our world does not have divine beasts, then why did this phoenix appear in Alchemy City? The gentle madam was acting quite coquettishly, giving her an even softer and cuter demeanor. Li Qie smiled after seeing her appearance. He looked towards the phoenix, and his eyes suddenly became profound, as if he had lost himself in memories. The truth is that I don't know how this phoenix appeared in Alchemy City. However, a few things can certainly be speculated. During that era ancient beyond tracing, some events had happened beyond the imagination of man. If I am not wrong, then during those events, the phoenix luckily managed to flee to the stone medicine world and Alchemy City. Li Qie couldn't help but gently sigh. Although we can't verify those matters that happened in the distant past, clues still remain in many places, a few matters. Li Qie became silent here as he recalled unforgettable memories. The madam no longer wanted to ask after seeing his melancholy. She knew that it had sparked some of his old thoughts. Does young master plan to revive this phoenix? She asked softly. She didn't want him to be saddened by old memories, so her tone was very gentle, as if it was the most tender and caring touch. Li Qie's mind returned after hearing her sincere concern. He looked at the skeletal phoenix and said, I am powerless as well with regards to truly reviving it. However, I can give it a chance. If it wants to be reborn, then it'll require the most refined essence in this heaven and earth. For example, the Alchemy Kingdom's ancestral vein. I'm afraid the kingdom will not agree to this. The Madam Riley smiled and gently shook her head. The ancestral ground is built on the entrance of the alchemy vein because they do not want to share the mysticisms of the location with others. Wanting their ancestral vein is the same as wanting their life source. They would rather die protecting this ancestral vein. The white-hair alchemist spoke. Fairy Yuan is respected by all the lineages in our world, so I trust your reputation. Yuan Saiha looked at Li Qie and was met with a nod as well. After gaining the consent of both parties, Yuan Saiha said, in that case, I will prepare 2 batches of ingredients with the same age. However, I need some time, at least 3 days. The alchemist decisively asked, good, we will settle our wager at Stone Cauldron Peak in 5 days, do you agree? Li Qie chuckled at the alchemist's great confidence and said, 5 days it is. No problems here. Having said that, he left with his group. Chapter 776, The Phoenix Rebirth, This is True. Li Qie chuckled and slowly said, that does not mean that there is no chance, though. The madam couldn't help but stare at him after hearing this. She understood the hidden implication in his words. What does one have to do exactly to let this phoenix rebirth? The madam had to change the subject. Li Qie answered, the most crucial thing is dependent on the phoenix. I can only play a minor role. This depends on itself? The bird is completely dead, so can it actually do anything? The madam was a bit perplexed. This is why phoenixes are so amazing. Li Qie smiled, of course, we still need to thank immortal Emperor Yao Zhu of the kingdom. Without him, even if the phoenix was more incredible, it still wouldn't have an opportunity for rebirth. Can young master elaborate? The madam was also very curious about the heart of the phoenix obtained by the kingdom. Li Qie replied, during the tribulation of that year, the phoenix could be said to have been completely annihilated. However, it still left behind a very small piece of its heart. The emperor obtained this tiny piece and used a supreme immortal medicine to extract a drop of phoenix blood. This blood drop made it possible for the tiny heart to eventually gestate into a phoenix heart. The madam felt amazed after hearing about such a magical event. She thought that the heart had been complete from the start and didn't know that it actually grew from a little drop of blood. For me, having this phoenix heart will save a lot of effort. This is no different from water following the current of a river. However, it is not the same for the kingdom. In their possession, the phoenix heart will always remain a phoenix heart. Nevertheless, it still has its uses, but they would never be able to revive a phoenix. Li Qie said. Even the kingdom can't accomplish this? The madam asked in surprise. In the stone medicine world, it seemed that impossible was not a word that could be used to describe the kingdom. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. The kingdom is indeed very powerful, but there are some things outside of their reach. For example, the death scripture. Of course, Li Qie didn't reveal this. Just like he said, despite having the heart, the kingdom couldn't revive a phoenix. Li Qie was different than before as well. With the death chapter, he would be able to reignite the death fire and once again rebuild the divinity of the phoenix to give it a chance for rebirth. In terms of a lamp, the heart of the phoenix would be the core of the lamp while the divinity was the oil. Li Qie gently patted the skeletal phoenix and felt the pumping heart. I can refine it and eventually put its body together, then use the heart so that it can rebuild its flesh and blood. He paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes. However, in order to rebuild its flesh and blood and fill it with divinity, this step requires the essence under the alchemy vein. The madam didn't comment on this matter. She understood that her young master wanted to use the essence of the kingdom's ancestral vein. However, he didn't take action because of Ming Yeshua or perhaps someone else. It was definitely not due to the kingdom's power. The madam asked, after reinforcing its flesh and blood, would the phoenix be reborn? Li Qie shook his head. No, in this process, its flesh and blood is not the most important thing. The most important aspect is the soul, or the true fate in the mouths of cultivators. The soul is the source of all. Li Qie pointed at his head and said, for cultivators that reach a particular level, the body can be rebuilt and the physique can be trained again. Even when the fate palaces are destroyed, a sufficiently powerful being can reform them all. However, without the soul, without the true fate, there is nothing. Everything will be gone, nihility is the result, the true fate is everything. The madam could understand this rationale as a heavenly king. This was something understood by all cultivators. A cultivator could survive the destruction of their body, but the destruction of their true fate symbolized true death. When you are strong enough, you can use one drop of blood to gestate a new body. However, you cannot create a new true fate out of thin air. Unless a residual soul fragment remains which allows for repair. However, soul creation is out of the question. Li Qie paused here before continuing. Creating existences with life out of nowhere is something left to the villainous heavens. Only he would be able to do such a thing. For others, including even immortal emperors, this remains a pipe dream. The madam had learned about the topic of life creation before, but she was far from being as involved as her young master. Li Qie went on, I can use other items and techniques to steal from the heavens in order to gather some spirituality for the phoenix. However, this ultimately would not be its soul or true fate. It has to rely on itself for this. The madam inquisitively asked, what does it have to do to obtain a soul and true fate that belongs to itself? Li Qie pointed at the sky and said, this secret is known only to the phoenix. A phoenix's rebirth involves a grand secret of the heavens. For millions of years, many invincible existences have researched rebirth, but in its truest form, no one has ever been able to do so. Although there have been those praised for successful resurrection, they were only gimmicks. If the person actually died completely, then they absolutely would not be able to obtain rebirth. Only a phoenix is capable of doing so after true death. This is why rebirth via fire is considered the truest form of rebirth. Thus, the rebirth of a phoenix was widely researched by many masters. However, they merely touched the surface of its profundities. Only phoenixes remain privy to the true mysteries of rebirth. Li Qie explained. After listening to his explanation, the madam pondered for a long time before calming down. She greatly benefited from this and even felt as if a new door had opened for her. She had never tried to research rebirth before due to a few reasons. She was still very young, far from being affected by this issue. She was also not powerful enough to be able to explore this field. It was only now that she realized just how difficult this topic was for the many invincible beings that had yearned for it across time. After a while, the madam composed herself from the topic of rebirth and gently asked, "Young master, I have something on my mind, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Li Qie smiled and gently stroked her hair. "Ziyan, I am not very tolerant towards other people, but you have no need to be so reserved." The madam couldn't help but smile tenderly after being so valued by her young master. She said in a serious manner, "Young master, although Fairy Ming can temporarily stop the ancestors of the kingdom, I do not believe they will give up. Fairy Ming is not in power and is definitely not powerful enough to deter the ancestors. The worst scenario will be the ancestors rearing their ugly heads again. This might just be a matter of time." The madam ruled her own country and understood this matter very well. She reminded her young master so that he could prepare, lest his overconfidence become his demise. "Ziyan, the kingdom is not a problem for me." Li Qie gently smiled. "I do not have to select the alchemy vein in order to rebuild the phoenix's body. There are 3 grand ancestral veins in the stone medicine world, right? Of course, I personally want them to attempt to cause trouble so that I can justly tear apart their ancestral vein. There are a few in the alchemy kingdom that have become impatient, in contrast to the Jianlong clan. Some of its ancestors are quite restless." Li Qie smiled dismissively. "I can't blame them though, since they have always wanted to return to the world. However, they have forgotten who had forgiven them and allowed them to exist in the distant past, allowing their land to not become ruins." A terrifying murderous glare emanated from Li Qie's eyes after saying this. The madam was slightly shaken. These words revealed some information unknown to the world. Until now, the strongest existences in the stone medicine world had been very low-key. The Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel, all of these behemoths had been very reclusive. Only the Heaven Hoof Ravine was an exception. In fact, many cultivators believed that the kingdom already stood at the peak with nothing else to strive for. Because of this, they hid from the world and chose not to compete. Of course, there were also a few older existences who thought that there was a reason for their reclusion, but no one knew the exact reason. After hearing her young master, Madame Ziyan could faintly pick up some ancient information, an earth-shattering secret behind why these behemoths chose to act this way. "Ziyan, you don't have to worry about me." Li Qie smiled. "This time was only a warning to the kingdom. It is not difficult for me to actually destroy them. If they don't know life from death, then it could only be said that they asked for it." The madam gently sighed. Although she didn't know what her young master had up his sleeves, she understood that if the Alchemy Kingdom wanted to try again, then it would be a suicidal and self-inflicted end. Her young master was ready. Chapter 777, The Bet Begins. 5 days quickly flew by. Finally, under many eager eyes, the confrontation between Li Qie and the white-hair alchemy god had come. Atop the appointed peak, many cultivators could already be found present, especially the alchemists. These alchemists would never miss a top-level duel like this lest they regret it for their entire lives. The area outside the peak was even more packed, with multiple layers of cultivators. Many experts came flying from the distant horizon. Even the ancestors who didn't want to show their faces had no choice but to be here. If there were things that could tempt these old geezers, longevity medicines were definitely among them. These people absolutely desired this type of medicine. The first to appear was Yuan Saiha. She had prepared 2 batches of emperor ingredients for the duel. They had been meticulously selected and would be able to fully reflect the capabilities of the participants. The white-hair alchemist came just in time before the crowd. His robes were fluttering in the air, giving him a gallant appearance. His dazzling dark hair would be an object of focus no matter when or where he went. It was difficult for others to not notice him. However, his punctual arrival was admirable. In the last 5 days, he could have escaped, but he chose not to and arrived on time. People had to admit that he was indeed an arrogant and proud person with great dignity. In this regard, Chao Guiyao couldn't compare since he wanted to escape right away after losing. Li Qia eventually came. He sat on his carriage as it slowly arrived. Next to him was the madam and Tai Yi as his driver. Today, Tai Yi remained inconspicuous and was still a driver, but no one dared to view him with disdain. Some were even in awe. As an existence capable of fighting against the Xian alchemy ancestor, one could easily imagine his strength. After reaching the peak, all eyes fell upon Li Qia and the alchemist. The entire scene suddenly fell silent as the spectators held their breaths in anticipation for the duel. At this time, another carriage slowly made its way forward. The moment it reached the top, a supreme beauty came out. It was Ming Yeshua of the Alchemy Kingdom. Fairy Ming is also here. The atmosphere changed after the crowd saw her. She immediately attracted their gazes, and many young men swooned head over heels for her. A young man said while intoxicated, "We can finally see her divine looks again. No matter the outcome of this duel, this is already worth it." Ming Yeshua had always kept a low profile and rarely showed her face. Few could see her true appearance, but she recently appeared twice, so how could the younger generation not become excited? Today, I am honored to be the referee for this duel after receiving the request. If the parties are ready, then we can begin. The enchanting Ming Yeshua spoke with a very pleasant voice. Of course, she wasn't invited by Li Qia. The request was from the white-hair alchemist out of fear that Li Qia would renege on the bet. Since Li Qia was so powerful, he wouldn't be able to do anything if that happened, so he asked for Ming Yeshua to be the referee. She was the Alchemy Kingdom's main descendant. The kingdom was famous for its Tao of alchemy, plus she was quite influential. Nothing would be better than to have her here as the witness. Of course, Li Qia didn't mind at all. If the alchemist absolutely required Ming Yeshua here, Li Qia wouldn't deny his request. The white-hair alchemist took a deep breath. He was in high spirits at this time, giving off a keen aura as if he was the master of all things. He was actually very confident with regards to longevity medicines, everything was within his grasp. The alchemist was at his peak condition. While exuding his readiness, he challenged Li Qia. "I am ready, what about you, Li Qia?" "Me?" The carefree Li Qia lazily said, "I am ready anytime." "If you are ready, then we can start." Seeing as how there were no objections from both sides, Ming Yeshua announced, "Then this duel shall begin." Yuan Saiha opened the 2 prepared batches of alchemy ingredients and displayed them in front of the crowd. These ingredients were all 3 million years of age or older. After they were laid out, the enclosing area was engulfed in a medicinal aroma. Many people were amazed after seeing the 2 batches. A countless number of the crowd wouldn't be able to gather just 1 full batch, let alone 2 whole batches. The serene garden is so incredible, truly worthy of its reputation as the lineage most versed in plant cultivation. One of the spectators praised in astonishment. Under Ming Yeshua's lead, a few famous alchemists from the previous generation checked the 2 batches of ingredients. After their inspection, they found that there were no problems regarding the spirit essences from the plants. Eventually, Li Qia and the alchemist each picked 1 batch. The alchemist became very confident after taking his ingredients. He was ready to fight as he gazed at Li Qia and said, "Let us begin our cauldrons then." "No, you should start first." Li Qia gently shook his head and said, "I know you are very confident, but if I open my cauldron first, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to begin your refinement. Since this is the case, I might as well let you start first to completely focus on refining this longevity batch. It wouldn't be too late for my turn then, and others can't say I didn't give you a chance." "You." The alchemist turned red after hearing this. The alchemy Tao that he was so confident in was viewed with disdain by Li Qia, resulting in his anger. Even the most powerful alchemist in the alchemy kingdom or even in the entire world wouldn't dare to treat him so contemptuously. The spectators all felt that Li Qia was being too confident. Although many of them admitted that Li Qia had incredible methods and was capable of fighting the alchemy kingdom alone, no one should look down on the white-hair alchemist when it comes to longevity medicines. But now, it seemed that Li Qia did not put him in his sight at all. The alchemist took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart before solemnly saying, "Very well, since you're letting me start first, I'll open the cauldron then. I will show you a convincing loss." The alchemist was still a prodigy in the end. He subdued his anger in a short period of time and once again entered his purest peak condition. A bit interesting. This is a real alchemist, pure and full of self-confidence. Li Qia looked at the alchemist and was not miserly with his praise. "I actually do like you. You are much stronger than that Chao Guiyao." Li Qia's words were not lies. Regarding one's mentality during refinement, the alchemist was much stronger than Chao Guiyao. He was even more headstrong and pure when it came to alchemy, while Chao Guiyao spent a lot of his thoughts on schemes and plans. The alchemist formally took out his heavenly cauldron. With a buzz, universal laws fell down like waterfalls the moment they came out, covering everything in the surroundings. The cauldron, amidst these laws, was like a divine mountain, majestic and towering. It emitted an immense aura as if a king was standing there. Just this cauldron alone was enough for others to feel a sense of respect. The heavenly cauldron of the 100 Refinement Alchemy Emperor, even those who had seen it before marveled at its sight once more. The alchemist's cauldron belonged to the old 100 Refinement Alchemy Emperor. This cauldron alone was enough to cause all the alchemists in this world to salivate. Legend states that the emperor was a 100 Refinement Alchemy vine enlightened in the Tao. While he was alive, he was extremely proficient at longevity medicine refinement, and he left behind a cauldron that was a supreme treasure for this. Over the years, countless people coveted this cauldron. However, although this cauldron was unfathomable, not just anyone could inherit it. Even the descendants of the Balian clan were not necessarily able to use it. The descendants from every generation all wanted to inherit this cauldron, but they couldn't gain its recognition. In the clan's history, there were very few descendants who successfully gained its recognition, and the white-hair alchemist was recognized by this cauldron at a very young age. When it came to his incredible and peerless skill in creating longevity medicines, this cauldron played no small part in it. Start. After receiving Ming Yeshua's signal, the alchemist immediately opened his cauldron and added the ingredients. He moved very quickly with great mastery. From the addition of the ingredients to fire control to the refinement process, everything was done in one fell swoop without any help from an assistant. Although the cauldron was hidden so no one could spy on the refining process or the fire control technique, each of his actions available for view amazed the spectators. This was especially true for knowledgeable alchemists. They were reveling in his smooth finesse. Despite not being able to steal the pill formula or fire control technique from the alchemist, his normal actions from adding the medicines and mixing the liquids to fire manipulation allowed for them to learn many things. Before the large crowd, the alchemist remained calm. Each of his actions and changes in his control was full of confidence. It was as if he was not refining pills but rather just taking a leisurely stroll. His style left many alchemists in admiration. They felt that he was not just performing alchemy but rather creating a flawless piece of art. 5 days quickly flew by. Finally, under many eager eyes, the confrontation between Li Qia and the white-hair alchemy god had come. Atop the appointed peak, many cultivators could already be found present, especially the alchemists. These alchemists would never miss a top-level duel like this lest they regret it for their entire lives. The area outside the peak was even more packed, with multiple layers of cultivators. Many experts came flying from the distant horizon. Even the ancestors who didn't want to show their faces had no choice but to be here. If there were things that could tempt these old geezers, longevity medicines were definitely among them. These people absolutely wanted this type of medicine. The first to appear was Yuan Saiha. She had prepared 2 batches of emperor ingredients for the duel. They had been meticulously selected and would be able to fully reflect the capabilities of the participants. The white-hair alchemist came just in time before the crowd. His robes were fluttering in the air, giving him a gallant appearance. His dazzling dark hair would be an object of focus no matter when or where he went. It was difficult for others to not notice him. However, his punctual arrival was admirable. In the last 5 days, he could have escaped, but he chose not to and arrived on time. People had to admit that he was indeed an arrogant and proud person with great dignity. In this regard, Biyao couldn't compare since he wanted to escape right away after losing. Li Qia eventually came. He sat on his carriage as it slowly arrived. Next to him was the madam and Tai Yi as his driver. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.